Kindly maintain silence. Good morning to everyone. I welcome you all to the 2-day national conference titled Health and Wellness. My name is Fatima from Mindspace Counseling Cell of Dr. BMN College. It is my pleasure to be a part of this meaningful event, which is jointly organized by Mindspace and Srimati Manjula Bain Gunwantharai Shah Department of Postgraduate Studies of Dr. BMN College of Home Science, in collaboration with Avinashi Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. I'm also delighted to share that the Nutrition Society of India, Mumbai chapter, and Nurture Life are our academic partners for the conference. We request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem followed by the university song.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
संस्कृता स्त्री पराशक्ति स्वर हमारा है। संस्कृता स्त्री पराशक्ति स्वर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है। हम नहीं है दीन कहता कौन हम अबला। है सबल संस्कृति हमारी हम सभी सबला। ज्योति से जगमग हुआ अंतर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है। स्वप्न ठाकर सी हुआ साकार है इसमें। महर्षि करवे तपस्या सार है इसमें। हम दिशाएं और ये दिनकर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है। संस्कृता स्त्री पराशक्ति स्वर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है।
I now request Professor Dr. Mala Pandurang, Principal of Dr. BMN College of Home Science, to kindly welcome the gathering.
Good morning to respected Vice Chancellor of Avinashi Lingam Deemed University, Dr. Bharati Harishankar, Madam, we are privileged that you have joined us online. To the team that has come from Avanashi Lingam, Dr. Premila, and your team, I would say welcome back home, because we have had a long standing with you. This is the third year of the MOU. And for the girls here who are not aware, we have a MOU with Avanashi Lingam Deemed University, wherein this is the third year running that we have had very active exchange programs. To the organizing committee, to senior faculty members, to the RUSA nodal officer, Mrs. Vidya, and dear students. Today's theme, I think, is something that's very important for young students. It is going to be a 2-day workshop on we are looking at health and wellness and a combination of two facets, mental health and wellness, and your overall physical health as well as your nutritional health. The concept note will follow, and I'm sure you're going to have 2 very engaging days. It is my privilege to introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, who is at the helm of, and girls, I would like you to know this is the largest institute in India offering home science. It's a women's only institute. Okay? In many ways, Avanashi Lingam is a source of inspiration for us, because we too aspire to one day reach the heights of this esteemed university. Many things we have in common. I think both we started in 1957. Our parent body was started in 1957. We both cater to women students. And like I said, we are both home science institutions. Professor V. Bharati Harishankar, the Vice Chancellor of Avanashi Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education, is a deemed university, and Dr. Bharati brings 3 decades of experience in higher education as a teacher, researcher, and academic administrator. Madam has 126 publications to her credit, and she has guided 18 MPhil and 16 PhD scholars, which shows the range of her reading. She has led national and international research projects funded by agencies such as the UGC, ICSSR, IDRC Canada, and Erasmus+. And she has delivered 100 invited talks, including at Cambridge University and New York University. And therefore, we are privileged, ma'am, that you are addressing Dr. BMN College. As a Vice Chancellor, she has led her university to NAC A++ accreditation with a CGPA of 3.65, and they have achieved the NIRF ranking of 98. And she plays a key role in the implementation of the national education policy, including academic reforms and digital initiatives. Dr. Bharati is a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, London, and she has served on several national bodies such as UGC, AIU, NAC, and committees of the Ministry of Education, contributing to policy and quality frameworks in Indian higher education. Madam, your career reflects consistent leadership, academic depth, and strong commitment to institutional growth. We are honored that you will be addressing our young students today. We thank you for enabling this national level collaborative conference, especially since Avanashi Lingam is getting us some excellent speakers from across India who will be joining online. And of course, your students will be attending online as well. And I am sure the young girls are looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, I kindly request you to address the gathering.
Good morning to all. Respected Principal of Dr. BMN College. First of all, thank you for the generous invitation and introduction to what I believe I have done over the last 3 decades. The BMN College team, whom we have had the good fortune to host time and again, and I'm happy that the Avinash Lingam team is also there in Mumbai today. Very often, when we look at large-scale fundings, including the RUSA initiative, we end up doing a few projects here, a few initiatives are kick-started. But what has been interesting in the way Dr. BMN College has taken forward its RUSA initiatives is in terms of forging collaborations like the MOU we have with your college, which is not aimed only for the RUSA period, but also for a continued collaboration even after the planned period of RUSA. So as institutions with very similar backgrounds, we are complementing each other in many, many ways. There have been a lot of takeaways for the Avinash Lingam students and faculty members who have visited your college. And we have had very good interactions with your team when they have visited us. I mean, I know it is the 3rd year of the MOU. Our sincere hope is that we will renew and have this collaboration moving forward to the extent of offering and certifying a joint program in home science together. That would be my little wish as we move forward for the renewal of the MOU. As far as the conference is concerned, by pitching health and wellness, the conference in a very definitive manner is looking at well-being. Whether you look at the well-being as physical well-being, mental, emotional, and beyond. We can also look at it as how to take forward the concept of well-being. It is not the job of the medical professionals alone, or the paramedical or allied healthcare people, or the psychologists and psychiatrists. What we realize is well-being is not only a right for all of us, we have a right to be well in life, but it is also a responsibility that all of us should ensure for others. So this is probably one aspect where we cannot be too self-centered, because that doesn't take us anywhere. That brings in the question of how do we ensure that well-being is not looked upon only as the lack of illness. Well-being is not looked upon as if some people have the basic minimum and the others can enjoy everything in life. It is not a question of privileges. It's a question of, as we progress, can we take others along? If any of us are asked at this point in time, I mean, whether the very large women students population that we serve at Avinash Lingam University or for that matter, Dr. Bhiman College, serving a whole lot of young women aspiring to achieve many, many things in life. If we ask, is there a scale for well-being, and do all our students fit into that scale? Unfortunately, the answer is no, because well-being does not stop with access to education, access to employment, access to healthcare. It is not even a set of rights where we can say, oh, this has been covered in a government policy. It is not even the set of schemes that governments time and again propose. But well-being seems to depend on two very key factors. One, the perception that I am well seems to be as important as actually being well. That perception is what institutions like us provide for our students. The perception that on campus you are well, you are safe, and we are responsible for that. I'm sure your parents are doing it at home. But moving forward, can we ensure that wherever you move, whether it is in public spaces or in the kind of health concerns, the kind of wellness concerns that many of you in your generation are talking about? For instance, I think your principal and I have never heard the word depression. And we have grown to be, I won't say old, but we have grown to be increasingly young in life, simply because we did not take the word like, oh, I'm feeling low today, the blues have hit me, I'm feeling depressed. None of those crossed. It doesn't mean that we have had a very, very smooth sailing in life. What it actually means is there were coping mechanisms that we were instilled with. There were also support mechanisms that were putting safeguards for us wherever we went. But let's talk about the coping mechanisms first. When we say coping mechanism, there are people who could face challenges in life, health issues in life, and look for a very productive life beyond that. But there are quite a few who would completely crumble and collapse at the face of any adversity. So when we talk about the wellness as a concept, are we also looking at teaching our youngsters how we can cope? So are we going to ask for a very smooth, rosy life? Or are we going to say, build up my strength for every step where I meet a challenge? Give me the strength to overcome and emerge stronger. That becomes very important for the coping strategies to kick in. If you have not read the book, I would like you to look at this book by Randy Pausch called The Last Lecture. Randy Pausch had been diagnosed with an end-stage illness. The prognosis was he was not going to have a long life to live. But this entire book talks about how he prepared for that final lecture in the workplace, where he had served with distinction for many, many years. The normal expectation of someone who has heard from the doctor, you do not have too many months to live, would be to say, let me make things okay for my family. Let me probably indulge in a few things that I really want to, and meet up with the end when it comes. But Randy Pausch made it very different. He made it so memorable for his own students, his own colleagues, his institution to have that experience with him. And that experience is now making him live in our lives forever. So what kind of thought would have propelled him on this? He was not well, very obvious. He was also told that there is no way he's going to see the other side of his illness, namely the wellness. That guarantee was not given to him. But what prompted him to take life and say, I'm going to live life, one, with the fullest satisfaction, two, I'm not going to let death hinder with my life. See, very often, the fact that we may have an illness makes us clamor and feel dejected. But on the other hand, if we can build that resilience saying, okay, life is never infinite, the extent may differ, but I want the quality of life to be this perception. Are we giving it to our patients, people to whom we take care of as caregivers? Do we tell them it doesn't matter the number of years, but it does really matter the quality of life you live and the kind of legacy, the experience, the memories that you leave for others? I know this was a very depressing example, but I always feel resilience does not come only because we know others are there to support us. I mean, that's very useful. At the end of the day, all of us want to go back to our families so that we can open up, or we go to our friends so that we can have that very open to heart conversation where we are not being judged. While we would like to have that support mechanism, and I put all the infrastructure and the facilities that either institutions provide or the government provides as part of the spectrum. It's a support system. But how we are going to utilize that support system is very critically determined by how resilient we are and how we want to become stronger. So I can share this with you. I think your principal knows that about me. I've been a chronic migraine patient for over 40, 50 years. Till I was coddled and I had the support of the family, I never got up with it. But the minute I stepped out and said, okay, it's part of my life. I mean, just as all of us have our menstrual cramps 2 days in a month, the minute the attention to that changed from, oh, it is very unfortunate that I'm going through it, to stating, even to myself, this is just one of the many things that happens. So every month I have the menstrual cramp and every other times I have this. So this is fine. It need not affect the way I lead my life on the days when I do not have that pain. So very often the anticipation of a trauma and our own preparation for the trauma makes it unbearable. But if on the other hand you say, okay, it was there and we are moving beyond that, it gives a strength, it gives a resilience where every time you fall down, you have the strength to pick up. So, where we need all the support mechanisms, ultimately, that resilience, strength is the biggest coping strategy, and that can come either because you are very strong in mind, or you have a faith in God, or you have a set of people whom you can trust. But all of those choices are based on individuals. This is one aspect that I wanted to share with you on health and wellness. Since we also have a lot of educators there, one aspect where I feel as academics we need to focus on is we are very happy in our silos. I will not call it a great quality. Apologies in advance for people who are doing these super specialized research. I'm not against that. But I'm saying, however great the contribution of a super specialized research is, it ultimately also has to move out of that silo to tell us how it impacts, influences, creates a change or transformation in society. So when that is the case, are we still holding on to our disciplinary boundaries? Because we feel, oh, this is very sacrosanct. I have my base of knowledge in this, so I don't want to move. I don't think so. Let us introspect a bit. It is very often because we don't want to leave our comfort zone. Again, health and wellness can have a time scale, but well-being does not have a shelf life or a time scale. So that's where how agile are we to address concerns which cannot be solved only by one disciplinary perspective, but multiple disciplines can play a role, and we could find a more appropriate solution. As researchers, are we moving towards that? Because, as I told you, for me, wellness is a very time bound, short term goal. Well being is a more lasting goal. And for the researchers out there, I would look at health and wellness as outputs and well being as outcomes. Outputs are I did this experiment, I got this reading, this is what I can infer from it. Outcome is you follow all that process, but you also ask the question, so what? I have arrived at this particular inference. How does it serve in either society, or does it further the boundaries of the discipline you're working with? Does it provide a new insight? All of these are things that we are asking as far as research where multiple disciplines are concerned. So, when we look at well being, can we move out of our comfort zones and start addressing concerns that we are aware of, but our own discipline is not providing an optimal solution to that? In which case, can we expand the boundaries of our own discipline? Can we also bring in either a research tool or a study tool or a theoretical concept in order to add value to the findings that we have? Interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research does not mean people from two different disciplines sit in their own workspace, work on the first part or the second part of the article that you're preparing, and say it is it is interdisciplinary because the title says so and so from this department and so from another department is collaborating on this? No. At the end of that research journey, if both of you or all the parties concerned are able to say, there is a new insight I have provided from a different discipline to my own discipline, that would be the purpose. Here is where in a society like India, which is so diverse, intersectional factors play a role. And that is a reality for many of us. By intersectional factors, I mean all the social markers, your education, your class, caste, your location, rural or urban, your religion. All of these make an impact on how well-being is perceived. Or for that matter, even the kind of interventions we can give for health and wellness purposes, it still, all those interventions depend on ground reality. Let me share an example of a little project that I did many, many years ago. During the COVID, for instance, the ministry reached out asking me, this is a Ministry of Women and Child Development, asking me to find out. I mean, it was one of those most informal research projects I've done because we couldn't go to the field. So we were talking to people, getting people to talk to other people, kind of thing. And they wanted to know, the government wanted to know if the dry rations they were providing was enough. And the very first list when we received, it said, rice, dal, butter, oil, the standard things. So I remember giving that little input to the ministry saying, COVID may have happened for the world, but women don't stop menstruating because it is COVID. Where do they go and pick up their sanitary napkins? Shops are closed. It's only a dry ration. Why can't the dry ration include packet of sanitary napkin? This sensitivity can come only when you are looking at things from a woman's point of view. It will not happen if the policy is created by a group of men, or the decision for the dry rations is decided by men, or for that matter, women can also be equally insensitive. But I'm highlighting this only to tell you that when we start looking at well-being, sympathy is not enough. We need to be empathetic to what is happening at the ground level. One. But I was in for a surprise after that. One of my MPhil scholars, during that same period, conducted a little survey-based research on menstrual hygiene in a not a rural location, but a semi-urban location in Karnataka. And she was trying to look at the use of napkins. And what she found was the mother who would go out and buy a set of sanitary napkins for the daughter would not use it herself. It was very, very strange for us, especially living in urban locations. We will not understand why that should happen. That happened because they could afford to buy, set aside a budget only of this amount for this number of buying 2 sets of sanitary napkins, and the mother went without it. This is very similar to the anemia that we find among women. They are feeding the family well, but they themselves are not eating that nutritious food. So what is happening here? The knowledge is there. There is support mechanisms that government or any other institution can provide, but we also find that there are other factors. When the family budget is this small, even an extra set of sanitary napkin is an additional cost. So how can we talk about menstrual hygiene and illness or wellness pertaining to it unless we see the ground factors right? So the socio-cultural markers in India take us to realities that many of us are not aware of. My sincere hope is, because I saw a very impressive lineup of sessions, my sincere hope is that out of that, we will be able to provide takeaways. I mean, if it becomes policy recommendations, well and good, but takeaways where we are, one, looking at intersectional factors that can either be disablers, very often they are disablers, but they can also be enablers to change. So, can we look for little focused research based on whatever deliberations happen in this conference? That is one. Second is, can we take the deliberations during this conference for a joint publication? The reason is we want more and more India-specific, even state-specific, region-specific details and data in our research. And if it can be interdisciplinary, it would be useful. So that's one forward step I can think of. The final takeaway for all of us is, can BMN and Avinash Lingam propose it as a full-fledged program? It can be a multidisciplinary master's program where we look at the concept of health and wellness from very, very different disciplinary perspectives. The reason why I want that program to happen as a joint program offering is because moving forward, healthcare, wellness, on the one hand, will have a premium price tag. But on the other, there will still be people who, because of lack of knowledge or superstition, may not take what is available for them. So the awareness, the advocacy, plus some very, very academic knowledge transfer has to happen. Can we now move forward with that program based on our experience with this conference and its proceedings? On that note, sincere gratitude to Dr. BMN College for making this MOU move beyond the scope of activities that we had envisaged 3 years ago. And the teams have been so active. I mean, this is one of the very few MOUs where I, routinely interchange names between the BMN team and the Avinash Lingam team, simply because they have been very strongly engaged in this MOU. It's not a document I'm looking at. I'm looking at a lot of interactions, student level, faculty level, and administrator level interactions have happened. So this health and wellness is a concern where BMN and Avinash Lingam can offer a lot of expertise to the world So let us take that up. That would be my request. And kudos to the team for looking at this particular theme so comprehensively. And of course, thanks as always for letting me be part of this endeavor. God bless you all. Thank you.
On behalf of Dr. B.M. College, the organizing team, and the young students here, we thank Professor Bharati for such a competent, laden, meaningful address that you have given this morning. In such a lucid manner, you managed to reach out to the students, to the faculty, and to the administrators. There are multiple takeaways from your talk. And Madam, with your permission, we would like to circulate your talk on our YouTube link so that more students can visit what you have said.
Certainly, be very happy.
Particularly, there are many things, but just to encapsulate three. Ma'am has spoken about resilience, and you will learn more about resilience in the next 2 days. In the Times of India today, there is an article which talks about how today is full of worry, tomorrow is full of anxiety. Sorry, yesterday was full of worry, tomorrow is full of anxiety, and today is full of frenzy. And that frenzy, I think, means you need to slow down, you need to introspect, you need to absorb a lot of things that Madam has put across to you. Second thing is, Ma'am said that we hope that as a college, when you come to college, all of you feel well. So next time, girls, when I meet you and I ask you, how are you? I hope you will reply, I am well, okay? Okay, I hope you reply, I am well, because that's what we aspire to. And certainly, ma'am, we will look forward to taking the MOU further and building up all the possibilities that you have suggested. So once again, thank you very much. I thank the Avinashi Lingam team that is here. In advance, I thank all the speakers who will be joining in physically today and tomorrow from many parts of the country to talk on multiple themes to all of you. And sessions will be recorded, and therefore you will be able to visit them at a later stage also. So thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mala ma'am, for thank you so much, Mala ma'am and Bharti ma'am, for joining us all the way from Coimbatore and addressing the gathering. I request Dr. Rupali Sen Gupta, Coordinator MSc CND, Dr. BMN College of Home Science, to kindly address the gathering and set the concept note for today. Thank you.
Good morning to one and all. I'm here just to give the formal concept note. VC ma'am has explained everything so elaborately. I need not have to say anything else. But for these 2 days of National Conference on Health and Wellness, are an integral part to the process, to the progress of families, communities, and the nation as a whole. Yet today, many of us face challenges such as limited access to the quality healthcare, low awareness, social barriers, and rising mental health concerns. With changing lifestyle, growing work pressure, and persistent health inequities, there is a pressing need for a national platform that brings together experts in mental health, nutrition, and overall wellness to address these gaps. The Health and Wellness National Conference aims to create that space
one where meaningful conversation sparks actionable solution and collective responsibility. This conference focuses on supporting at every stage of life, from adolescence and reproductive years to motherhood and adulthood. A key theme of the conference on the first day is focused on the awareness, resilience, and support. It is designed to promote open discussion around mental health, emotional resilience, and importance of supportive community structures. The initiative will bring together mental health professionals, nutritionists, educators, students, and practitioners to strengthen mental wellness frameworks and create healthier environments in both educational and social settings. The program will feature expert talks and interactive film-based learning experience. Core topics includes crisis management, early intervention, accessible referral pathways, and fostering positive mental health across institutions. By blending insights from healthcare, mental wellness, and community support system, the conference seek to drive impactful collaborative action that leads to healthier and happier lives. Thank you.
It is my great honor to introduce the keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Avinash D'Souza, founder of D'Souza Foundation. Dr. D'Souza is a consultant psychiatrist and psychotherapist and works as a research associate at the Department of Psychiatry, Lokmanya Tilak Municipal Medical College. He is the founder trustee of D'Souza Foundation, a trust that works in mental health awareness across all sectors. He is a visiting faculty and a professor across Mumbai and at multiple psychotherapy training programs across India. He has over 950 publications in national and international journals and is the author of 12 books on mental health. His areas of work include school mental health, geriatric mental health, and dementia. He is the editor in chief of the Indian Journal of Mental Health and a past editor of Annuals of Indian Psychiatry. He is an associate editor of the Journal of Geriatric Medical Health. He is a teacher, academician, researcher, and postgraduate teacher while juggling these roles, along with being a dutiful husband and a doting father. I would now request Dr. Rupali to kindly felicitate Avinash sir. I kindly invite her to address the gathering.
Yeah, no. How much time do I have? 30 minutes? 30, 40 minutes? Well, good morning, everyone. And they've given me a topic which is not very humorous, but at the same time, very interesting and broad. The first part is to understand mental health disorders. You'll have all heard terms like depression, anxiety, stress, panic attacks, and all assume that all these come under the rubric of mental health disorders. But it's very important to understand that mental health conditions vary. So if someone comes to me and says that he's having exam stress, say before an exam, there is anxiety, there are panic attacks, etc., then is there a disorder there, or is it situational? If someone has problems with their parent, with their spouse, with their brother, do I diagnose a disorder or do I look at it as a part of life? So it's very difficult whether you want to compartmentalize people into disorders or whether you want to put them based on various life situations. Also, there are a lot of cultural connotations to mental health disorders. And why I'm saying that is because suppose tomorrow one of you comes to me and says, I'm depressed. Do I say you're depressed biologically? Do I say you're depressed socially? Do I say you're depressed psychologically? Or is it all three? It's usually all three. And all three go together. Tomorrow, if you tell me I'm having panic and I'm having anxiety, so is it biological panic? Is it psychological panic? It is both. So what is very important to understand is that mental health disorders are biological, they are psychological, and they are social. Also, most of our criteria for mental health disorders give you symptoms 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that they have to meet a 2-week criteria, they have to meet a 3-week criteria. So, for example, you have to be depressed for 2 weeks before I diagnose you as having depression. Now, does that mean if you come to me in the first week, I would not treat you? I would treat you still, even though you may not fit the diagnosis. So, we don't go by criteria because when it comes to mental health, we treat human beings, we don't treat patients. There are no blood tests. We talk to you, we hear your history, your story, your life situations, and then we decide what to do. Also, how do we define if someone is ill? Now, I have somebody who suffers from a major illness like schizophrenia, but is working as a teacher in a school for the past 30 years and teaching very well. And the students are also happy with her, the principal is happy with her. But at home, she has problems, and the family members know that she has schizophrenia. Now, do I say she's more ill than someone who is having schizophrenia and staying at home? Or do I say she's less ill? So, how do I define impairment is also a very difficult thing. You have people who work in a corporate setup with mental illness and perform, but at home, they are not able to function. You have those who function very well at home, but at work, they are not able to function. So if tomorrow I have a strict boss that doesn't allow me to function, does that mean I'm mentally ill or the strict boss is to blame? Tomorrow, if because of my mother-in-law, daughter-in-law suffers, is the daughter-in-law mentally ill or the mother-in-law is to blame? It's a very difficult connotation to think of. Also, we don't have blood tests for mental health disorders. So I can't do a blood test and tell you that you're 80% depressed, you're 70% depressed, you're 60% depressed. I can only tell you either you're depressed or you're not. So WHO says 1 in 3 people are depressed. So look to your left, look to your right. If both are smiling, then it's you. So yeah. So also, the new concept that has come in is neurodiversity. Everyone likes to be fashionable and say, I'm not ill, I'm neurodiverse. But I believe neurodiverse is something that can be abused, misused also. Everybody is neurodiverse, according to me. My brain functions differently, your brain functions differently, some other person's brain functions differently. So neurodiversity is a spectrum. There is nothing pathological about it. Disorders are pathological. We move to risk factors, very, very important part. The most common risk factor for mental illness is genetic. We ask a patient, in your family, क्या आपके परिवार में किसी को डिप्रेशन है? He says, हाँ, मम्मी को था, डैडी को था, and we say, हाँ, आपको भी इसलिए हुआ है. But can we blame somebody's genes totally for the mental illness? Suppose tomorrow both my parents were depressed and I'm brought up in a nice environment. It only makes me more prone to depression. It doesn't mean that I will get depression. So we will never be in a situation where we'll say that someone's mental health condition is purely genetic. It's only a risk factor. The most important concept is epigenetics. What is epigenetics? How genetics is modified by environment. Suppose in your family there is a history of anxiety. Mother is anxious, grandmother is anxious. Will you get anxious? You're prone to get anxious. But if I put you in a situation that everything is nice and there is no anxiety, you won't get anxious. So you have bullet in the gun. But tomorrow, if someone tells you, tomorrow is your final exam and you have to appear, whether you're prepared or not prepared, someone pulls the trigger, then you will get anxious. So environmental factors modify genetics. So that is why they say, they did many years ago, they did a study where they took children of hardcore criminals, people who are murderers, people who had killed people, and they said, this was in the 1940s and 50s, and they put them in very good environments. And they said, let us see how these children do 20 years later, whether they turn out to be criminal. They also took very good children from good families and put them in criminal houses and said, let's see what happens to these children 20 years later to know how genetics works. 20 years later, they found that the children from good families who were put in criminal houses, they did become criminal because of the influence, but they were never into violent crime. They would plan a crime, but they always showed sympathy towards women and children. They were always kind. They always donated money. So some traits from their parenting remained. Similarly, children from criminal houses who were put into good families, they became educated. They became lawyers. They became doctors. But they all had that streak of aggression in them. And they took to aggressive sports. Someone was a boxer, someone did martial arts, someone got into a road fight, multiple things. So they found that genes and environment modify each other. So epigenetics is an important risk factor. We always ask people about their birth history. Now, at the time of birth, was there any difficulty? Was the delivery normal? Was the delivery abnormal? Was there any problem? Always remember the first 2 years of life is very important for brain development. Anything that happens to a child in the first 2 years can affect the child for life. So if you have any problems at the time of delivery, the child did not cry immediately. In Hindi films, they show, the child cries and you know that the child is born. So if the child doesn't cry immediately, when a child cries, it releases oxygen and that oxygen goes to his brain. If a child does not cry immediately, oxygen reduces and that causes damage to the brain. So what is very important to know is any birth complication can affect the child. Any fits in the first few years of life can affect the child. Any head injury in the first few years of life can affect the child. So perinatal, prenatal, that is before birth and after birth or around birth, complications affect the child. So that is also a risk factor. Now, it is very important to understand what do we mean by neurodevelopment. Neurodevelopment is development of your brain. It starts in your mother's womb and it continues throughout life. Lot of people have this misconception that by 25 your brain develops. Your brain doesn't end development at 25, it continues throughout life. The last part of your brain to develop is supposed to be your prefrontal cortex, the part of your cortex in front that takes all your decisions. That's why they say people who are 40, 50 probably have little more wisdom with life experience compared to those who are 20. Now, what is very important is, let's take 5 children who are exposed to the same trauma when they are small. Why is it that some develop a psychiatric problem and some don't? Why is it that somebody is more resilient and someone is less resilient? We don't have answers to those risk factors. I'll give you 2 examples. Let's take a boy in Dharavi who gets up at 5 in the morning, helps his father in his shop, goes to school at 8:30. In the lunch break, comes back to the shop, helps the father, goes back to school. In the evening, comes back to the shop, helps the father. In the night, does homework, has no playtime, has no recreation, and is working on Sunday also. Versus a boy in South Bombay who has all the time for recreation, all the luxuries, a very good family life. Who is more resilient, boy in Dharavi or the boy in South Bombay? It's very difficult to say. So we really don't know why mental illness affects a few people and why it doesn't affect everyone. Early life adversity. When you're faced problems early in your life, someone who's been bullied in school, someone who's been troubled by bad teachers in school, they are more likely to have mental health problems than someone who's not. Someone who's had bad parenting is more likely to have had mental health problems. I met a patient who came to me and said, "Doctor, do you think all my problems are because of my parenting? So don't you think my parents are to blame for my problem?" And I said, who's to blame for their problems? Their parents' problem. So finally, it goes down to your ancestors. It is not your parents' fault. They've been trained in that way and they've been behaving that way, and that's why it comes. There is no greater trauma than poor parenting. And why I say poor parenting, I don't call it bad parenting, because the people doing it don't understand that they're doing bad. It's either good parenting or poor parenting, because they think we've done a good job. It's the child who suffers. There are a lot of people who are chronically exposed to stress. So I met somebody the other day who was 28 years old, and I asked him that, how was your childhood? And he told me, pathetic, doctor. I said, why do you say pathetic? He said, I had to face abuse by a neighbor. I had an uncle who used to taunt me. My parents never believed me. I was bullied when I was in school. In college, I had no friends. When I was a teenager, people bullied me. Now I have a boss that bullies me. I have office colleagues that trouble me. So he's exposed to stress throughout from a young age to 28. So he's definitely at a risk for mental illness. Personality traits. Personality disorder is what I call our graveyard. When we can't blame anything, we say he has a personality disorder. It's very easy to say. Uska charitra hi kharab hai, vyaktitva hi kharab hai. It is very easy to say. So if someone says, doctor, why is my daughter behaving like this? It's a personality problem. It's not your fault. Why is my son behaving like this? It's a personality problem. So you have antisocial personalities, you have borderline personalities, and we say it's a personality problem. It's a lifelong thing. Narcissism has become very famous after COVID. Everyone feels everybody around them is a narcissist. So yeah, it's a very common thing. WHO says one of the most common reasons for mental health problems today is loneliness. How do I define loneliness? Does it mean that I stay alone Being alone and being lonely are two different things. So I may stay alone, that doesn't mean I'm lonely. Lonely is when you may have people around you, still you feel no one likes me, no one cares for me. Just because your parents are in your hometown and you're alone here, you're not lonely. Lonely is, I have a lot of people who say, sir, I have friends, but I'm lonely. So that's a very common issue that we face. And social isolation, people isolate themselves. Is poverty or belonging to lower socioeconomic strata a risk factor for mental illness? Yes. I always believe poverty and opulence, that is lower socioeconomic strata and higher socioeconomic strata, both are prone to mental illness. The middle class survives, always. It is a higher class and lower class that suffers. Does that mean if we give the poor money, their mental health will improve? No. I had a wife that told me, sir, don't give my husband money. Our mental health will not improve, he'll drink. So it doesn't mean that money, no. It is overall lifestyle that matters. We're not talking about money here, we're talking about lifestyle. Culture and minority stress. What I mean by this is, there are a lot of people who feel they are culturally displaced. So we see a lot of people from the Northeast who come here to study and they feel they are not accepted. We see a lot of people from other cities come here and they feel they are not accepted. They feel they are better off in their own city. So cultural factors also play a role. I had somebody who came to my clinic and said, हमारे कल्चर और धर्म में साइकेट्री कुछ नहीं होता है. तो I said, ठीक है. So I said, डॉक्टर होता है? He said, हाँ होता है. So he said that we don't believe in psychiatric illness. If you have psychiatric illness, means you're weak. So I said, there is no doubt. If he has psychiatric illness, he's weak. So I said, so your child is weak. So he says, no, he can't be weak because he belongs to our religion. I said, Aisa, it can't happen that way. But these are factors which deter people from seeking help. So that's also a risk. Family dysfunction. Family, I always tell my students, is like chocolate fudge. It is full of nuts. There are always some people in your family you love. There are some people in your family you hate. All of you will agree there are some relatives. If you come to know when they are coming today, you won't go home only. You will say, unke jaane ke baad hi pahunchenge. Because they are troublesome. It happens. And there are some relatives you will go early because they are coming, because you like to meet them and be with them. He may be not even related to you by blood, some far away uncle, but he's a very decent person. And your mother's brother only is a crook. Sometimes it happens, that, and then you don't want to meet him. And he will say something to irritate you. And you'll try not to get irritated, but finally you will get irritated. So that is a thing. Even on your birthday, when your parents tell you, the family is coming, you ask, wo uncle aa rahe hai kya? And then you feel, arey, wo kyun aa raha hai? And then it's troublesome. So family dysfunction is a very common problem. Is joint family better, nuclear family better? Both are a problem, according to me. So it doesn't mean that joint family people are happier. Nuclear family people complain. Joint family hota to acha hota. Joint family people complain, hum alag hote to acha hota. So both ways, both are in a mess. There are a lot of people who undergo trauma across life. In trauma, I believe there are two types of trauma, one which I call capital T and one which I call small t. Small t are small traumas, which I refer to as everyday insults that happen. Kisi ne kuch bol diya, dost ne gali diya. These things happen. And then there are big trauma. Failure in an exam, failure in a love affair, relationship failure, multiple things. I always remember I met a lady in my clinic. This is how trauma works. She's 53 years old. She came and told me, sir, इस घर में मैं जब शादी होके आई थी, तब मेरे सास ने मुझे बहुत सताया था. तो I said, सास कहाँ है? She says, वो तो मर गई 10 साल पहले. तो I said, मरी नहीं है, इधर ही है अभी भी. I said, आपने उसको बिना किराए का कमरा देके रखा है, रोज आपको सताती है. तो she says, हाँ, मैं उसको भुला नहीं पा रही हूँ. तो I said, I said, and उस समय पे मेरे husband ने भी मेरी नहीं सुनी. तो I said, अभी सुन रहे. She says, हाँ अभी सुन रहे, but जब सुनना चाहिए था नहीं सुनी. So that has caused a trauma in her relationship also. So trauma across the lifespan, 23 years, she had to bear that mother-in-law. So these things cause a problem. Substance use. People vape, people smoke. They think my problems will go away. It doesn't go away. People take to alcohol to drown their problems. But the problems keep swimming back, I always say. So they drink more, they drown more, they drink more. That's what happens. So anybody who is coping using cigarettes, vaping, weed, alcohol is going to get ill more. And if anyone tells you these things are herbal, it is nonsense. There's nothing herbal. Even alcohol is herbal. Any medical illness increases your risk for psychiatric issues. What I mean by that is, if somebody has TB, 9 months of treatment, lung infection, it will worry them. Someone with HIV, it will worry them. Someone with skin infection, it will worry them. Someone who's having a heart attack, they may feel depressed. Someone who's undergoing a kidney transplant may feel depressed. So medical illnesses, suppose you had a stroke, you get paralyzed, you may feel depressed. So medical and neurological conditions are a risk factor. When immunity goes down, you develop. Anybody who's had a viral understands that you feel depressed when you're having a viral. You feel low. That is because your overall immunity goes down. So any disorder where your immunity goes down, the chances of developing a psychiatric problem are more. Sleep. Lot of people sleep only 5.5 hours and feel happy about it. All of you will develop dementia later in life. It is well known. You should sleep at least 8 hours a night. And if you don't sleep 8 hours, then you will probably develop psychiatric problems later in life. That's what research says. Every 1 hour of sleep you lose kills a certain percentage of neurons in your brain. So you should sleep. Yeah, but people don't like to sleep. They're on their phones. Are people living in rural areas happier than we are? Yes, no doubt. Sometimes I also feel, सब छोड़ छाड़ के महाबलेश्वर में settle हो जाओ. Organic farming करेंगे. Better. No headache, nothing. खुली हवा में जिएंगे. So urbanicity, urban lifestyle is itself a risk factor. In buildings, people don't know their neighbor. किसका बच्चा है? You will ask them. I went to see one patient in one building. One child was playing. So I said, किसका बच्चा है? They said 406 का बच्चा है. But they didn't know that who was staying in 406. So that is urban city. Somebody was staying in a tower. So I told him, you're on the 36th floor. Have you ever gone to the terrace and seen the moon? He said, no. So I said, if I had flat on 36th floor, I would go to the terrace and see the moon, see the stars, put a telescope. He says, no, they don't allow all that in our building. So that is a way. Technology is also a stress factor. Social media does play a role. You post, your friend posts, who gets more likes, who gets more comments. I have a lot of people who I believe suffer from what I call Instagram depression. Because they are whole time worried. उसके रील को ज्यादा व्यूज मिले, मेरे रील को कोई नहीं देख रहा है, people don't love me. Or someone puts a meme that has got better responses. It's very funny, people change their WhatsApp DP when they are angry with somebody. But they want that one person to see. Usko chhod ke sab log dekhte hain, that is the thing. And everyone will ask you, what happened to you? Are you all right? Are you okay? But that fellow person who you want ki puche, he has not seen only. And you'll keep looking, uska ek tick ka, do tick kab hoga na? That also is a cause of this thing. Sometimes also what happens is, suppose you have a boyfriend whose name is Rahul. Abhi 4 Rahul hai, galat aadmi ko kabhi message jata hai. Then you can't delete. All those headaches happen. That also happens. why I'm telling you this is because I have somebody who's a patient of mine who's known to me. Dr. Avinash D'Souza is her psychiatrist. And Dr. Avinash so-and-so is her nephrologist, kidney specialist. So she'll keep sending me her kidney update, every day. And I tell her, madam, मैं psychiatrist हूँ, top floor में हूँ, ground floor का कुछ नहीं आता है. And then she'll say, कि, oh, sorry, that is for Dr. Avinash. So now I said, I will only forward, you send, you don't worry. So that, now this is a very important thing. Suppose nothing goes wrong in your life. But just because you don't have a protective factor, is that a risk? Let's say nothing goes wrong, everything is good in your life, but there's nothing positive in your life. Meaning you'd say, ऐसे कुछ खास है ही नहीं मेरे life में. बह रही है जिंदगी, there is nothing. So is that a risk factor for mental illness? Could be. People say even that could be. And all these were individual factors. Sometimes they accumulate. So there may be trauma, there may be genetics, there may be poverty all together. You may have poverty, trauma, genetics, family dysfunction, all in the same person. So they can cumulatively also affect the individual. Yes, thank you. That's all I had to share with you. Yeah. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Water. No questions? Anything, anyone? Yes, please.
Hello.
Yeah. मैं आएगा डाइटिशियन. हाँ.
She's about to appear a SAT board exam. And last 5-6 years, she's been taking family. Like divorce हो गया, घर पे मम्मी पापा के बीच में and all. And now she's so confused in her life that she's not having food. I'm depressed. I don't want to eat. She lost 7 kgs in 7 days. Also, she keeps everything Googling. कि मुझे ये होगा क्या, मुझे वो होगा क्या, will I have a heart attack, will I die tomorrow, will I die today? So how do we deal with this situation? So there is both here. She's not having food, she's lost almost 7 kgs in 1 week, and she's also facing this anxiety or psychiatric issue. So how do we deal now?
See, the fact that she's not having food and she's reached this state, she'll need medical help. Now, I don't care if she doesn't eat, she'll have to swallow medicines. So maybe she takes medicine for 20 days, she feels better, she'll eat. And post that, we'll talk to her and counsel her. But right now, even if it means that she has to be checked into a facility and kept there and given IV fluids because she's not eating and then given medical help, I think that's what would be needed. Maybe some family member who's with her could help in that. So we could try and manage that. If they can't afford, send her to Sion Hospital, we'll do it over there. But she'll need help. Well, I'm not saying there's no role for a counselor, but in the current state, the counselor may not be able to do much because she's deteriorating fast by not eating. So I would want to first pump her biologically with medication so that her mood lifts. Then she may benefit from counseling also, because right now she may not want to talk to anyone. So if you send her to a counselor, the counselor may try, probe, help, but she may not talk or open up. Whereas if we probably medicate her first in this case, we can, I'm not even worried about her 10th and all that. That's a separate aspect. I just want to improve her mental health first. So we just lift her depression. That is more important. Even give her an antidepressant IV if needed, and somehow lift her mood first. Talk to her, let her discuss stuff, let her start eating, let her gain weight. Counseling will happen with that, and then we look ahead. Yeah. Yes, please.
Good morning, sir. So I had a doubt, sir. Like as you mentioned, we sleep 5 or 5.5 hours a day and feel happy we are sleeping, but we can develop dementia, right? But what if people are sleeping 1 or 2 hours, like due to stress and assignments, वगैरह वगैरह? So what about that, sir? Like, and it is happening on a regular basis. And अगर संडे को थोड़ा सोने मिला तो मिला, or else if you are into extracurricular, so उधर भी टाइम चला जाता है. So what could be the repercussions like apart from dementia?
Well, someone who's sleeping 2 hours or 3 hours or 1.5 hour a day is, of course, more prone to a lot of medical problems. Blood pressure, diabetes, heart issues, skin problems. So I would rather medicate and put them to sleep. Initially, yes, I would say yes, because if your stress is so much that you can't sleep, whatever you try, you're unable to sleep. You need to be put to sleep. That body needs to rest. So you could consult even your local family physician. He would help. But they need to.
Sir, it's not like about नींद नहीं आता, नींद आता है, but the assignment completion is too much.
Assignment, see, I'll tell you, it happens because very often you don't manage time well.
Thank you, sir.
It doesn't happen because of anything else. You phone me, I'll tell you how to manage time, and you will finish your assignment also. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
हाय सर, गुड मॉर्निंग. सो मेरी एक फ्रेंड थी जो नॉर्मली हमें उसे मार्क्स कम आते थे तो वो हमसे बात करना छोड़ देती थी और पूरे क्लास से बात करती थी. और नॉर्मली वो कुछ असाइनमेंट भूल गई या किया नहीं तो वो खुद को ही मतलब फिजिकली मारती थी खुद को ही. तो कैसे वो डिप्रेशन में थी या पता नहीं कुछ.
इसमें मैं दो चीजें कहूंगा. एक तो असाइनमेंट वाली बात तो छोड़ दीजिए. आई बिलीव असाइनमेंट्स आर देयर थ्रू आउट लाइफ. आप अभी करोगे, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन में करोगे, बाद में भी करोगे. खुद को मारना जो है रिएक्शन है जो गलत है. इफ एनीबडी is hitting herself, himself, cutting himself, herself, pinching himself, herself, means there's some loss of control. Kuch to hai. I would want that person sees a counselor first and finds out why she's reacting this way. See, assignment nahi hua, theek hai, aapko tension hoti hai, ye khud ko marte to nahi hai. So there's a problem somewhere. और assignment नहीं होना खुद को मारने की वजह नहीं हो सकती. It's not such a big thing. So that's what I would say. So I would want to probably get her assessed by a counselor. Even psychological evaluation uska hona chahiye. That's what I would advise.
Thank you, sir.
सर, जैसे आपने इन्फॉर्म किया कि जो रिलीजन वाले लोग बिलीव नहीं करते कि ये साइकेट्रिस्ट, वैसी कंडीशन होती है कि जब थोड़े ओल्ड पेशेंट हो जाते हैं 50s के बाद और हम लोग उन लोगों को कंसल्ट करने लेके जाते हैं साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास, तो उन लोग सबसे पहले फैमिली वाले को ये बोलते हैं पागल हो क्या हो मैं पागलों के डॉक्टर के पास क्यों लेके जा रहे हैं. तो ऐसे पेशेंट को आप कैसे डील करते हैं बेसिकली जब वो लोग बिलीव ही नहीं करते साइकेट्रिस्ट उन लोग की मेंटल हेल्थ के साथ कुछ इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, जबकि उन लोग को कोई फिजिकली या बायोलॉजिकली बीमारी होती नहीं है, पर उन लोग के कंडीशन में ऐसा रहता है कि उन लोग मेंटली वो ये नहीं कर पाते, इरिटेटेड रहते हैं, ये सब. तो ऐसी कंडीशंस में आप कैसे उन लोग को हेल्प करते हैं या गाइड करते हैं?
देखिए, ये सोसाइटी में स्टिग्मा है. जब आप किसी को भी कहोगे कि साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास जाओ तो दिल से मैं क्या पागल हूँ, इतनी बड़ी बीमारी हो गई है क्या, मतलब ये सोच होती है. तो दैट्स फाइन. जब ये लोग हमारे पास आते हैं, मैं जब उनसे बात करता हूँ, मैं उनको अक्सर कहता हूँ कि आपको यहाँ बीमारी के कारण नहीं लाई गई है और आपको कोई बीमारी नहीं. ये मेरा पहला सेंटेंस रहता. हम थोड़ा बात करते हैं आपके लाइफ के बारे में, पहले लाइफ कैसी थी, अभी लाइफ कैसी है, क्या चीजें आप मिस करते हो. अक्सर ये बात करते करते वो थोड़ा रोने लगते हैं क्योंकि उनको पास्ट की कुछ चीजें याद आती है. देन दे ओपन अप. and they talk. Then I tell them कि आपको निराशापन में क्यों रहना है? आप हमारे काउंसलर से मिलिए, मुझसे मिलिए, एक दवाई रात का लीजिए, मेडिकेशन भी करिए, काउंसलिंग भी करिए. And they very often agree. And I tell them ये आपको मैं दवाई इसलिए दे रहा हूँ कि एज रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स आपको हो रही है. ये आपको मानसिक तकलीफ के लिए नहीं दे रहा हूँ. आपके ब्रेन में खून कम जा रहा है, केमिकल कम बन रहे हैं, प्रॉब्लम्स हो रहे हैं. आई एक्सप्लेन टू देम ड्राइंग कि जब आप नमक ज्यादा खाओगे तो बीपी बढ़ेगी. वैसे ही आपका ब्रेन एक केमिकल बना रहा है ज्यादा, तो आप डिप्रेस्ड हो रहे हो. तो वो केमिकल कम करने के लिए दवा दे रहे हैं. तो इससे आपका बेटा का रवैया आपके प्रति चेंज नहीं होने वाला है, बट आपका मूड थोड़ा बेटर होगा. हो सकता है आपको उतनी कठोरता महसूस नहीं हो जो पहले महसूस होती हो. तो आई गिव देम दोज एक्सप्लेनेशंस एंड ट्राई एंड हेल्प देम.
थैंक यू.
नहीं, बट ये पागलों वाली चीज है. If you come to my lane and tell them I want to meet Dr. D'Souza, they will look at you first top to bottom कि आप क्यों मिलने जा रहे हो, क्या है. हाँ, that will happen, very common.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about the case you discussed with us, and that जिसमें वो lifelong bully उसके साथ
Yes,
हो
yes.
रहा था. So
हाँ.
how if we meet someone who is trying to tell us कि मेरे साथ ऐसा ऐसा होता है, which is very normal, जो मिलते ही रहते हैं आजकल. So how we can help them? Or how we can tell them कि you don't need to take bully every time on yourself. You can actually revert back.
See, most of the people that come to me have come after the bullying has happened. Okay, no one has come to me कि अभी bullying चल रहा है, help me. Most people come and say 5 साल पहले bullying हुआ, 8 साल पहले bullying हुआ, उसका अभी भी मेरे पे impact है. No, I don't trust people. I have all these issues. अगर कोई अच्छा भी कर रहा है तो I feel क्यों कर रहा है. So, their basic trust in relationships has ended. Now, they need a lot of counseling and they need to meet the right people in life also who can rebuild that trust. And it takes years. It will not take 1 year. It may take 5 years. It's only when they probably find a good partner, a good family, good friends, their circle may be smaller, but all are supportive. That's when this trauma ends. No, and they need to be protected. In fact, I tell the wives of many of these people, he needs a wife and he needs to be mothered also. You need to fight for him. He won't fight. So very often when that happens, then they feel safe. So such people, I tell the wife कि whenever you feel, because it will happen. कल वो ऑफिस में भी कभी ऐसे होगा कि his boss will try to put him down. You bloody call the boss and fire him. Because your husband won't be able to fire him. So I said, आप तो नौकरी कर नहीं रहे हो, कुछ भी बोल सकते हो, it doesn't matter. And say कि because of you, my husband is suffering, I'm going to now complain higher up. Automatically, the boss will stop complaining. Because he has never raised his voice. So he may not know how to raise his voice. So that is, I said, go to the office, create a ruckus, create a scene. I said, yes, make an issue out of this. It's very important. And very often the wives are, मैं जाऊंगी. I said, go. I said, take a letter from me that he's disturbed. I don't say he's ill. He's disturbed psychologically. And I said, ये letter दो HR को, बोलो ये boss के कारण. Either you change the boss or you change my husband's portfolio. So sometimes they promote him. So it works in his favor that way. So that happens.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
Yes.
सर मेरा कंसर्न ये है कि मैं जब वर्कआउट या फिर कोई एक्सरसाइज वगैरह नहीं करती, लाइक पूरा एक
मैं भी नहीं करता हूँ. हाँ.
तो सर स्टडी का तो प्रेशर रहता ही है, लेकिन मैं स्पोर्ट्स करती तो मैं स्टडी भूल जाती हूँ, ऐसा है.
हाँ.
लेकिन मैं वर्कआउट भी या स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह भी नहीं करूँ तो मुझे स्ट्रेस और डिप्रेशन जैसा फील होने लगता है. तब मैं क्या
देखो,
करूँ?
पढ़ाई नहीं करो, स्ट्रेस हो, ठीक है, मान सकते हो. वर्कआउट नहीं करो, क्या स्ट्रेस है? मैं तो 32 साल से नहीं कर रहा हूँ, कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है, ऐसा कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
सर लेकिन मुझे होता
बाजू
है.
में मेरे जो वर्कआउट कर रहे मर गए लोग, मतलब ऐसे भी हुआ है. एक मेरे बाजू में आदमी थे, वो मैराथन भाग रहे थे, ही हैड हार्ट अटैक. आई वेंट टू सी हिम इन हॉस्पिटल. उनके ब्लड रिपोर्ट्स मेरे से भी खराब थे. एंड आई सेड कि हाँ, नहीं, आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट. ऑन अ मोर सीरियस नोट, दैट सी मे बी you put a lot of pressure on yourself which you shouldn't. आप खुद पे बहुत दबाव डालते हो, ये करना है, वो करना है. जब कर सकते हो करो. I tell people exercise has to be enjoyed.
Yes.
अभी तो मर के एक्सरसाइज करे हो, क्या मतलब है? मुझे अगर मजा नहीं आ रहा है तो एक्सरसाइज नहीं करूंगा. I've seen some people in Bandra, they are walking in the morning. I want that file on my desk. ये वैसे चल रहे, अरे क्या मतलब है ऐसा एक्सरसाइज करना? हवा खाओ, दुनिया देखो. There's no use of, और वो पसीना पसीने हो रहा है, हाफ रहा है. There's no use. You might as well enjoy the process. तो don't put pressure on yourself. 2 दिन एक्सरसाइज होगा, 3 दिन होगा, ठीक है, 3 दिन होने दो. पढ़ाई 2 दिन होगी, कभी नहीं होगी, ठीक है, होने दो, जितना होगा. हाँ,
सर लेकिन मैं इंटरनेशनल एथलीट हूँ, तो मुझे वर्कआउट करना मतलब इम्पोर्टेंट है, और सबसे ज्यादा मुझे वही पसंद है, तो वो अगर स्किप हो जाता है तो मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता.
कि
मतलब
आप एक एथलीट हो, तो मैं आपको एक चीज बताता हूँ.
थैंक यू.
कंसिस्टेंसी रोज वर्कआउट करना नहीं है.
यस.
कंसिस्टेंसी रोज वो चीज करना है जो आपको पसंद नहीं हो. आपको वर्कआउट पसंद नहीं होगा, फिर भी 5 बजे उठ के करना है. आप ये मत सोचो वर्कआउट करना, आप ये सोचो आपको क्या पाना है.
यस.
So if you're looking for a medal, look at that medal only and do everything for that. Otherwise, don't do it. It's okay. प्रेशर नहीं है आप पे. आप अगर इंटरनेशनल एथलीट हो और आप इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो, तो a lot of people have their hopes on you, even me. So then do it for us. Don't do it for yourself.
यस सर.
Yeah.
थैंक यू सो मच.
पूछना है? छोड़ दो.
Hello, sir. In one of your points, you've mentioned about early life adversity, about poor parenting. So I think in India, it is really a concerning issue of poor parenting. I mean, everyone would be facing it.
75%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you also talked about prefrontal cortex is like fully matured at the age of 25. So even parents use that as a reason or something कि until 25 I take your decision, after 25 you see your life. But तब तक मैंने कुछ decision नहीं लिया है, तो what will I do?
Parents take their decisions for you all your life. It is not
Yeah.
only, हाँ.
So parents, like, they don't have that borderline to think कि our child is an independent human with their own brains. So what do you think from a child's point of view and from parents, some tips to improve parenting or the relationship?
See, I'll give you an example of my own son. He's 17 years old. So one of the things which we have maintained from an early age is we've told him, you have a right to experience all emotions. You can feel sad, you can feel angry, you can have a bad day, you can feel like hitting someone. But in our house, no one gets angry and violent. So you sit down. You can talk loudly, cry, and tell me about what happened. I will listen. Mom will listen. If you feel we did something wrong, tell us what wrong we did. Don't wait, ki tell us 15 days later or 20 days later. Tell us today. But don't keep it within you. That's the first thing. Second thing also is, we, as parents, one of the main problems is a lack of communication. So what I tell parents is, you need to talk to your child every day. You need to fix a time with him. That every day between 9:30 in the night and 10:30, 1 hour, I'm going to sit with you and talk to you how your day was. I'll tell you how my day was. So tonight when I meet him, I'll tell him, I went here in the morning, I did this, the kind of questions you all asked. He'll sometimes give me his perspective, and he'll say, ha, mera ek friend hai, aisa hai, aisa hai. We'll discuss a little on it. Then I'll ask him how his classes was, how his test went. And I'll never ask him kitne marks mile. I'll ask him how his test went. So he'll say, "Nahi, it was good, but I have to make up. It's not so nice." Ha, theek hai, fair enough. I'm not going to tell him, itna kam kyun aaya, ye kyun aaya. We don't talk academics per se. Then after that, okay, what do you want to do for the weekend ahead? What do you want to do? We make some plans, we do that. And theek hai, he keeps awake till late, I sleep earlier. So that's fine. But that 1 hour of communication is very important. So parents don't do that, and they think they should start doing that later when the child is not interested at that stage. So it has to happen early. So that is something which I think is very, very important. And I think what parents don't do is, they don't allow their child to handle stuff. So when my child comes to me and says, I have a problem, I ask him, do you want to rant? Then rant and go. Do you want an opinion? I'll give you an opinion. Do you want 4 options? What to do? I'll give you 4 options. And if you say, no, I can't handle it now, Dad, you handle it, then you leave me. Let me be in charge and I'll handle it. So either way. So we make him decide. And he says, no, I'm handling it. Pani sir se jayega upar, then I'll tell you. Haan, theek hai. So it's fine. So there are times he'll phone me, Dad, you come now. You have to manage this. Mere se nahi hoga. So I tell him, theek hai, hato abhi, main baithta hu. Tell me what has to be done. So he was making some PowerPoint. He said, abhi mere se nahi hoga. Now you have to tell me. So I sat down, sat with him and made it. But I won't go till he will tell me, nahi ho raha hai. In India, the thing is, nahi, main karta hu, nahi, there's no need. थोड़ा उनको स्ट्रगल करने दो, कीचड़ में गिरने दो, व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम? नो हार्म.
Good morning, sir. I wanted to ask whether anxiety is common in the premenopausal stage, because I
Yes,
know
it
this lady who faces issues like she wakes up in the night and starts feeling very anxious. And when she is taken to the doctors say all of the reports and the tests are normal. So this could be anxiety. So how can this be tackled, or what are the
Well,
solutions?
she may need to see a counselor, get an evaluation done, and then we'll have to see whether it will be managed with counseling alone, or she may need medical help and counseling both. That the counselor can guide her. So see that she meets a psychologist at least. That is something which is important.
And this lasts only in the premenopausal
It
stage?
lasts for a few years in the perimenopausal phase, but hormonal therapy may also be needed. And the gynec aspect will also have to be managed.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
I will just add one thing to what she said, because this is very important. When it comes to relationships also, parents are not comfortable when their child is in a relationship. It's a very difficult problem in India. So again, I give my own example. So when my son came to me and told me that he liked this particular girl in his class, and proposal ho gaya, they are together, they are dating, etc. So I said, usko ghar bula. I said, I want to see who you're going out with. So we called her home. We had tea with her. We knew it may not last for a long time. It may last for 1 year, 1.5 years, whatever. I told him that whenever you decide it's not working out, don't make it dirty. You'll have given a 1.5 years or 6 months, 8 months of love to one another. Please make it such that even 2 years later, you can call each other and talk to each other if you need to, because you know each other well. And I said, even tomorrow you're going to be in the same college, the same classes. It shouldn't look awkward to look into each other's eyes. So yes, he broke up around 9 months later, but he said it's very amicable. Once in a while, we sit on the same table, have coffee. There's no problem. There's no animosity. There's no memes. There's no dirty messages, nothing on social media after the breakup. This is very important, which people don't realize. And he said, even today, even if he has a difficulty, he messages her. Ye samajh mein nahi aa raha hai. She'll tell him, tere wo file mein hai, because she knows. And it's there. It's like a divorced husband and wife. I said, it's fine. I said, it's absolutely okay. But at least that, and she's with someone else right now. He doesn't have a girlfriend. She's with someone else, but he's okay. He's met the guy. He's fine. There's no problem. That openness in human beings has to be there, which we don't find. There's a lot of awkwardness when relationships end. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. In a family, if a person is suffering with diabetes and thyroid at the same time, and you must be knowing ki that person may have means she has anger issues,
Okay.
and it's very difficult to deal with those. So my question is how other family members must deal with that thing.
See, one of the things is, if somebody with diabetes and thyroid has anger issues, I would want to first check if the diabetes and thyroid is under control. That's the first thing. If it is under control, then I would look at what are the factors leading to anger. So are there things at home? Are there things at work? Are there things otherwise? And well, I think maybe you'll have to sit down with this person and say that, you've always been a great person, but we find that you're getting a lot more angrier. Even check her blood pressure for that matter, if it is high. Okay. So rule out anything medical first. And then after that, talk to her and say or him that, you're getting more angry lately. What is the reason? Are you stressed at work? Are you worried about something? And, at your level, talk and say that we just find you're more irritable. And if you're stressed, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. Then tell us whether we should talk less to you, whether we shouldn't worry you, whether we're irritating you. Find out. And you'll find a way out.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Done. I'll go. Thank you.
Oh, that's it.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful address. Your words have truly set the tone for today's conference. I would now request Ms. Samya Chaudhary and Ms. Vidhi Mistry, students of SY MSc ND, to take the program ahead.
Good morning, everyone. We are pleased to continue with the proceedings of day one of the National Conference on Health and Wellness. I am Vidya and along with me is Samya. We are second year master's students from Dr. BMN College of Home Science, and it is privilege for us to co-host the upcoming academic sessions of the day, and we look forward to guide you through the remaining proceedings with your kind attention and cooperations.
We move ahead to the plenary session 1. To formally begin this session, I'd like to invite Ms. Reema Jose, the faculty of Dr. BMN College of Home Science, to introduce the speaker of the day for the session, Ms. Grishma Ashar.
It's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest today, Grishma Ashar, a counseling psychologist based in Mumbai, India. Grishma provides mental health services to individuals guided by the belief that everyone has an inherent tendency to grow and reach their full potential. She specializes in trauma, crisis counseling, and minority populations. She maintains a private practice providing therapy to children, adolescents, and young adults using evidence-based approaches like CBT and Trauma Lens. She consults with and conducts sessions for various corporate offices and firms, including TCS, Abbott, and Your Dost. She is an active researcher focusing primarily on trauma, gender studies, and queer populations. She also initiated the Queer Crowdsource Resource Project to curate resources for the queer community. Beyond counseling, Grishma has also contributed to academia as visiting faculty and assistant professor at institutions like Guru Nanak College and P.N. Doshi College. Additionally, she is a decorated athlete, achieving national gold and silver medals in chess and representing India internationally. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ms. Grishma Ashar. I request Ms. Fatima Fanuswala to kindly come and felicitate our guests.
Hello. Good morning. Okay, so I'm a yapper. So I'm going to just walk around and yap. I think the sessions that have happened till now have been very fruitful. And I really liked the previous speaker and how he covered bases of trauma, mental health in general. What I'm going to do is talk about mental health in education. Yeah. Which means that this is a conversation which is very close to all our hearts. Some of us are experiencing it, some of us have experienced it, which is why we're just going to have a conversation. I don't have a PPT, I don't have videos to show you all, but it's just a session where we talk. Whoever is comfortable can share and we reflect. Yeah. Okay. अच्छा मुझे ये बताइए आपको इंग्लिश प्रेफर्ड है हिंदी प्रेफर्ड है या इंग्लिश प्रेफर्ड है इंग्लिश ठीक है परफेक्ट सिर्फ इस सेशन का आई जस्ट हैव टू रिक्वेस्ट एक अगर कोई कुछ शेयर करता है लेट इट रिमेन बिटवीन ऑल ऑफ अस एंड द पार्टिसिपेंट्स दैट इज इट ओके प्लीज उसको ऐसा विल स्पिल द टी लेटर नहीं करना है जाकर, ठीक है? जो टी स्पिल होनी है वो यहीं स्पिल होने दो. Secondly, let's also be very respectful. अगर किसी को कुछ शेयर नहीं करना है तो प्लीज मैम इसको बोलना है, इसको बोलना है, इसको पता है, नहीं करना. It happens sometimes, which is why I'm saying whoever wants to share, let them come forward. Even if you all don't want to share, absolutely okay. बस so much आना session में. Okay, awesome. Now, when we talk about mental health, हमने अभी देखा कि mental health individual factors से, how it manifests. I really want to ask you something, your honest opinion, okay? किसकी गलती है mental health? किसकी वजह से लोगों की mental health खराब होती है? Situations, okay. Did someone say teachers? I heard someone say teachers also, okay. Fair enough. Teachers, situations, society, absolutely. Sorry, बहुत लोग बात कर रहे हैं. Education, oh वाह. Overthinking, yes. Okay, so tell me, अगर हमें 100% देना है, ठीक है? Responsibility. Raise your hands, जिनको लगता है कि 100% responsibility इंसान की है, खुद की, individual की. Okay. किसको लगता है कि 100% रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी सोसाइटी की या सिचुएशन की है? ओके. और किसको लगता है कि 100% रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी किसी की नहीं है, बट इट्स अ मिक्सचर ऑफ थिंग्स? एब्सोल्युटली. आई थिंक थोड़े सिचुएशंस में यस, थोड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थोड़े लोगों की हो सकती है ज्यादा. थोड़े सिचुएशंस में यस, सिचुएशंस ऐसे हो जाते हैं कि इंसान कितना लड़ेगा एक लेवल के बाद. And most situations में, almost 85% of the situations are situations where it is 50-50, 80-20. A lot of things हमारी जिंदगी में ऐसे होते हैं जो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं होते हैं. हम जितनी भी कोशिश कर ले, हमारा कंट्रोल उन पे नहीं आ सकता. तो ऐसे फैक्टर्स में भी इट मीन्स कि इंसान बहुत मेहनती है, बहुत रिसोर्सफुल है, बहुत क्रिएटिव है, very resilient. But the society is so bad कि आपका resilience एक लेवल के ऊपर जा नहीं सकता. Yeah. And I know that, we are talking a lot about resilience today. इसके पहले के सेशंस में भी आप लोग ने resilience as a word सुना होगा, इसके बाद भी सुना होगा. सुनोगे, I mean. But I am going to be the devil's advocate over here. And I will say this. मतलब for those who don't understand devil's advocate, मैं दंगा करने जा रही हूँ टाइप्स, उल्टा बोलने वाली हूँ टाइप्स, but I think resilience is a response to a situation. अगर वो सिचुएशन होती नहीं, किसी को उनका हक डायरेक्टली मिल जाता, तो उनको इतना स्ट्रांग होने की जरूरत ही नहीं होती. I don't think we need to applaud people for being very strong. I think we need to question what is happening that someone has to go beyond their capabilities, push themselves so much to be strong and resilient. That is a question I think that all of us should have. Yeah. Or I think after this session, I hope most of us are able to question the system that we are based in. Yeah. We will start off with the first thing, which is students. Education system का सबसे important aspect. आप लोग नहीं हो तो हम सब unemployed हैं. We need y'all. So in that sense, just take a minute, all of you, please. And think of a situation जहाँ पे आप लोगों को काफ़ी helpless feel हुआ था. A situation where आपको बहुत ऐसे लगा कि मज़ा नहीं आ रहा अभी, ये क्या है ज़िंदगी? Where you felt very hopeless. Take a minute. You all don't have to go completely into it, okay? But just think of कि उस समय क्या हो रहा था? Were there certain factors that were leading to this? या कोई इंसान थे, कोई लोग थे, या हमारे अंदर के कोई thoughts थे? Take a minute, just reflect on it. Whoever is comfortable can raise their hands and start sharing. Okay, सबने थोड़ा reflect कर दिया. Yeah, I'm not letting you all go too much into it because I don't want to trigger anyone. एकदम surface level पे. Does anyone want to share something? चलो, I'll give you all a few. हाँ?
So it's related to one of the closest thing, because I felt so bad that day. So it was one of our major subject, and that subject was of research. Of course, I did everything on time and everything on time. So during my presentation, what happened is the subject teacher was there, and while I was presenting, I don't know, gossip is a very good word to say, but she constantly started talking in middle of my presentation, and I really got to know that she's pointing out on me. And there was one another teacher who was also very close to my heart. She was also there, and I mean, it's such a bad experience. It's still there, and I don't know how to express it. But both of them were like just constantly telling in middle of my presentation, and I was the only one who scored 50 out of 26, and I know that I am really capable of scoring more. But then at that point of my life, I know that I'll build my name in research, and I've did so many things into that aspect, and yet there is a lot to come. So I mean, that's just it. Yeah, it is, but I've moved on from that, but it still feels bad.
Absolutely. There are some experiences जो घर कर जाते हैं and it becomes very difficult to navigate through. So in one way, the way your teachers react, आपको कितना respect मिल रहा है, आपको किस तरीके से समझाया जा रहा है कोई चीज, मतलब that is also causing some level of distance, right? अगर वो अच्छे से नहीं होता. What else?
Hi, good morning. In 2024, in March, there is a semester exam going. So I had a severe burn with the water, boiling water. In that situation, I have to send a letter and medical history of mine with my friends, along with my parents' signature and letter. So teachers were like, "You will get failed in that exam and get ATKT." But I'm not able to come because I have a burn on my lap. After that also, I am ready to come and give exam. I have prepared for that. But also that before one day of exam, the college come and teacher said, "Ki you don't have to come for exam. We will conduct letter." So I will ask when the exam is. So they said that after the school college gets start, we'll contact you from their side. Okay, I will wait. After that time also, I don't have a uh, uh, I don't get healed by that burn. I have a scar. I have a wound with. So the teacher want me to text that कि I'm not able to come for 1 week also. They said कि you have a responsibility. You come to the TY. You need to communicate. You have to make from your side that you will not come. And on the first day, I getting some that from teacher side that okay, not problem, but she on the first day she scolded on the whole batch. I feel that first day of after my that exam, it was very bad day for me, and I go and I told my mom that the worst day of my life is that after getting the severe one also, the teacher is not looking at that. I had a third degree burn. It's not easy for surviving from that. She was like, "Ki, you have don't taken a proper nutrition. You don't have follow the diet. That's why you are not eating from that."
So, as a student, if there's something like we are a part of the system now, we've gone through something which is so traumatic. There's a wound which is so traumatic. वो heal करने में ही पहले इतना धक्का हो रहा है, एग्जाम देने में मिल रहा है, your future is at stake, and then you are a part of a system that requires documentation, that requires, teachers, like, they don't have time for practicing empathy also. There is no time to look at the individual, to help the individual, because the system is so brutal. Almost as if it's survival of the fittest, right? मतलब हमें क्या लेना देना टाइप करके, you have to survive the system, you have to finish this. The same thing as a student, the stress also comes not just from मेरा फ्यूचर का क्या होगा, मैं एग्जाम दे पा रही कि नहीं, मेरे मार्क्स अच्छे आ रहे कि नहीं, या मेरे सोशल सिस्टम में क्या हो रहा है, टीचर मुझे कितना इज्जत दे रहे, बट ऑल्सो मैं किस सिस्टम की पार्ट, if I'm a part of a system which is very student friendly, जैसे हम बोलते हैं, तो probably इतना डिस्टेंस नहीं आता. But if I'm a part of a system which is not student friendly, it is going to wreck my mental. मैं and बहुत बार होता है in my college also, you see studies dropping off last year because the education system is so bad. वो आपको अंदर से तोड़ रहा, it's not building you up. जब आप साइकोलॉजी में इसमें ना विंडो ऑफ टॉलरेंस का एक कॉन्सेप्ट बोलते हैं. विंडो ऑफ टॉलरेंस इसलिए क्या बोलता है कि समझो अभी मैं आप लोग सबके सामने, राइट, आप लोग मुझे देख सकते हैं, आपने जैसा मैं पे चलता था, मुझे संभालने नहीं होता, कभी कभी पेन किया नहीं. अभी समझो अगर मैं यहाँ से उठ के बाहर चली गई, कैन यू ऑल सी मी? अरे मैं बाहर हूँ, हाउ यू सी मी? What are these X-ray eyes that you all have? But समझो मैं यहाँ से बाहर चली गई, probably people with no X-ray eyes cannot see me, right? अभी अगर मैं बाहर हूँ, you always still assume, right? कि चलो भीष्मा ने अभी भी पिंक कलर का ही पहना है, वो अभी भी अपने दुपट्टे के साथ स्ट्रगल कर रही है, पर probably मैंने चेंज कर दिया है. Probably मैंने इसका बॉल बना के मैं बॉल के साथ खेली हूँ, for all you know. या मैं यहाँ हुई समझो मैं चली गई डाटा वायरल करती सबको. Do you all know that though? Why? Because मैं आपकी window of tolerance में, you can't see me. So what are we doing? We are assuming. The moment we start assuming, we start reacting. Reactions and responses दो अलग चीजें होती है. और किसी को इनमें फर्क पता है क्या? Anyone also क्या? Okay, that is a reaction. मतलब जो immediately हमने कर लिया वो reaction. सोचा नहीं, समझा नहीं, लॉजिकल रीजनिंग कुछ नहीं आया है. We have done whatever we have to in that moment to survive. Okay, तो अभी रिएक्शन 4 टाइप के होते हैं. एक टाइप का ये है कि मैं लड़ूं सामने से, एंड दिस इज नॉट अ गुड लड़ना. यस, आई एम अ फाइटर. नहीं, मैं दंगा कर रही, अननेसेसरी था. मैं चीजें उठा के फेंक रही जब जरूरत नहीं है फेंकने की. मैं चीखम चीली करती. मुझे बुरा लगा है तो मैं आपके 10 साल पहले की गलती उठा के उससे लड़ा कर. It's not fruitful, it's not helping me in any way. दूसरा तरीका क्या है, मैं वहां से भाग जाऊँ. Now this is not literally भाग जाना. It's just मुझे बात नहीं करनी. भाग जाना. मैं कंसर्न भी नहीं करूंगी मैटर को. You all don't want to talk to me? I don't want to talk to you. एकदम indifferent हो जाना. And this is not happening. आप consciously सोच नहीं रहे हो. This is the reaction that is coming up. So for instance, समझो आप के फ्रेंड के साथ कुछ डिसएग्रीमेंट हुआ. वन डे क्या हुआ, हम दुनिया भर का उसका पूरा लिस्ट निकाले. मुझे ये नहीं पसंद, ये नहीं पसंद, मैं ये क्या है, ये क्या है, ये क्या है, लड़े. दूसरा, मैं बात ही नहीं करूंगी तुमसे, मैं मेरे साथ जाऊंगी नहीं स्टेशन साथ में. तीसरा, फ्रीजिंग अप, जहाँ हम अटक जाते हैं, हमारी बॉडी एकदम टाइट हो जाती है, हमारा दिमाग चलना बंद हो जाता है.
Complete numbness. We are not able to react only. हम बस ऐसे statue खेल रहे हैं. This could be a mental statue, a physical statue, an emotional statue. And third है fawning. Fawning in Bombay की language में चाटना. Genuinely speaking, अरे तू कितनी अच्छी है, कहाँ से लिया तूने ये ड्रेस, कितना सुंदर लगता है. एक भी चीज आप लोग बिलीव नहीं करते हो, पर बोलोगे. Why? Because you want to appease the other person. कि जो भी आपका टेंशन है वो डिसॉल्व हो जाए. These are reactions. Why? Because you're not being, it's not helping you in the future, right? It's not helping you set a boundary. It's not helping you survive. वो मतलब लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए. It's not sustainable जो हम बोलते हैं. वो उस मोमेंट के लिए ठीक हो जाएगा. To give you a more relatable example, let's say you all are in a relationship. Okay. And your partner is doing something which hurts you. अभी आपका रिस्पॉन्स इधर क्या होगा? What is a good response? You tell the partner, hello, भैया जी, what are you doing? Auntie, don't do this. I don't like this. And इसके आगे आप नहीं करोगे. You know, नहीं तो I'm walking away. You know, these are my boundaries. And then अगर आपका partner भी is good, they would also say कि hey, yo, sorry, whatever, blah, 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 blue, 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 flower, 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 rainbows. Okay? But usually हम reactions क्या करते हैं? मैं तेरे से बात नहीं करूंगी, मैंने ब्लॉक कर दिया उसको. अब उसको समझ आएगा. समझ आता है नहीं. It just leads to another fight. Or else what do? We push it under the rug. अरे ठीक है ना, इतना ही तो किया, वो मुझे सच्ची प्यार करता है. You know. Again, what are we doing? Fawning, pushing it under the rug. Yeah. हमारा system, education system ऐसे बना है that we are always rushing. एक चीज से दूसरी चीज, ये असाइनमेंट, someone said no, सोने के लिए समय नहीं है, इतने असाइनमेंट्स हैं. अगर आपके पास सोने के लिए समय नहीं है तो आपके पास प्रोसेस करने के लिए कैसे समय है? How are you going to realize that you are not in your window of tolerance and that you are assuming things? Genuinely speaking, I feel मैं जितनी बुद्धि होते जा रही हूँ, the easier my nervous system is getting. Because I think education system really wrecked my nervous system. ये assignment, वो assignment, ये exam, आपको internship करनी है, आपको आपका certifications करने हैं, आपको जाके काम भी ढूंढना है, आपको घर पे भी जाके लड़ना है. मुझे अगर किसी को शादी करनी है तो शादी के लिए लड़ो, नहीं करनी है तो उसके लिए लड़ो, जॉब करना है उसके लिए लड़ो. Most of us are female bodied individuals, right? We are also fighting sexism, misogyny. इतना जब लड़ रहे हैं और एजुकेशन सिस्टम में भी लड़ रहे हैं, so you have no time to come back to your window of tolerance and realize कि ग्रीष्मा तो चली गई, या कि मैं थोड़ा उठ के एडजस्ट करके देखो कि ग्रीष्मा उधर है कि नहीं है. तो हम एज्यूम ही करते जा रहे हैं, एक रिएक्शन के बाद दूसरा रिएक्शन ही दिए जा रहे हैं. That is also the pace in which our education system works is also adding to our distress. अगर थोड़ा चिल एजुकेशन सिस्टम होता कि बेटा एक ही बार एग्जाम पे आओ, फेल हो गए तो क्या हुआ, we would probably be thoda more. Of course, that doesn't mean that we become indisciplined and all, but if we pace things out, it becomes a little easier to understand why we are distressed. अगर हमें पता ही नहीं है हम distressed क्यों है, stress भी है, ये भी है, वो भी है, आप किस चीज पे काम करोगे? Secondly, the competition that happens. मैं first नहीं आई. There's a, I don't know if you all know, did you all, sorry, a little triggering, but किसी को नहीं सुनना कान बंद कर लो, it's about suicide and kids. Did you all see the recent news of the 10-year-old committing suicide? Someone died by suicide, a child. And why did they? A 10-year-old bacha. Imagine the distress. Why? Because the child was not getting good marks, and they thought that the teacher was not happy with them, and the teacher was bullying them कि तू अच्छे marks नहीं ला रहा, taunt कर रहे थे basically, तेरे potential पे नहीं है. Kid died by suicide. Very common. Yeah. अभी ये तो हम एजुकेशन सिस्टम के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, हमारे खुद के भी. जैसे आई थिंक मैं खुद का एलिमेंट्स नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज आई थिंक अविनाश सर ने बहुत अच्छे से वो एक्सप्लेन किया है. Now, what about your identity? I think we brushed up about this whole thing कि we are all female-bodied individuals, right? हमारे पास एजुकेशन सिस्टम को लड़ने से ज़्यादा भी खुद की बहुत अलग-अलग लड़ाई है. Which means our caste, culture, religion, gender, sex, our sexuality, all of that plays a role. मेरा कितना हक है? ह्यूमन राइट्स तो सबके पास हैं, पर कितने लोग एक्चुअली वो हक को अपना पाते हैं? बहुत कम. यू वुड बी सरप्राइज्ड. अभी इस चीज को ना समझने के लिए एक कॉन्सेप्ट है नोन एज द चार्म सर्कल. डू यू ऑल नो अबाउट द चार्म सर्कल? Have you all studied it? No. Beautiful concept, very well researched. समझो यहाँ ना सर्कल पे सर्कल पे सर्कल पे सर्कल है, ठीक है? सर्कल सर्कल सर्कल, बहुत सारे सर्कल्स. जो लोग, आप जितना क्लोजर टू द एपिसेंटर हो उतने ज्यादा पावरफुल और प्रिविलेज्ड आप हो. आप सेंटर पे आके खड़े हो जाओ, आप दुनिया के वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पावरफुल इंसान बन जाओगे. लुक एट एलॉन मस्क. वाइट, मेल, identifies as a man, so queerness का नहीं है. heterosexual सबको समझता है? Yeah, okay. Rich, educated, तो भैया जी कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, उनको कुछ भी consequence आ रहे हैं? नहीं आ रहे. Everyone knows who Mamdani is. Very meme favorite. Mamdani is American. Male. Is he white? So मतलब सेंटर से बाहर. Is he Christian? सेंटर के बाहर. Is he rich? Yes, very rich, very rich. So थोड़ा सेंटर की तरफ. बन गया वो and अपना न्यूयॉर्क का मेयर. Loved by the masses. Hated by people in power. Why? Because he's not in the center. Imagine someone with his level of power is still not in the center. हम कहाँ आते हैं? Female-bodied individual, Indian citizenship, Hindu, चलो, ब्राह्मण, किधर आएगी सर्कल में? Nope. We are here. Why? Because Indian women who belong to Hinduism still don't have the right, most of us, to education. पल्लू नहीं लेना, I mean the whole घूंघट नहीं लेना. Dowry still exists. Infanticide still exists. Now tell me, same thing, okay? Chalo, middle class family, woman, Indian, living in urban spaces, Muslim. Where do they come? Still not out of the circle. I'll tell you why. Very last. Female, Hindu, Dalit. Brown in color, not white, brown in color, coming from tribal areas, belonging to the Hijra community. Where do they come? Bahar. Completely bahar. Is our education system equipped to deal with यहाँ से लेके बाहर तक जाने वाले identities? No. How many of us belong to these circles and identities? Ask yourself. You don't have to raise your hands also. If you all want to, you can. If not, don't. But how many of us? Most of us. Almost 90%. And unfortunately, आप बस देख के बता सकते हो. Unfortunately. That is how sexist, racist, colorist our society is. And our education system is not equipped to deal with this. Avinash sir ne bola tha na, the whole thing of big trauma, small trauma. Yes, you are getting a classroom full of people, but what if you have one person who's racist, who's a casteist? वापस आ जाएगा पूरा ट्रॉमा. मैं पानी नहीं पीऊंगा, मैं बैठूंगी नहीं इसके साथ, मैं ये नहीं करूंगी, वो नहीं करूंगी. Which means the education system is also not safe. And when you bring this up, and you can just look at the internet for this, बोला जाएगा to the minorities, आप adjust कर लो. इसमें क्या है बेटा, ये तो दुनिया ऐसी है. This is how they say. So education system का बाकी सब distress छोड़ो. The child also has to go through this in a system that is not equipped. Which means institutionally, systemically, we are failing the children. We are adding to their distress. And abhi isko hi, let's take it connected to the other level. Who's the first responder? जब कोई student को distress होता है, वो किसके पास जाता है? In an education system. Class teacher. Very few people go to the counselor. काउंसलर के पास रेफरल से जाया जाता है. जब क्लास टीचर बोलती है काउंसलर के पास जाओ, तब काउंसलर के पास जाओ. चलो, इस आप लोगों के कॉलेज में कितने काउंसलर्स हैं? कितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं? 2000. Do you know American Psychological Association कितना बोलता है होना चाहिए? The ratio, one counselor to how many students? 5. One counselor to 5 students. How many are we? One counselor to 2000 students. Is the counselor equipped enough to deal? Does she has unlimited empathy and unlimited resources and no problems in her life at all? No, right? Leave the counselor. Come to the first responders. Teachers. How many teachers are trained psychologists? How many teachers are trained in crisis response training? Crisis response training, जिसको नहीं पता, it is the training जब कोई हमारे पास आके बोलता है कि हमारी जान खतरे में है, मुझे suicide करना है, मैं self harm करती हूँ या मेरे साथ trauma हो रहा है, abuse हो रहा है, तो उसको कैसे respond करना? That's called crisis response. How many teachers have crisis response training? Very less. Hardly anyone out of the field of psychology, sociology and social work. Why? Because उनकी field नहीं है वो. Technically उनकी responsibility नहीं है ये. Teacher का काम होता है college में आके सिखाना अपना subject. But imagine the emotional labor that the teachers have to take with all the other things that they need to deal with. Which means the system is also unfair to the first responders. So we have first responders who are not trained. First responders जिनकी technically ये responsibility नहीं होनी चाहिए. And first responders जिनको हम resources भी नहीं दे रहे to deal with this. Which means it's a system that's going to fail. अभी इसके 2 reactions होते हैं. I'll tell you, I have a friend, very close friend of mine. She is a psychologist. मतलब she's trained. Okay, but she works in the education field. उसको रात को 3-3 बजे कॉल्स आते हैं कि मैम मैं सुसाइड करने जा रही हूँ. 3 बजे उसको कॉल आते हैं एंड फिर वो मुझे कॉल करती है. मेरी भी नींद खराब. But she will call, she'll get a call सुबह 6 बजे कि मैम मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड मुझे मार रहा है. मैम मेरे पापा ने मेरे ऊपर ये ऑयल डाल दिया है, वो मुझे जलाने वाले हैं. Is this a teacher's role? No, it's not. Which means what is happening with my friend? She's burning out. Emotionally, वो हमेशा डर जाती है. फोन नहीं होता बोलती अरे फोन बाजू में रहना चाहिए, बाजू में कोई बच्चा कॉल करेगा. Her quality of life is also going. शी इज सेंडिंग ये हेल्पलाइन है, ये है, वो है, बट द चाइल्ड को कंफर्ट टीचर से मिल रहा है तो वो टीचर को ही कॉल कर रहा है. अगर ये वो काउंसलर के पास भेजेगी, वो एक काउंसलर 2000 बच्चों के साथ कितने कितनों को संभाल पाएगी? The counselor is also burning out. And most of us don't have the privilege of going out for therapy. We don't. So there's emotional labor. Chalo, there's another thing also that's adding to this. Sometimes, to protect themselves with this level of exhaustion, teachers end up becoming very cold-hearted. बोलने के लिए बोल रहा है, कुछ नहीं करेगा, ये तो ऐसे ही है, ये आजकल के बच्चे फोन, वही आइडियाज दे रहा है उन लोगों को. So now what is happening? वहां पे भी help नहीं मिल रहा, and it's causing more harm now. The kid is genuinely like, मैंने इतना vulnerable होके help मांगा, and this is the response that I got. And lastly, it's procedures. How many of you know what is the procedure to get help, mental health help and resources from your college? Most of us don't. There is yes.
Like Fatima ma'am's lectures have been conducted several times
Amazing.
for us, where, like you mentioned at the very starting, that it is better to, if somebody is opening up, we keep that in that close space and we respect them coming up with all of the concerns that they're having. And I think we do have a counselor. Yeah.
Awesome. But what beyond the counselor? What is the procedure?
That I'm not aware of. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm glad that you have Fatima, and I'm glad that she's created a safe space where you all can actually go to her, talk, and she's able to help you all. But most of y'all don't know the procedure only. Usually ना हर कॉलेज का अलग प्रोसीजर होता है. आप थोड़े कॉलेजेस में होता है, आप टीचर के पास जाओ, टीचर आपको रेफरल देगी टू द काउंसलर, फिर काउंसलर आपको इवेल्युएट करेगी, उस बेसिस पे ईदर सेशन स्टार्ट होंगे या आपके पेरेंट्स को इन्फॉर्म किया जाता है if आपकी जान को खतरा होता है. कभी कभी थोड़े कॉलेजेस में प्रिंसिपल इन्वॉल्व होती है और प्रिंसिपल पेरेंट्स को कॉल करती है, या सम केसेस में कॉलेजेस के पास एक लिस्ट होता है ऑफ थेरेपिस्ट जो बहुत कम पैसे में या फ्री में करने को तैयार होते हैं, प्रो बोनो जिसको हम बोलते हैं, थोड़े सेशंस. तो वो आपको आपके पेरेंट्स या आपके गार्डियन से बात करके आपको वहाँ रेफर किया जाता है. अगर हमें प्रोसीजर ही नहीं पता, हाउ डू वी गेट द हेल्प? सब कॉलेज का है, एवरी कॉलेज इज वेरी माइंडफुल ऑफ दिस प्रोसीजर, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम वो प्रोसीजर्स इतने एम्बिग्युअस हो जाते हैं कि जब बच्चे को हेल्प चाहिए, बच्चे को समझ ही नहीं आता जाना किसके पास है, विच ऑल्सो एड्स टू द हेल्पलेसनेस एंड द होपलेसनेस कि मुझे कोई मदद ही नहीं कर पाएगा, मेरा तो कुछ हो ही नहीं पाएगा. Cool? Okay. How is everyone feeling? This was very heavy. Are you all okay? Do you all want to do a quick activity just to come back to homeostasis? इसके बाद हम सब रानी लक्ष्मीबाई बन के इंस्टीट्यूशन के बारे में बात करेंगे, ठीक है? Okay. अच्छा, tell me 5 things that you all see around you with the color lavender. Okay. Bag. T-shirt. Phone cover. No, what's that? Ah, okay. Perfect. Wow, so many people with lavender, huh? Sari. Absolutely. Acha, what is 11 into 11? Wow. Acha, what is 14 into 15? Karo. You can't use your calculator, huh? Oh, absolutely. 210. What is 8 into 8? What is 7 into 7? Okay. Give me A plus B is equal to C. Yes or no? Perfect. अच्छा, मुझे आपको 3 क्या सुगंध या बदबू क्या आ रही है? 3, any 3. If you are not getting any smell, smell something around you, smell people around you, whatever. Without being creepy. Okay. अच्छा, सब अपने राइट बिग टो को विगल करो. राइट बिग टो को पैर के सॉरी, हाँ, अभी उसको विगल करो विदाउट विगलिंग एनी अदर टोज. कर पा रहे हो? एक भी पैर हिलना. चलो अभी वो वैसे ही करते रहो. एंड अभी आपके लेफ्ट का जो सबसे छोटा टो है उसको विगल करो. नहीं हो रहा? ठीक है. एंड बस अब एक लास्ट चीज, आई वॉन्ट यू टू फाइंड समथिंग अराउंड यू जिसका जब आप उसको हाथ लगाते हो वो रफ फील होता है. स्किन. ओके. ओके. बैग. सीट. बैग. ओके. परफेक्ट. चलो चलो, कम बैक नाउ. हाउ आर यू ऑल फीलिंग? बेटर. इसको हम स्टेबलाइजेशन ग्राउंडिंग बोलते हैं. वो पता है, विंडो ऑफ टॉलरेंस के बाहर चले जाओ, ऐसे विंडो के वापस अंदर आते हो, यूजिंग योर सेंसेस, बिकॉज दीज आर द ओनली ऑर्गन्स इन योर बॉडी दैट स्टे इन द प्रेजेंट. ना वो फ्यूचर में जा सकते हैं ना वो पास्ट में जा सकते हैं. सो एवरी टाइम यू फील डिस्ट्रेस्ड, अगर आप ऐसे छोटी छोटी चीजें करो, देयर इज अ वेरी हाई चांस कि आपका डिस्ट्रेस एंड वो थॉट्स कम हो जाएंगे. एंड अब चांस टू बी रानी लक्ष्मीबाईस. लेट्स कम डाउन टू इंस्टीट्यूट. हमने इंडिविजुअल की बात की, हमने स्टूडेंट्स की बात की, हमने टीचर्स की बात की, बट व्हाट अबाउट द इंस्टीट्यूट? When we talk about a system, I think one thing we've all kind of, I think, realized that we don't live in isolation. ऐसा तो नहीं ना कि ग्रीष्मा की खुद की दुनिया है, ग्रीष्मा को बाहर की दुनिया से कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा. नहीं, we don't live in a bubble. बाहर के लोग, बाहर की चीजें हमें इफेक्ट करती है. वो चार्म सर्कल क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है? हम कितना दूर होंगे उतना वो हमें असर करने वाला है. विच मीन्स कि वी लिव इन अ सोसाइटी, वी लिव इन अ सिस्टम जहाँ पे जो लोगों के पास पावर है उन्हें वो पावर मेंटेन करना है. दे डोंट वांट टू गिव द पावर आउट. तो इसकी वजह से क्या हो रहा है? उन लोग ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट्स, ऐसी चीजें कर रहे हैं जिनसे उनका पावर उनके पास रहे और दूसरे लोग आगे नहीं आ पाए. इन दैट सेंस, विद दैट इन माइंड, कभी कभी क्या होता है, कोलैटरल सिस्टम्स बन जाते हैं. डू यू ऑल अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट कोलैटरल सिस्टम्स आर? या ओके, ऑसम. सो यहाँ क्या हो रहा है, द कॉलेज, द इंस्टीट्यूट वुड बी अमेजिंग. Their aim is to be student friendly. Their aim is to ensure ki, like, the philosophy of the college is pretty good. You are trying to uplift a particular gender. You are trying to help people. You are trying to empower them. It's a beautiful philosophy and much needed, I think. But इधर क्या होता है, थोड़े लोग, थोड़े बाहर के इंस्टीट्यूट्स की वजह से इफेक्ट आ जाता है. जहाँ पे जितना सपोर्ट मिलना चाहिए या जो चीज़ें नहीं एग्जिस्ट करनी चाहिए सिस्टम में, समटाइम्स, जस्ट समटाइम्स एंड अप एग्जिस्टिंग. फॉर इंस्टेंस, बाहर की दुनिया इतनी कम्पिटिटिव है कि टू पेस इट आउट एंड टू मेक योर एजुकेशन कोर्स more chill would be a little difficult, because that is coming at the cost of your probability of success outside. It's coming at the cost of you all getting a job outside. वो अलग बात है कि हमारा जॉब मार्केट इतना खराब है कि आप फर्स्ट आ जाओ फिर भी नहीं मिल रहा. But there is, you have to keep up, right, with the system. Secondly, language. अगर how many of you have attended schools जहाँ पे social emotional learning है as a course? No one? Language. The point is, अभी के schools में, municipality school, international school जो भी है, it's compulsory to have a social emotional learning course. वहाँ पे बच्चों को अपनी भावनाओं के वो मैनेज करना, भावनाओं के साथ दोस्ती करना, उन्हें रिप्रेस नहीं करना, कम्युनिकेट कैसे करते, ये सब सिखाया जाता है. Compulsory. But it's very new. Hardly anyone of your age group has attended it. इसका मतलब क्या हो रहा है कि we don't have basic life skills. But and the college may have a wonderful, ideology कि हम ये देंगे, but if your course is so difficult, टाइम कहाँ है? आपके खुद के लेक्चर्स खत्म नहीं हो रहे हैं, पोर्शन खत्म नहीं हो रहा. Where do you add one more thing? So language also becomes a problem. Plus, in a system that is so harsh, while the students are suffering, the adults are also suffering, which means हम सब बस दुखी हैं. And it's very difficult then to वो कहते हैं ना, हम empty mug से पानी नहीं भर सकते. अगर मेरा ही मग पूरा खाली है तो मैं पानी कहाँ डालूं? As simple as that. So now, with all this bhashan that I've done, take a minute. Just take a minute. Look at your own lives. Look at your own systems that you're a part of. And just think कि अगर आपको एक दिन के लिए प्रिंसिपल बनाया जाए, ठीक है, नो कॉन्सिक्वेंस, नथिंग, एक दिन के लिए आप प्रिंसिपल हो, आपको जो करना है करो, डायरेक्टर्स भी सब कुछ हाँ वहाँ बोलने वाले हैं. What is the one change that you will bring? क्या? टाइमिंग. एक तो मैं प्रिंसिपल बना रही हूँ, तुम लोगों को टाइमिंग की पड़ी है. कुछ डीपर चीजें करो ना. एग्जाम कैंसिल, वेरी गुड, इसके लिए प्रिंसिपल नहीं बन रहे हो. एक सी जेन्युइनली रिफ्लेक्ट ऑन दिस. अगर आप एक चीज, एंड इट्स ओके इवन इफ इट्स टाइमिंग, इवन इफ इट्स एग्जाम कैंसिल्ड, इट हैज टू बी सस्टेनेबल. क्या आप उस कॉलेज में जाओगे जहां आपको एग्जाम नहीं मिल रहे? सच्ची, कोई मार्क्स नहीं है, कोई सर्टिफिकेट नहीं है, आपको कोई डिग्री नहीं मिल रही, आप कॉलेज को बस पैसे दिए जा रहे हो? नहीं ना. Think of a one solution that you guys think is sustainable. एक तो ये flashlight, sorry, that you guys really think is sustainable, जो आप करोगे अगर आपको genuinely power दिया जाए and there's no one to obstruct. I think someone there.
Compulsion to do it.
Mike. I can't hear you, bacha.
Hello. Yeah, compulsion to do anything. So I feel whenever I want to do, like, it is fine to keep a timeline to submit assignments and etc. But to compulsion to have 100% attendance, if it is regulated as 75, so it should be 75, and you calculate at the end of the year, there should be calculation कि हाँ 75 से नीचे है. But why to attend 100% of the classes? And one more thing, compulsion to do basically anything. If I feel that it is very interesting, I will be, happy to attend that particular thing. But if it is made on compulsion, especially for our generation, we don't like compulsion. So if I feel that मैं पीछे बैठ के भी attend कर सकती हूँ ध्यान दे के, why is there compulsion to sit in the front bench?
ये आंदोलन हो रहा है इधर. They will not call me again, if you all start rebelling ऐसा.
No, ma'am, but we do want to attend things, but why is there compulsion attached to that?
Yeah. I think that's also a very cultural thing. If you go to Finland education systems, you go to New Zealand ka education system, they follow this approach. Most of you are master's students, right? Masters and all, yeah? आप मास्टर्स में हो, आप हायर एजुकेशन में हो, BSc, BA कर रहे हो, जो भी, आप खुद को अगर टॉर्चर कर रहे हो इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम में पढ़ के, मतलब आपको कुछ तो मोटिवेशन होगा ना पढ़ने का, कि आप ये कर रहे हो, यहाँ लाए हो, खुद को भर्ती किया है. So these Finland and New Zealand works on this whole principle of तुम मैच्योर हो, तुम रिस्पॉन्सिबल हो, तुम्हें एजुकेशन चाहिए, तुम करो, हमारा हेडेक नहीं है. तुम फेल हो गए तो फेल हो गए. However, यहाँ डिफरेंस ये भी है कि बचपन से बच्चों को रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी सिखाई गई है. In our system, you know how Avinash sir was talking about कि मैं कर देता हूँ बेटा. So a lot of times kids don't have the responsibility or the maturity of actually coming and attending, which means there needs to be a balance where this college and the teachers also trust the students and their abilities and become responsible, and the students also become responsible. ऐसे नहीं हो सकता that हमारी टीचर्स बोल रही हैं बेटा 75% चलेगा और बेटे के पास 7.5% अटेंडेंस भी नहीं है. ये बहुत होता है. In my college where I work, we follow this system. जहाँ for masters ये आपको आना है, आप आओ. I work with Guru Nanak. It's only our department that does this. आपको आना है, आप आओ. आपको नहीं आना, आप फेल हो जाओ. हमें कुछ लेना देना नहीं है, हम फॉलो अप नहीं करेंगे, हम पेरेंट्स को नहीं बुलाएंगे. Plus, because we are all therapists, we are training counseling psychologists, we need to train them to be रिस्पॉन्सिबल. अगर हम ही पीछे भागेंगे तो नेक्स्ट टाइम क्लाइंट बोलेगा मैम हमें सेशन चाहिए, आज नहीं, आज सोना है मुझे. You have a few therapists who struggle, which is why we are trying to inculcate that sense of responsibility abhi se. But you have students, we still have students. 75% attendance छोड़ो, मैंने उनको साल में 7 बार देखा है बस. अब इसमें we also don't want the kids to fail, right? So after a point हमें 100% attendance करना ही पड़ता है for those kids. That's how we are balancing. कि the other kids who are being responsible and mature, they can do their 75% thing, decide किसको क्या attend करना है. But those who are struggling, हम भी बनाएंगे ऐसा झंडा लेकर आएंगे फिर कि अभी 100% करो, no choice. So yeah, I think that's a very good thing if you can inculcate it as a principal and if the students are willing to meet you halfway for that. Perfect. What else? I think a few more people had their hands.
Hi, ma'am. So, if I were to be a principal, being in this college as an empowered autonomous status, I would definitely say कि इस autonomous status से जो unwanted subjects है उसको definitely निकालो. Okay. You know, I mean, I am seeing यहाँ पे कब से, I don't want to say, but the teachers in the front लोग कब से सब students को looks दे रहे हैं, but yeah, but ma'am, really the subjects that are not necessary for us, like I would say I am in computer application second year and we have subjects like community engagement program and yeah, क्या? No. CEP, okay, community engagement program, and maybe it might be important, but as a student of IT, I don't really see the relevance of that in my degree. And second of all, I don't want to say it, but like this today, health and wellness session, I can say nobody from my class wanted to attend it until they made it compulsory for us to sit here. I mean, what is the force for students to come here? Like, if they're, even if they are forcing, and like, they should not, first of all, and they should give us an option for it. But option में भी ऐसा रखते कि वो हमारी choice का ही नहीं रहता है, पसंद ही नहीं आता हमें. So that
A
should
few
really
things
change.
are a part of your program because your program needs to be holistic. When you go out for PhDs, when you go out in the market, आपको उन लोग पूछेंगे what else? I don't know how many of you plan on doing your MBAs, who plan on doing PhDs. You do not get into systems if you have no social, emotional ये, which is why अभी बचपन से start हो रहा है. आपको अगर community के साथ रहना नहीं आता, if your interventions are doing nothing for the community, it's very difficult to survive in corporate. Similarly, here, I agree with you. A few of the lectures would be very out of context. But at the same time, mental health to sabki hai. All of us are struggling. And agar we end up, it's like going to a doctor जिसको surgery करना आता है पर patient से बात करना नहीं आता. हाँ वो मरने वाला है क्या करे? You have doctors like this. They say things like this. Doctors के उसमें भी, and I've gone to a conference. I had a doctor tell me something similar. हमें क्यों attend करना है this thing? You know, I am a doctor. I'm very good at my work. Why should I? Absolutely. I think I agree with you. Majority of your subjects need to be related to your core competencies. But your core competencies don't train you to survive a social world. If you do not know how to talk to people, how to take care of yourself, how to take care of your clients, how to convince them, you will not do well in your careers. I have 2 doctors, they have hospitals, by the way, who come to me as clients just to learn how to control their emotions and how to talk to their patients. This is why, this is why they are coming to me. Something so basic, right? लोगों से बात ही तो करना है. But they're coming to me for social training. बिकॉज दे आर नॉट एबल, उनको वो जो पोस्ट चाहिए वो मिल नहीं रही है बिकॉज उनको लोगों से बात करना नहीं आता. उन लोग अपने बबल में इतना रहते हैं कि सोसाइटी में क्या हो रहा है उन्हें पता नहीं है. इफ समवन कम्स विद एनीमिया टू देम, दे आर लाइक तो क्या हुआ, थोड़ा ज़्यादा सप्लीमेंट्स खाओ, पर मेरे पास पैसे नहीं है, दैट्स अ यू प्रॉब्लम. दिस इज व्हाट दे से, बिकॉज उनको पता ही नहीं है सोसाइटी में क्या हो रहा है. So while I do agree with you, unnecessary subjects which are definitely not adding to your holistic approach, yes, we should do away with them. But subjects that are adding to you as a human being, adding depth to you, you cannot do away with them.
Ma'am, that's absolutely correct. But are we really making use of it the way?
You problem? Not a me problem. But no, absolutely. I think
That's the
with
thing.
this, एक ये भी gap होना चाहिए जहाँ we are able to connect it to our being and to our subjects, which is a gap that definitely exists. But I also feel कि once we are in our masters, once we are in our bachelors, that ability to connect, वो हमें खुद आनी चाहिए. Without needing, it's not a school ना कि बच्चे हम ये कर रहे हैं for this. To take the best out of everything is something that I feel personally. As someone who's above the age of 21, वो naturally आप लोगों को आनी चाहिए. 18 actually होता है, but चलो Indian context में 21 आप लोगों को वो naturally grasp करना आना चाहिए. But no, I think it's a very good point, and the bridging is very important. I do agree with you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Someone else had their hands. Do you think we can give it to the kids there first? Because you've gotten a chance, right? So, unka ho jayega, then we'll give you the mic. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, ma'am. If I were to be a principal, I would like to add one extra lecture in between, like hobby period. Because कॉलेज असाइनमेंट ये सब करके टाइम ही नहीं मिलता घर जाके कुछ करने का, तो कॉलेज में ही ऐसा इफ वी हैड समथिंग, और जैसे स्कूल में था वी हैड आर्ट लेक्चर और so you have rooms, drawing rooms या music room, whatever, dance studio, whatever, so you go do whatever you want वहाँ.
Perfect. I think your college and all also has that parlor wala space, and then you have a gym and all of that, right? Like I remember मैं एक बार आई थी, I mean मैं MMP की student हूँ, but I was the batch जिसके वहाँ second year में COVID लग गया था, तो we couldn't like take advantage of the ये. But that day I remember I'd come here for a lecture, to give a lecture, and वहाँ पे कितना अच्छा ये रखा था, 10 रुपए में eyebrows, 50 रुपए में waxing, and I was like, wow, your gym membership is also so nice. So if you all have like very, hobbies, self-care, wo 1 hour to do whatever you all want, it will holistically add a lot to your life, definitely.
And also one more thing. So as it is an all girls college, so I thought at least एक दिन की छुट्टी मिलनी चाहिए for periods. So at least for the first day. So it won't be counted in your attendance or something, or you can even have online class so that you don't even mix the lecture. So घर पे बैठ you can.
I think अभी even in your employment, काफी states में right to menstrual leave आ रहा है. First या second day based on किसका flow कैसे होता है. So having that right, now that it's a right in workspaces, getting that right in education system would also be great.
I actually disagree with what she said because I feel like I've spent my entire schooling and everybody around me, like all the friends, students, they cribbed about कि ये subject मुझे आगे जाके करना ही नहीं है तो क्यों है. For example, maths, ठीक है, that was common for everybody. But then and why there are not no sports compulsory और या फिर वैसे सारी चीज़ें arts and etc. तो जब अब एक्स्ट्रा चीज़ें आ रही है and then still people are cribbing about कि ये भी क्यों आ रहा है. But then it was made कि तुम याद करो, तुमको जब भी स्कूलिंग में बस पढ़ाई थी, you did not like it, and अब जब एक्स्ट्रा है you still don't like it. So I don't feel. I feel like all the other subjects, which I feel there are thoda sa stress buster kind of things. So I enjoy those subjects. So.
अच्छा चलो चलो ये डिबेट आप लोग बाद में करना. चलो I have 2 minutes left for my session. I think what she's trying to say is that it's compulsory so that you can grow holistically. कि आपको चीजें पसंद नहीं है, but those are life skills that are being taught. So your education, I think what she's trying to say is your education is not just about कि मुझे इस चीज में core competent बनना है. It's about मैं इस चीज को दुनिया में कैसे लेके जा रही हूँ. Like if you look at computer science or you look at even 1 minute. फिर करो, I'm going only now in 2 minutes. If you are doing your IITs and all, do you know why IIT Bombay and all is so high in ranking? Is it just because वो सिखाते बहुत अच्छा है? नहीं. Do you know उनके म्यूजिक फेस्ट कितने होते हैं? उनके ओवरऑल कंपलसरी अटेंडेंस है बाय द वे फॉर देयर फेस्ट. उनके लिट फेस्ट, म्यूजिक फेस्ट, उनके इनोवेशन फेस्ट. Do you know they have a social service compulsory? Why do IITians need social service? Holistic approach, which is why IIT Bombay को placements बाहर बहुत ज़्यादा मिलते हैं. Norway, Finland, they do really well in those spaces because उनको training दी गई है to exist beyond an identity of an engineer, to look at their engineering degree from multiple facets and use it. अगर आपको सिर्फ उनको कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड ऑल में सिर्फ इंजीनियरिंग का सिखाया जाए या प्रोग्रामिंग सिखाया जाए, दे डोंट हैव द क्रिएटिविटी. इट बिकम्स द रोट लर्निंग लेसन थिंग आफ्टर अ वाइल कि मुझे ये करना है, ऐसे करना है, वैसे करना है. दे आर नॉट एबल टू एक्सरसाइज देयर इनोवेशन, क्रिएटिविटी, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स टू अ लार्जर सोसाइटी. विच इज राइट. यू जस्ट लुक एट टॉप कौन से हैं उनके कंपल्सरी सब्जेक्ट्स क्या है. सब में ये सब्जेक्ट्स कंपल्सरी हैं. Which is why your national education program जो अभी निकला है has made this compulsory. So unfortunately आपकी teachers और principal के पास भी इतना power नहीं है, because government of India has made a few things compulsory so that the Indian education system can actually match up to the world education system जहाँ पे ये सब compulsory है. Awesome. With that, I think we all have a lot to think about, reflect. And I'm done. Thank you for being such a good audience. Bye-bye.
Yes. Thank you so. Yeah. Hello. 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 It is on, but. Thank you so much. Settle down, girls. Thank you so much, Grishma ma'am, for addressing our students and talking about such relevant issues in education and mental health and how student mental health is related to all of these things. Thank you.
So now we proceed to the panel discussion session on crisis response, referral and community support. To take this session forward, I'd like to invite Ms. Bhavisha Sancheti, Assistant Professor of MSc Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics, to kindly come forward to introduce the panelists.
Thank you. Okay. Can we all get up for the next session? Little louder. वो भी compulsory करूं? Okay, fine. Moving ahead, we are moving to a very interesting panel discussion, which would like to, wherein you'll have real questions that are relevant to today's crisis management. And for that, I invite Ms. Richa Bagre, Mr. Johnson Thomas, and Ms. Neha Katuria on the stage, please. Ms. Richa Bagre is a counseling psychologist and an RCI certified rehabilitation counselor. Her education encompasses an MA Applied Psychology, with a specialization in counseling psychology from Tata Institute of Social Sciences and a postgraduate diploma in rehabilitation psychology. She is currently the founder of Atdeep, Lighting the Path to Mental Well-being, and she's also the co-founder for Hitguj Psychosocial Support Helpline. Her past experience includes a consultant at the CEHAT Mumbai, a psychosocial counselor for One Stop Center, Women and Child Development Department, Divis, a coordinator at Svikirti Vaginism Healing Group, counselor at iCall Psychosocial Helpline, and a school counselor for Podar International School, Madhya Pradesh. We welcome Richa ma'am on the stage. Our next panelist, Mr. Johnson Thomas, director of Asra Foundation, which was founded in 1998. He's also a freelancer, a journalist, editor, biographer, feature writer, a film critic, book, theatre, art, and cultural critic. A little highlight on the Asra Foundation is a crisis intervention center for the lonely, distress, and suicidal guidelines. They aim to help and prevent, manage the mental illness by providing voluntary, professional, and essentially confidential care and support to the depressed and the suicidal, depressed and the suicidal issues. Our next panelist, Ms. Neha Katuria. She's a counseling psychologist, a dance movement therapy practitioner, and a psychology educator. Ma'am is currently the program coordinator at MUN Talks. MUN Talks is a mental wellness helpline which provides individual counseling, telecounseling services, group therapies, etc. Ma'am has completed her Bachelor of Education at University of Rajasthan, MA in Counseling from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and BA Psychology Honours from International College for Girls, University of Rajasthan. Her other qualifications include a diploma in counseling and guidance, Diksha course on experiential learning, completed an online course at the University's Global Career Center, and a diploma in dance movement therapy from TIS Mumbai. Her past experience includes a project as a program lead for a project in Mumbai where they were preparing and reviewing the SEL curriculum for children, Heritage Experiential School Gurgaon as a counseling psychologist, a counselor and life skill coach at Jaipura Vidyalaya, counselor and lifestyle coach at Lotus Valley International School, at Maharaja Savai Man Singh Vidyalaya, and Arpan, towards freedom from child sexual abuse. We welcome all our three panelists today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. I invite Ms. Fatima Fanuswala, counselor, Dr. BMN College of Home Science, as a moderator. Before we go on to the panel discussion, I would like to call upon Ms. Manali Chauhan ma'am from Interdisciplinary Department to kindly felicitate our panelists today. We welcome Ms. Richa Johnson, sir. And Ms. Neha. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start the panel discussion by asking a few questions to all of you individually. So the first question is directed towards Neha ma'am. So students may access support through helplines or email counseling or paid one-on-one therapy. How does MAN Talk continually ensure quality and effectiveness of care through all of these different modes of services?
Sure. Thank you, firstly, for inviting us, and please bear with my voice. And thanks to all of you for attending this. Compulsory or not, I think we all are making a difference by being here. So kudos to you all being here, and for the entire team to organize it. To answer, so Mantalks is doing like 3 basic services, as Fatima already mentioned. I'll take a little moment here, Fatima, to explain that also. One is the helpline service, which is free of cost for anybody to call up and seek services. So आप कभी भी call करेंगे Monday to Sunday, morning 9 to evening 8, we'll be taking the call. It's a team of 35 trained psychologists, and we will be attending to the concerns and queries that you all have, either in form of counseling or in form of information. Second is email counseling, which again is our services we realized in 2020 after starting of that. A lot of people are comfortable when they are typing, and they're not comfortable while they're talking because there's so many people around, right? Especially when you're at home. What if it's a concern from home or because of them? So we definitely ensure that that confidentiality is maintained, and hence the email counseling started, which is in again English language, unlike helpline, which is in Hindi, English, Marathi, and Gujarati. The third is MKT, which is called Man Ki Therapy, and again one-on-one counseling and audio visual, but a little subsidized rate because we do understand that counseling is getting very expensive, right? And not everybody would be able to afford it, and hence we have subsidized it to a very minimal price of 500 and 850, and people can seek services one-on-one depending on the counselor you're booking your appointment with. To ensure quality, to ensure confidentiality, we have a robust system where we don't ask your name and your details when you're calling up. So if you want to keep it anonymous, you can keep it anonymous. If you want to tell, nothing like it. Next time when you're calling, everything in our system is in a way where we'll be able to see your notes. The counselor would not ask you to repeat yourself. So that is there. On email, again, when we are talking about the system, on email counseling, whenever you are mailing us, within 2 working days, we respond. But in case there are any crisis, emails, they automatically get pushed up and we immediately attend to them in the working hours itself. And MKT, which is Man Ki Therapy, we have, again, team which is specialized in different areas. You'll be able to see their experiences, their qualifications, everything. And if you feel that's a right fit for you, great. Among 3, how we are also managing, and like when we say ecosystem, we conduct workshops also. And if we feel that there are a lot of people who need any sort of help, they can come to any of these services and start taking help or start taking assistance, because again, we have left it at a level where people can choose whatever suits them best, right? So that's how we all are going ahead. I hope I answered all your
Yes,
queries.
you did. Thank you so much. My second question is to Johnson, sir. Many students fear calling a helpline because they don't know what to expect. So could you explain what actually happens during the first few minutes of a call?
Hello. Yeah. Usually when students call up, what happens is we ensure that it's confidential and anonymous, so you don't have to reveal your name like Neha ma'am said. The same applies over here also. We assure confidentiality, and we make sure that you're comfortable talking to us. Initially, what we do is we try and get a background about what you're from, where you're from, not specific place, but what are you studying, your age. So just to give an idea of where you're coming from. And after that, we encourage you to talk about whatever is troubling you, the problems that you're facing, the issues that you're facing, the emotional pain that you're going through. You can talk about that. That is how the college starts initially.
Thank you so much. My next question is directed towards Richa ma'am. In India, many people still hesitate to seek mental health support due to a lot of stigma involved. What would you like to tell individuals who feel unsure or resistant about starting therapy?
First of all, thank you so much, Fatima, for having us all over here. और आप सभी का शुक्रिया. I understand कंपलसरी है, but then too आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, तो हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि आप इससे बेनिफिट करें. Okay, so coming to your question, हमारी कंडीशनिंग कुछ इस तरीके से हुई है ना कि ये जो हेजिटेशन है, दिस इज नॉट रेजिस्टेंस, दिस इज एक्चुअली कंडीशनिंग. कि हमें बचपन से सिखाया जाता है कि आप अपना इमोशनल पेन को कैसे टॉलरेट करें, और जो ज़्यादा मास्क अप कर सकता है उसे यहाँ पे रिवॉर्ड दिया जाता है. हम उसके बारे में कहते हैं कि वो कितने स्ट्रॉन्ग पर्सन है, ये वो. बट देन अगर ये इमोशनल पेन इतना बिल्डअप हुआ कि आप उसके साथ डील नहीं कर पाए, तो हमने ऐसा कोई सिस्टम क्रिएट नहीं किया हुआ है. तो ये जो स्टिग्मा अटैच्ड है, ये इस चीज़ से भी है क्योंकि हम इस चीज़ को वीक समझते हैं. इमोशनल पेन होना, जैसे डॉक्टर अविनाश सर ने भी कहा था कि आपको वीक समझा जाता है कि मुझे इमोशनल पेन है. अगर कोई हमारे सामने रो दे, इवन इफ पीपल आर क्राइंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस, दे से सॉरी, सॉरी मुझे रोना आ गया. बिकॉज ऐसा कोई सिस्टम ही नहीं है जहाँ पे हम आसानी से रो सकते हैं. मतलब रोने के लिए भी हमें सॉरी बोलना पड़ता है. सो थेरेपी क्या है कि इसमें आप अपने आप की पहचान कर सकते हैं. ये सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं है कि क्राइसिस होगी तभी हम जाएंगे, बट एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग हो जहाँ पे आप अपने आप को बहुत अच्छे से पहचान पाए कि आप क्या कर सकते हैं, क्या नहीं कर सकते. हम सब में काफ़ी लिमिटेशंस है और काफ़ी स्ट्रेंथ्स भी है जिस पे हम बहुत काम कर सकते हैं. लेकिन अगर हमें हमारी लिमिटेशंस के बारे में नहीं पता, तो हमें ऐसा भी काम करना पड़ेगा जो हम नहीं करना चाहते. और फिर जस्ट बिकॉज वो फियर ऑफ फेलियर है, हमें और ज़्यादा बुरा लगने लगेगा खुद के लिए. तो ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग होने के लिए, अपने आप के बारे में, अपने आप के थॉट प्रोसेस को समझने के लिए, हम कैसे सोचते हैं, हमारे क्या पैटर्न्स है, इसके लिए थेरेपी में ज़रूर आना चाहिए. और अभी तो बड़े बड़े स्टार्स इसके बारे में बात करने लग गए हैं. आप देखिए काफ़ी सारे सीरीज और मूवीज में उन्होंने साइकोथेरेपिस्ट और थेरेपिस्ट को एक लीडिंग पोजीशन दी है कि जिसके बारे में आज हम इसके बारे में बात कर सकते हैं. तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट स्टेप है कि इस स्टिग्मा के तरफ काम किया जा सके. लेकिन इसके लिए आप लोग भी बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबल है. अगर आप कहीं से हेल्प लेते हैं और अपने फ्रेंड्स को उसके बारे में बताते हैं, तो आपके फ्रेंड्स को भी उससे काफ़ी मोटिवेशन मिलेगा. उन्हें लगेगा कि हाँ ठीक है, ये हम भी कर सकते हैं. आपने देखा होगा कि जब आप कोई टैटू बना के आते हैं कि मैंने ये टैटू बनाया है, तो आपके फ्रेंड को भी लगता है कि चलो मैं भी बनाऊं. सो अगर आप कहीं जाते हैं थेरेपी के लिए, तो उसके बारे में अगर आप अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ डिस्कस करें, तो आई गेस उन्हें भी वो एक, उनके लिए वो रास्ता खुल जाएगा कि हाँ ये भी एक रास्ता है और मैं इसे ले सकती हूँ. So yeah, this is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my next question is addressed to Neha ma'am again. In cases involving emotional distress, where legal or police intervention is required, of course, suicide is decriminalized in India. But how does an organization ensure ethical documentation? So maintaining information, sharing that information, as you mentioned, maintaining confidentiality, and coordinating with legal authorities at times.
Again, thanks. So we are following the protocols as per law. and APA, right? So when it comes to escalating any sort of concerns, first thing first, हम लोग जब call आता है as a boundary setting, which I'm sure we all are doing, we all inform people when will the confidentiality will be breached, right? Ki in case of self-harm, harm to others, etc., in case of any legal concerns, is when we will actually breach confidentiality, or if you're a minor. Starting from there are two kind of cases that we mostly deal with. One where there is an SG caller, sexual gratification, and they're calling constantly and we need to report. That's a different process. But when it comes to de-escalation, our notes, our information is very much in place. In case we have to inform police, we call the control room. Right, because now location-wise, we won't be able to tell exact, but then the control room and the all process that we need to do, that goes on as a process to inform. But all these things are not done in isolation or silo. All these things have been spoken about in the first session and in repetitive sessions about. When it comes to documentation, like I said, the documentation is so robust and it's so confidential that nobody else gets to know, but only people who are supposed to be involved. So as per the APA, as well as legal information, we are following the protocols given. Thank you.
So my next question is to Johnson, sir. Why do you think more and more young adults are having thoughts about like suicidal ideations, or anxiety is on the rise, as we hear that students are getting anxious and about issues?
Yeah, it all boils down to our history. We've had a joint family system which was very protective to most people's mental health at one point, and now it's all become nuclear families where parents are so busy they don't have enough time to spend with their children, and they are more interested in giving you material goods, material gifts, so rather than giving you emotional support. So that takes away from your own well-being. That makes you a fractured human being. And because of that, most of us tend to want things immediately. It's like Maggi noodles. Everyone wants 2 minutes gratification. And that's not possible. One must understand that. And it's a process that we learn over time from childhood, which is not happening now. And because of which, every time something, even a small, tiny crisis happens in our lives, we tend to think of suicide as an option. Suicide is not something that comes from outside. It's there within us. It's part and parcel of our emotional support system within ourselves. And that thought, once that thought and ideation comes into our mind, the reason why we go to the extreme is because we are not able to bear with it. We don't have the resilience to hold on to our lives, examine why we are feeling this way, or understand that we need to be a little bit more stronger in handling things in whatever happens in our lives. Like even see, if you read the newspapers, you see children committing suicide because they were not allowed to use Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or something like that. That sounds very frivolous, right? But there must be a history behind that. It's not just that. That is not the only reason that happens. But that's the trigger point. So for anyone not to reach that point, you need to be supported right from childhood and taught the ways to handle negativity, ways to handle no, someone saying no to you. That's a big challenge for the generation today. Handling how to deal with a no. That's something that we all have to inculcate within ourselves. And since our generation is not yet taught to do that, we have to teach it to ourselves now. There's no other way. If you want to go ahead in life and understand and deal with crisis in your lives, you have to understand that you have to accept that no will be part and parcel of it. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Would the other panelists like to answer this as well? Why do you think, or what do you think are the key factors, risk factors that are making young adolescents or young adults more prone to issues concerning to mental health?
So again, I feel like the number of stressors that we have these days are many. You take up education, you take up relationships, you take up friendships, I mean, any sort of interpersonal relation. You take up the support system, right? As basic as counseling, right? I'll just take that example. If I am seeking support and my group is not empathetic towards it, or they mock me for taking therapy by saying, पागल है क्या जा रही है, or anything happened to most of us, क्या problem आ गई है, or if my family is not supportive enough, I often come down to system theory, right? Imagine I am an individual with a little low self-esteem because of varied issues that I've developed for myself. I am around people who are not supportive and mock me. I'm in a community where there are no counselors or there's a dearth. And then comes a system where I see largely there are issues. Where will I go? Be it a young adult, be it young adolescent, be it a child, be it adult, we'll all face issues. And I think the moment we start looking at it from just that individual system to a systemic level, we'll be able to see that there are a lot of concerns that are taking place because of which a lot of things are happening. Of course, my individual personality also makes a lot of difference in terms of what I'm able to take. What Sir just rightly mentioned also. Maybe I was never actually told no, or maybe I was told no to even express my emotions. Then I would always find it difficult to even listen to a no, right? Or sometimes it's also about no is compulsory because it's not just about receiving, but also setting boundaries, right? And we often forget that सुनने में अच्छा है लेकिन बोलने में अच्छा नहीं, or vice versa. So I'm feeling like there is no space to talk around it, because of which it's storing, because of which we are facing concerns, lack of support system, and then hence that's all is creating a lot of issues. And also I feel maybe going ahead, if we have some time, I would like to talk about the signs that we can genuinely look out for. So maybe in a while. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to add to what just Neha said. ये यंग अडल्ट्स कह लीजिए या फिर एडोलेसेंट, ये अगर क्राइसिस की तरफ बढ़ते हैं, ये उनका इंडिविजुअल प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। सिस्टमिक लेवल पे जब तक चेंजेस नहीं होंगे, तब तक हम वो अगर मुझे ये नहीं पता है कि मुझे यहाँ से हेल्प मिलने वाली है, मैं आपके पास आ सकती हूँ, या मुझे ये नहीं पता है कि मेरे पेरेंट्स उसे वेल रिसीव करेंगे या नहीं, मुझे ये नहीं पता मेरे फ्रेंड्स वेल रिसीव करेंगे या नहीं, मैं जो भी कहने वाली हूँ, मेरी टीचर्स उस चीज़ को कैसा लेंगे, मैं जिन बच्चों के साथ खेलती हूँ वो उस चीज़ को कैसे लेते हैं, मेरी उम्र क्या है, फिर मैं कैसे दिखती हूँ, मैं कौन सी सोशल कैटेगरी से बिलोंग करती हूँ, मेरे पेरेंट्स अमीर है या गरीब, ये चीज़ें भी बहुत ज़्यादा मैटर करती है। हम ये सोचते हैं कि ये तो बाहर की चीज़ें हैं, इससे इतना फ़र्क नहीं पड़ना चाहिए। आप पैदा अगर इसी में हुए तो आपको तो एडजस्ट करना आना चाहिए, डेफिनेटली आना चाहिए। बट देन जब आप बाहर निकलते हैं और आपको बार बार उसी एक चीज़ के लिए मॉक किया जाता है कि आप में मेरिट नहीं है, इस वजह से आप यहाँ पर है, ये ठीक नहीं है। तो अगर ये चीज़ बार 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 मुझे बोली जाएगी, तो डेफिनेटली मेरे मन में वो ख्याल आएगा कि शायद मेरे एग्जिस्टेंस से ही प्रॉब्लम है, तो मुझे अपने एग्जिस्टेंस को ही ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए, तो प्रॉब्लम ख़त्म हो जाएगा। बट देन ये जो प्रॉब्लम है, ये आपके साथ ख़त्म नहीं होता, ये पास ऑन होता है नेक्स्ट आपके फैमिली में अगर कोई है उन तक, क्योंकि वो भी इसी चीज़ के बारे में सोचते रहते हैं कि ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ थी जो हमारा बच्चा हमें नहीं बता पाया, लेकिन हमने वो सिस्टम क्रिएट ही नहीं किया कि वो आकर पहले हमसे बात कर सके। अभी हम लोग सोचने लगे हैं इस बारे में कि ठीक है, हम अपने बच्चों को थोड़ा समय दें और उनसे बात करें, लेकिन कितने पेरेंट्स हैं यहाँ पे आप लोगों के जो आपसे एक्चुअली डिस्कस करते हैं कि आपकी लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है, या क्या आप लोग शेयर कर पाते हैं? आप में से कितने लोग जस्ट हैंड रेज कीजिए कि आप शेयर कर पाते हैं अपने घर पे? आप लोग अगर देखना चाहे तो सबके हैंड रेज नहीं हुए, काफी कम लोगों के हैंड रेज हुए, और बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो नहीं डिस्क्लोज कर पा रहे हैं। तो इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट कि इन चीज़ों पर भी डिस्कशन हो। और अगर ये सिस्टम हमें घर पे नहीं मिल रहा तो क्या हम फ्रेंड्स, एज अ फ्रेंड्स, क्योंकि कम्युनिटी सपोर्ट बहुत मैटर करता है, तो वो फैमिली से ही मिले ये ज़रूरी नहीं है, हम फ्रेंड्स भी वो सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। तो क्या हमारे फ्रेंड्स हमसे आकर डिस्कस कर सकते हैं? अगर इस तरीके के सिस्टम हम क्रिएट करें तो आई गेस हम इसे थोड़ा रोक सकते हैं।
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Oh, yes. So, because we all have discussed signs, my next question to the entire panel is that are there specific signs that you have to look out for, or if your friends are going through something, family members are going through something, तो कोई ऐसी जो एक sign है कि oh maybe I should ask them कि सब ठीक चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है? I would just like inputs on that.
Okay. I would like to go first.
Yeah.
Okay. So, अगर मुझे प्रॉब्लम है, आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू कम टू यू एंड से कि आई एम नॉट वेल। यू विल सी दैट इन माई बिहेवियर। सबसे पहली चीज जो होती है वो आपके बिहेवियर में दिखने लगता है। अगर सोशल विड्रॉल है, अचानक से फ्रेंड से बात करते थे और अभी बंद कर दिया है, अचानक से वो बातचीत करनी बंद कर दी, हम किसी से मिलने नहीं जा रहे, हम अगर फैमिली में भी किसी के घर जा रहे थे तो वहाँ हमने बंद कर दिया है, या फिर अपनी फैमिली से भी बातचीत करना हमने बंद कर दिया है, तो ये चीज़ देखने की ज़रूरत है। जो चीज़ें आपको पहले बहुत पसंद थी, आप बहुत मज़े लेकर वो चीज़ें करते थे, लेकिन अभी आप वो नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और वो पर्सन खुद ये देख पा रहे हैं या नहीं, लेकिन अगर आप एज अ फ्रेंड अपने फ्रेंड को देख पा रहे हैं कि नहीं, मेरी फ्रेंड तो पहले ये सारी चीज़ें एंजॉय करती थी लेकिन अभी वो नहीं कर रही है, तो तब भी आपको देखने की ज़रूरत है। फैमिली एपेटाइट और स्लीप का ध्यान रख सकती है कि क्या हमारे बच्चे खाना खा रहे हैं या नहीं, क्या वो सो पा रहे हैं या नहीं। आप लोगों ने कहा कि एकेडमिक प्रेशर है, असाइनमेंट्स कंप्लीट करने में फिर नींद नहीं हो पाती है, दैट इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम कि बाकी सारी चीज़ें भी करना छोड़ दिया है और कोई असाइनमेंट भी नहीं कर रहे और हम सो भी नहीं रहे हैं, हम खा भी नहीं रहे हैं। तो इन चीज़ों को भी देखने की ज़रूरत है। अगर आपके फ्रेंड अचानक से इरिटेट होने लग जाए, पूरे समय लगे कि हमेशा एज पे ही रहते हैं, तब आपको डेफिनेटली उनसे ये पूछने की ज़रूरत है कि आपको ये सारी चीज़ों से अकेले डील करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। आई एम हियर एंड आई एम रेडी टू लिसन। और नॉन जजमेंटल होकर अगर आप सुने, मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हम किसी का कंपैरिजन किसी से करने लग जाते हैं, वो ना करते हुए अगर सिर्फ सुने तो शायद आपको आपके फ्रेंड्स काफ़ी चीज़ें बता सकते हैं। सो मैं यही कहूँगी कि मेरी तरफ से तो यही साइंस होनी चाहिए।
Yeah, I'd like to add one more point to whatever Richa ma'am said. There's exhibiting extreme behavior patterns, like if the person is not eating, or the person might be overeating also. That also could be possible. And if the person might be sleeping more also than not sleeping. So it can be either way. It doesn't have to be one, right? And all the other points that she made was also there. Then if the person is really withdrawn and keeping away from friends that he or she was close to before, that is also a major sign. That's a sign where the person might be really depressed and is also thinking in terms of suicide or self-harm. That is also there. So that's also something that you need to keep in mind. The rest of the points that she already made.
So again, additionally adding, I have a question to all of you actually. I will not answer. I think I'll ask you all only. How many of you eat 4 meals a day? 4 बार खाना कौन खा रहा है? Breakfast, lunch, evening, whatever, snacks, and then dinner? Okay. And how many of you are eating 2 meals? 1 meal? 1 meal? 2? Okay. How many are eating 6 meals? Could be, right? I can take snacks and everything. I don't have to have 5-course meal or anything. So now we all have people from 1 meal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Now imagine the person who is eating 1 meal suddenly starts eating 6, and the 6 is eating 2 suddenly. How many of you sleep for 6 hours? Minimum. कि 6 घंटे के बिना तो मेरा नहीं चलेगा. 8 घंटा? 10 hours? टाइम ही नहीं है. टाइम नहीं. Sundays? Okay. Sunday is an exception because we know our routine is, the body is asking for it, right? Now again, when it comes to anger, right? There are times when we think that मुझे इतनी छोटी बात पे बुरा लग गया और मुझे इतनी बड़ी बात पे नहीं पता लगा. Relationships में होता है. Very basic. We walk on eggshells. So what Richa and Sir also mentioned, it could be anything which is intense and sudden. Imagine if 40% scorer suddenly starts scoring 90% and 90 वाला एकदम 40 पे आ जाए. Major stark difference, right? What exactly is happening? So I'll quote this was my first year of job. While I was working with a child, and I was working on the issue of child sexual abuse. And just a trigger warning there. The child started scoring 40 to 80%, and parents were like, oh my God, this tutor is the best. But what was child trying to do? The child basically wanted to get rid of the tutor because they were getting inappropriately touched. And they were like, no, I don't want to study from them. I'd rather put all my effort to study, to score so well that they go off. Was there a distress? Yes, they were living in distress. But how would we see it as? What Richa also mentioned, we'll see it as a reward system. And it's very important for us to see this is about a child, but in our routine also, there are times when we are going through such intense and sudden change that we don't realize that we have gone through so much. कई बार हम हफ्ते भर हफ्ते उस पैटर्न को रिपीट करते हैं और हमें वो चेंजेस नहीं नजर आते. इसीलिए कई बार साइकोलॉजिकल असेसमेंट में हम लोगों से पूछते हैं जो साथ आते हैं कि आपने इनमें कोई बिहेवियरल चेंज देखा है क्या पिछले 2 हफ्तों में, पिछले 6 महीनों में. All these things, these are signs. Often nowadays, I'm also hearing, because we receive calls, people would talk about, why me? They would talk about higher power. It could be any god, any higher power, universe, manifestation that we are talking these days. मैंने आज रेड पहन लिया तो अब तो बुरा होगा ही होगा. आज मैं इधर से आई तब ये हुआ ही हुआ है. Right? Now we are also finding hopelessness in our routine by associating. These are also signs of distress that we need to look, because imagine the kind of cloth piece that I'm wearing is distressing me to a limit that I think that my day would go bad today. Everything that's happening to me is because of this. And again, I'm not talking about OCD here. Again, a very different diagnosis, not a casual word to use. But I'm talking about the distress. Distress hai kya? Signs jo mera normal tha. When I'm saying normal, I'm saying my normal. Sleeping for 6 hours is my normal. For me, I personally sleep for 4.5 hours and I'm through. Right? That's my normal. Now imagine suddenly something occurred in my life which all of you are not aware, but then I start sleeping for 9 to 10 hours. Not just on Sundays, but every day. Which will impact my social life. Could be, because मैं उस time पे अपने friends को मिलती थी. Could be I was eating 5 meals a day, which got impacted and now it's reduced to 3. And it could be as basic as me not wanting to watch anything because I'm like, इतना ही time बचा है, मुझे कुछ और काम करना है फटाफट से. Right? So sudden changes in so many areas of our life, how I think, how I feel, and how I react. Everything gets impacted. Everything is a sign. In case you are unsure, just like your annual body checkup, visit a therapist, get your annual mental health checkup done. There is no harm in it.
Thank you so much. My next question is, if there are signs And you know, so as you mentioned that supposing a pattern that is every day being followed changes, drastically changes, and you notice this in a friend or a family member, what is the one thing that you'd like to tell them to do? So, okay, now you do this because you are seeing this in a friend. This is your next step. So many times students often wonder, okay, I know my friend is going through something, but I don't know what to do or how to help them. So, what would you say to the students there?
Yeah, when someone is expressing distress or showing signs of distress, the first thing you should do is try and get them to talk about it. If he or she is your friend, you should be able to get them to talk about it without judging them. First thing you should do is keep your judgment in your mind. Don't ever bring it out. Don't tell them that this is wrong or this is what you're thinking or feeling is right, not right, because then that person will shut up. The person will never speak to you again. So you need to talk to them, get them to talk about their distress, and try to find out what is the distress area. And once you find that out, maybe you can direct them to your counselor, college counselor, or to a private counselor if necessary, or to their parents, or to any guardian who they feel free to talk to. It's important that the person should be willing to talk to that person. If the person is not willing, the person will not go to that person. So you have to make sure that the person is willing to talk to that person and suggest a suitable candidate for that.
I also feel that we jump to conclusions way too early. The moment somebody said something, we feel that we need to help. It's okay. I think one thing I repetitively always say in all therapy sessions also, see whose need are we catering to. Meri need ki samne wale ki. Right? If I'm catering to my need, I will answer. I will react. Right? If I'm catering to somebody else's need, I may respond after listening. Often what you can do as a helping person, I also often call you all then a first responder, because मुझे आके अगर किसी ने कुछ बताया और मुझे कुछ करना ही है, firstly thank them. It must have taken immense courage for somebody to come and speak to you if they are talking. If they are not talking, you can always ask, how would you like me to help you, or what is it that you're expecting from me? Because there are times we think they want to talk while they just want a safe place to sit. That's it. Right? So it's okay to be in a quieter space. वो मेरा discomfort है कि मुझे शांति पसंद नहीं है. मुझे लगता है बोलना है. ऐसे कैसे छुपा के बैठ गए. I remember all of us as therapists also. Initially, if ever I'm recalling like the first sessions where our clients would come and they would just sit quiet. It would like, oh, am I not a good therapist? They are not talking. Why are they not talking? Let me talk. Acha batao. It's okay. It's absolutely fine to not talk. Sometimes body is going through so much that words don't come out. My thoughts are running way faster than my, like words that could come out. So one is say thanks. Secondly, acknowledge when they're talking. Ask. It's absolutely fine to ask. This is now your need to ask that चाहिए क्या? They may say, यार बस मुझे counselor का number दे दे, मुझे कुछ नहीं करना. What if you are the problem for them? Families ask a lot of times, right? क्या हुआ है बताओ बताओ बताओ. Teachers ask बताओ बताओ. But what if you are the problem? I don't want to tell you. Could be, right? So in such cases, okay, these are the resources. I'm here. In case you need me, I'm also here. I can't say, hey, listen, call me anytime. I've done that mistake also, by the way. Telling that I'm always available. 2 o'clock, nahi hu main available. So be clear in your communication also, because sometimes, again, as my need, because I want to be liked. That's my need, right? I would give like promises which may not be true. So set your boundaries also very clear. That listen, I'm here. If you need me, 10 o'clock के बाद शायद मैं नहीं ले पाऊँ, लेकिन these are 4 numbers that you can call up. They are available. And make sure that the numbers you're giving, in case which you can take from your counselors, all of us also are vetted. Sometimes we give resources by Googling, but they are not actually functioning. So people in distress, उनके लिए उस time पे ना इतने numbers ढूंढना भी मुश्किल हो जाता है. So what we can do is these basic things. Also, don't dismiss their feelings. ये सबके साथ होता है, तुझे पता है मेरे साथ भी हुआ था. हाँ हुआ था, बट शायद आपके पास सपोर्ट सिस्टम अच्छा था, मेरे पास नहीं है. Maybe you have a friend who stays in neighborhood. My friend stays 10 kilometers away. नहीं है. Maybe your family understands relationship. Mine doesn't. Right? So we all have cultural differences. We all have individual experiences and differences, and it's absolutely fine. So these would be my few suggestions that we can probably follow. Richa, would you like to add?
After you, Neha. Okay. Mostly things have been covered by Sir and Neha. मैं सिर्फ इतना ऐड करना चाहूँगी कि your presence matters more than your advice. आप उनके साथ उस वक्त प्रेजेंट रहे, क्योंकि कई बार लोग एडवाइस सीख नहीं कर रहे होते हैं, बट जैसे अभी नेहा ने कहा ना कि हम फिक्स करना चाहते हैं उनका प्रॉब्लम, क्योंकि हमें खुद को नहीं पता है कि हाउ टू रिएक्ट करना हमें पता है, सॉरी, हमें रिस्पॉन्ड करना नहीं पता. तो हम लोग रिएक्ट करते हैं कि हाँ फिर मैं ये कर दूँ, फिर तुझे ऐसे करने से अच्छा लगेगा, ये कर ले, वो कर ले, वो कर ले. बट अगर मेरा मेंटल स्पेस नहीं है उन चीज़ों को समझने का, तो ये मुझे हेल्प नहीं करेगा. तो जस्ट बी प्रेजेंट देयर, सुन लीजिए उनका जो भी वो कहना चाहते हैं, एंड देन रेस्पॉन्ड कि उन्हें क्या चाहिए और क्या नहीं चाहिए. कई बार सिर्फ मैं अपना मन हल्का कर लूँ आपके पास तो मुझे अच्छा लगेगा, ये भी चीज़ होती है. बट देन अगर आपको ये रियलाइज हो चुका है कि आपके फ्रेंड एक्चुअली बहुत बड़ी क्राइसिस से गुजर रहे हैं, या बहुत ऐसी ट्रिगरिंग सिचुएशन है उनके लिए, तो आपका सपोर्ट सिर्फ काफ़ी नहीं होगा. सो इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट कि जैसे अभी नेहा ने कहा कि आप उन्हें बाकी रिसोर्सेस भी दे. हेल्पलाइन के नंबर्स हो सकते हैं, या फिर आपके काउंसलर के पास उन्हें भेज सकते हैं, ताकि उन्हें वो इमीडिएट हेल्प मिल सके, क्योंकि आप वो हेल्प शायद प्रोवाइड नहीं कर पाएंगे. आपने इनिशियल सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड किया है, ये बहुत काबिले तारीफ बात है और ये करना चाहिए. समटाइम्स वी डोंट नो कि हम ये कहते हैं ना कि वो राइट वर्ड्स क्या होंगे, मुझे क्या कहना चाहिए. और राइट वर्ड्स, देर आर नो सच थिंग लाइक राइट वर्ड्स. उस सिचुएशन में मेरे लिए जिसे आप शायद रॉन्ग समझ रहे हैं वो मेरे लिए शायद राइट हो सकता है. बट देन ये राइट जानने के लिए भी उनसे पहले समझ लेना पड़ेगा कि उनकी क्या ज़रूरत है. शायद वो मेरा रॉन्ग और राइट दोनों ही नहीं सुनना चाहते, तो उनकी ज़रूरत के हिसाब से अगर हम उसे डील करते हैं तो काफ़ी अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स आप दे पाएंगे. थैंक यू.
I have one more thing to add. In fact, do we have a minute? There are also times when we can absolutely say no. How many of you have been in fever? आज तक सबको बुखार हुआ है? पक्का? So mental health issues भी हुए होंगे. And I'm not talking about illnesses. I'm talking about stress. I'm talking about not being able to be your full self, right? Distress, जब मैं अपनी normal functioning पे नहीं हूँ, अपनी normal, right? उस टाइम पे अगर मुझसे कोई हेल्प मांग ले जब मैं बुखार में हूँ, क्या मैं पूरी तरीके से हेल्प कर पाऊंगी? So same is here also, right? Often again we want to. I understand the intent. Your intent is amazing and it's pure, but not necessarily helpful at that point in time. That's also important that you can say no. That listen, I think today I don't have an emotional capacity, but some other day, or maybe I can give you resources. In that case also you can give resources. Or you may talk to XYZ individual, because that's equally important. We forget that मेरे में नहीं है कैपेसिटी आज. आई एम नॉट, इमेजिन मेरा ब्रेकअप हुआ और कोई मुझसे ब्रेकअप की बात करना है, मैं खुद को भी और परेशान करूंगी और सामने वाले को भी. होता है ना, मेरी पापा मम्मी से लड़ाई हुई है एंड somebody is talking about the family, we will feed on to each other's ego, we'll feed on to the distress of each other at that point in time. Exactly why all the therapists also go to therapy, right? It's compulsory for us. I mean, sign of one of the good counselor or therapist is that they themselves are in therapy. It's been 15 years that I'm in therapy for different concerns. I'm sure all of us together, because if we are not, then we are certainly not ethical. So to help others, to assist others, help. So it comes from the beginning.
One thing you need to keep in mind is if someone is confiding in you, be confidential. Assure them of the confidentiality and make sure that you don't tell anyone else about it, unless they are willing to ask you or talk to you about it and tell you that, okay, you can instruct my parents or whoever. But otherwise, you have to ensure that it's confidential. Okay.
Thank you so much. So students often wonder, is my issue serious enough? Or this is a small concern, why should I speak with somebody? Do you have any advice for students who are going through distress but minimizing their own pain? Like what are they supposed to do, or what are friends supposed to do? What are they supposed to do in terms of dealing with that?
It's your story. Nobody is living it. If you feel you are not feeling okay, that's enough to start seeking help. I was talking to a friend, like a real life example, just day before, where I was going through something and I was talking to a friend and I'm like, but what if it's my like, if it's your normal, if it's you who's feeling, if your functionality is getting hampered, yes, it is important. There is no such thing कि इतनी सी बात पे बुरा लग गया, इतनी सी बात पे impact हो गए. हाँ, क्योंकि that's who I am. I think there's a concept of sense of self that needs to get strong before we actually ask others. If I am not sure about myself, how would somebody else be? However, there are times when we are going through mental health concerns, my sense of self will break because I'm not able to think, feel, and react in a triad form. हम triad बोलते हैं counseling की concept में कि हम कैसा फील करते हैं, इमोशन, साइकोलॉजिकल एंड सोशल, राइट? मुझे अगर मेरे बारे में ही अच्छा नहीं लग रहा दैट यार जो आज प्रेजेंटेशन थी वो बहुत ही गंदी हुई है, राइट? और मैं उसको लेके सोच रही हूँ मैं अच्छी हूँ ही नहीं या मैं अच्छा हूँ ही नहीं, राइट? जिसकी वजह से अब कोई मुझसे मिलेगा और पूछेगा कि ये प्रेजेंटेशन का क्या और मैं विड्रॉ करूँ, मैंने तीनों तरीके से इम्पैक्ट हो गई, राइट? या किसी ने मुझे पार्टी पे नहीं बुलाया या सोशल गैदरिंग के लिए नहीं बुलाया, आई मे थिंक दैट ओ प्रोबेबली दे डोंट लाइक मी, right? May not be true, but then ultimately I've given myself a belief that, oh, I'm not good enough. But I can also have a wrong belief about myself because, like Richa already mentioned a while ago, that our culture is feeding so much around us. The system Grishma also was talking about, that I may doubt myself. When in doubt, seek help. That's the ultimate thing. There is no minimizing. If it matters to you, it is a matter of concern.
There's nothing trivial in about your concern. Whatever your concern is, you can talk about it. That's something that you need to understand and inculcate in yourself. That's why there are helplines. That's why there are first responder helplines, Mantalks and Asra. You can call up and talk about it. There's no issue over here. It's confidential, anonymous, and you feel free to talk about whatever your problem is. It is important to the counselor on the helpline, so you don't worry about it. Please talk about it.
Uh, so Neha here is my super senior, by the way. So after her, I'm just adding one point. Seeking help का जो process है बहुत non-judgmental होता है. तो अगर आपने अपने बारे में कोई judgment बना लिया है कि अरे मेरा problem तो बहुत ही छोटा सा है या फिर मेरे friend का problem तो बहुत छोटा सा है, बट ये पूरा प्रोसेस नॉन जजमेंटल होता है, तो इसमें कोई जजमेंट नहीं है. कोई आपको डांटेगा नहीं कि इतनी सी बात के लिए यहाँ क्यों आ गए, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होगा. सो जैसे अभी नेहा ने कहा कि डाउट हो थोड़ा सा छोटा सा भी, तब भी हेल्प सीख कीजिए। और हम लोग खुद भी करते हैं। नेहा ने कहा कि वो 15 साल से कर रही है, मैं 8 साल से कर रही हूँ। सो वी आर इन थेरेपी। या
Thank you so much. So my last question for the panel is, what is one core learning that we learn, especially when we are either going through something difficult or supporting somebody who's going through something difficult? So what is that one core thing that you'd like the students to know?
I will reflect and get back by then if anybody else wants to take up.
Well, we are all human beings and we all have issues. There's no one in this world who doesn't have issues. So there's nothing to be ashamed of. You can, if you have an issue, feel free to talk about it, feel free to express yourself. If the family system doesn't support you in that, or your friend system doesn't support you in that, or your social system doesn't support you in that, there's always a helpline. There's always a counselor available. You can seek help from wherever the resource that you find most suitable to your problem. So don't hesitate. Please seek help. The helplines are free, so you don't have to worry about the money also, right?
Okay. Good. Yeah. I'm sorry.
So I often say two things that I think we need to keep in mind. One, जब हम अपनी learning कर रहे हैं, there would be a lot of unlearning that will also take place, right? Neha today is very different than how Neha was before she was with last therapist, before that, and with the first therapist, right? And Neha's a non-psychology person and a psychology person also. So whenever you're dealing with people and with yourself, firstly, like Sir rightly mentioned, treat yourself as human first. Human कुछ लिखवा के नहीं लाया कि we have to be perfect. This is societal expectation. This is not ours. We have learned it. Unlearn that. We will learn it, we will unlearn it, and we will grow. You are not the same. If you are learning from it, it's okay. Secondly, the role we share with people, right? My mother, my father, my brother, my friend has to be certain kinds. Again, these are learned behaviors. Who said what is right and wrong? What if my friend is the one who doesn't call me but is actually physically present whenever I need them? But somebody's friend is always on call but not there when they actually need in person. Unlearn that. Thirdly, also learn to see that people have minimal resources. Sometimes they genuinely want to help you, but they may not be able to. We as counselors today, 15 years in therapy, there are times when we get stuck with therapeutic sessions. It's okay. By the time I'm not leaving you distressed from the situation you came in, I think I'm doing my job great. मैं आपको बुरे सिचुएशन में नहीं डाल के छोड़ूंगी. मैं या तो ऐसे कैसे ही भेजूंगी वापस या उससे बेटर करके. Right? That's very, very important. Second thing, I often say this, I used to use with kids and I would use it again. I don't remember the quote by whom, but I often say the kid would ask a teacher, teach me the way I learn, not the way you teach. Right? So there's a conversation going on, teachers like, you're not performing well, this and that. And the child is like, I don't know how to learn the way you teach. Could you please teach me the way I can learn? So love people, understand people the way they understand, not how you have learned to understand things. And the moment that shift happens, empathy building will happen. You will be able to hold space for them without judging them. I think that's what majorly I feel has worked better for me. And again, empathy should not get in roles of everything where your boundaries and empathy are mixing. Right? Sometimes we mix it. No, I have to. Again, whose need are we catering to? Keep that in mind, and then you'll be able to navigate through. So that's what I think has been my learning all the way.
So, मैं बस ये कहना चाह रही थी कि the strongest thing in this world is to ask for help. आप लोगों ने अभी देखा होगा, मेरे पास माइक आया, मैं जो बोलना चाह रही थी मैं भूल गई. And here I look up to her and even sir said it's okay. हाँ, help के लिए I seek her help कि मैं भूल गई हूँ, and then she took this mic. उसके बाद मैं आपसे अभी रेस्पॉन्ड कर पा रही हूँ उस चीज पे कि इस दुनिया में अगर सबसे बड़ी कोई चीज है, अगर आप ये समझते हैं कि मैं बहुत स्ट्रांग हूँ, क्योंकि वो हमें प्रूव करना होता है ना, स्ट्रांग है तो प्रूव करके दिखाओ. हम बहुत स्ट्रेंथ है, बहुत रेजिलियंट है, सारे सिचुएशन से लड़ सकते हैं, सब कुछ कर सकते हैं. आस्किंग फॉर हेल्प इज ऑल्सो स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट थिंग. सो whenever आपकी लाइफ में कभी भी आपको लगे, कभी भी, कोई राइट टाइम नहीं है, कोई राइट सिचुएशन नहीं है, कोई राइट वर्ड्स नहीं है, जस्ट हेल्प भी अगर आप बोल देते हैं तो देयर आर पीपल जेन्युइनली जो आपकी हेल्प करेंगे. आप वो हाथ तो आगे बढ़ाइए. अगर मुझे पता ही नहीं है कि आपका प्रॉब्लम क्या है, मैं आपको सॉल्यूशन नहीं दे पाऊंगी, और सॉल्यूशन देना नहीं देना वो मेरा काम नहीं है. हो सकता है सॉल्यूशन आप खुद ही ढूंढ ले, बट देन ये प्रोसेस में जब हम किसी से हेल्प मांगते हैं, अभी जैसे मैंने नेहा से हेल्प ली, एंड देन आई स्टार्टेड प्रोसेसिंग कि हाँ मैं वो क्या चीज थी जो मैं भूल गई, एंड हियर आई एम sharing 2 pieces of words with you. So whenever in need, just ask for help. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to open the floor for questions.
Again, there is no right, wrong question. Just ask. This is your space. None of us are judging you, even if it's how we, I think हम लोग कॉलेज में पूछते थे, ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा फनी लगा तो हाँ तो सब हंस लेंगे, ठीक है, it's fine. Just ask. How does therapy work? What happens in therapy? Can we ask for these things? How do we help? Some situations where you must have gotten stuck, where you didn't want to help, just think, maybe take 2 minutes, pause, reflect. If you have any questions, utilize this space the most. Yeah, possible? High five on that. Right? I still struggle. I'm talking for myself here right now. I still struggle, and that exactly is what I am seeking therapy for, setting boundaries. I came across this person called Nedra Tawab on Instagram. If you all want, she's a boundary therapist, right? And she has an amazing book that I purchased in COVID. It's been 5 years, I'm struggling with the same thing. I'm still figuring out, but I have realized the low stake of no is to start with people who are closest to you. Start with maybe parents, start with siblings, start with the closest friends, because their stake is not that they will leave you. Our biggest fear that I will not be liked is by people whom we are trying to please, right? And I think if this is my personal work that I have been doing, I started it with people who are closest to me, to ask for help also, and to say no also. And then the fear that I was processing again and again within that, oh, what if they think bad about me, and started leaving. And then I've extended it to a larger group now. This is what is helping me.
Yeah, the main thing here is the sense of self, right? How you look at yourself. If you look at yourself as a faulty human being, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. There's no reason for you to feel ashamed of yourself, right? So if you're not ashamed of yourself, you'll automatically be able to say no. It's when you feel something complex about yourself, when you feel that you need to please the other person, that's when you start finding it difficult to say no. So like ma'am said, don't allow yourself to get complexed about the whole issue. If you feel that you are not able to say no, try and say maybe, right? Don't say yes, but try and say maybe. So then it's a slow progression to say no after that. But yeah, you can do that gradually. You don't have to say it instantly. Okay.
So there's an example I remember my therapist had come up, if that helps you. She said like somebody is coming to you on the road and asking for your phone number. Will you say yes? Because they're not known to us. We are struggling where people are known to us.
We can say that, right?
So that's your strength. You remember it, just need to recall it.
Thank you so much to all the panelists present here for the lovely way you answered all the questions with so much depth, and the way you've highlighted points like asking for help uh, is the strongest thing one person can do. Just call. Like if you are going through something, just call. No problem is small or big. And how growth is a lifelong thing. Well-being is a lifelong thing. And we have to be there for people who want help. And we should be willing to ask for help. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you.
I request all the participants to proceed to the lunch break now, and we can kindly return by 2:30 as the next session will begin shortly. 2:15.
Students, there is a movie screening post this and a survivor's tale. So please be present in the auditorium by 1:15 once you're done with lunch. Lunch is being served 2:15. Lunch is being served outside Prangan.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome you all back. So as we now proceed with the next session, I would like to invite Ms. Manali Chavan, the Assistant Professor and the Women's Cell in charge, to kindly take the session forward.
Good afternoon, girls. It is a privilege to formally welcome Ms. Pooja Krishna, CMD of Oyster HR Solutions Private Limited, and a highly accomplished behavioral trainer and motivational coach with over 3 decades of professional experience in human resource development, training, counseling, and organizational leadership. Her work spans academic institutions, corporate organizations, healthcare settings, non-governmental organizations, and government bodies across India and internationally. Ms. Krishna has made significant contributions in the areas of communication skills, emotional intelligence, leadership development, stress and time management, and workplace well-being. In addition to her professional engagements, she has actively contributed to social advocacy, particularly in the domains of mental health, awareness, and women's empowerment, and has served as a panelist on national media platforms. We are honored to have her with us today and look forward to her scholarly and practice-based insights. Ms. Pooja is also accompanied by renowned actor and director Mr. Aman Jetli. If students wish, they can speak with him after Pooja ma'am's address the gathering. May I request now Ms. Vidya Subramaniam to kindly come and forward and felicitate Ms. Pooja Krishna. Ma'am. Just go up and
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। खाना नहीं खाया लगता है आप लोगों ने? हाँ, खाया है या नहीं खाया है? तो आवाजें, इतनी सारी लड़कियां हैं खूबसूरत सी, जोर से आवाज आनी चाहिए ना, सब इतने बोल रहे हैं। गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। ग्रेट। तो मेरे बारे में मैम ने ऑलरेडी बताया है। मैं यहाँ पर आप लोगों को कोई मोटिवेशनल लेक्चर देने नहीं आई हूँ, दो मैं मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर हूँ, पर ये जो आज का सेशन हम जिसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं सुबह से या आगे भी करेंगे, तो ये जो है कोई मोटिवेशनल लेक्चर नहीं है और ना ही सक्सेस के शॉर्टकट्स। तो अगर आप लोग ये सोच के सुनेंगे मेरी बातों को कि ये सक्सेस के कुछ शॉर्टकट्स बताएंगी, तो आई एम सॉरी, वो नहीं होगा। और ना ही पॉजिटिव रहो, सब ठीक हो जाएगा, कोई बात नहीं, कोई चिंता नहीं, तो ऐसा भी मैं कुछ आप लोगों को बताने वाली नहीं हूँ। तो आज जो है हम एक आम इंसान बनकर बात करेंगे इमोशंस की, हमारे अंदर की जो शक्तियाँ होती हैं, इनर स्ट्रेंथ की, और उस स्ट्रेंथ की जो हम सबके अंदर होती है, लेकिन हमको पता नहीं होता कि हमारे भीतर भी कोई स्ट्रेंथ है। कॉलेज लाइफ कैसी लाइफ होती है? कैसी होती है लाइफ? भाग दौड़ वाली और स्ट्रेस्ड। और कॉलेज लाइफ जो है वो सबसे बेस्ट लाइफ होती है। हमारी एज में हम आके जब पीछे पलट कर देखते हैं तो लगता है कॉलेज लाइफ बेस्ट लाइफ है, सब कुछ है, स्ट्रेस है, भाग दौड़ है, लेकिन फिर भी बेस्ट है। और सच यही है कि ये फेस सबसे ज्यादा कंफ्यूजिंग होता है या नहीं? हमें टेंशन होती है, हम ओवरवेल्म हो जाते हैं चीजों को देखकर, और इमोशनली कई बार हम हेवीनेस महसूस करते हैं। हाँ, क्यों करते हैं वो हम आगे बात करेंगे इस पर। तो आपसे हमेशा ये उम्मीद की जाती है कि आप पढ़ाई में अच्छा रहें, बेहतर करें, टॉप करें, है ना? रिलेशनशिप को भी संभालें, घर को भी देखें, सारी चीज़ें मैनेज करें। फैमिलीज़ की एक्सपेक्टेशंस बहुत सारी होती है, रिश्तेदारों की एक्सपेक्टेशन होती है, खास करके जब हम लड़कियों के पर आती है बात, तो होती है या नहीं? बहुत सारी एक्सपेक्टेशन होती है कि पढ़ाई भी करो लेकिन घर में भी देखो, कल को शादी हो जाएगी, तुम्हें खाना बनाना नहीं आएगा तो हमें सुनना पड़ेगा, है ना? कहाँ से आई हो, कुछ नहीं आता। ऐसी बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जो हम पर बीतती हैं कॉलेज लाइफ के दौरान ही। और दोस्तों मैं बता दूं, ये बहुत होता है, इट्स अ लॉट, बिलीव मी। आप लोग गुजर रहे हैं, हम भी गुजर चुके हैं, और ये बहुत आसान नहीं होता इन सारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस पे खरा उतरना, सभी लोगों को मैनेज करना। तो जो भी आज हम बात करेंगे इस थोड़े से सेशन में, इसमें जो भी बातें आपके दिल तक पहुंचती है, आपके दिल को छूती है, वो आप अपने साथ रखिएगा, और जो नहीं समझ में आती, नहीं छूती, उसे आप वहीं पर छोड़ दीजिएगा ताकि आपको स्ट्रेस ना हो। ठीक है? मैं यहाँ पर आज क्यों हूँ? कोई बताएगा क्यों हूँ मैं यहाँ पर? नहीं पता? नहीं पता, कोई बात नहीं, मैं स्ट्रेस नहीं दूंगी, मैं स्ट्रेस पे ही बोल रही हूँ, मैं नहीं दूंगी। तो मैं यहाँ पर इसलिए नहीं हूँ क्योंकि मैं एक सक्सेसफुल हूँ, मैं बहुत ही स्ट्रांग हूँ, और स्पीकर हूँ, और बहुत सारी चीजें। मैं इसलिए हूँ यहाँ पर क्योंकि एक ऐसा भी वक्त था मेरी जिंदगी में जब मैं बिल्कुल भी स्ट्रांग नहीं थी, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह कंफ्यूज्ड और टेंशन में रहती हुई, फैमिली एक्सपेक्टेशंस को पूरा करती हुई, और बहुत सारी चीज़ों को क्रॉस करते हुए, चलते हुए मैं आज इस मुकाम पर पहुंची हूँ। तो मैं यहाँ पर इसलिए नहीं हूँ कि मैं स्ट्रांग हूँ, मैं इसलिए हूँ क्योंकि मैं भी आपकी तरह ही स्ट्रांग नहीं हुआ करती थी कभी। और मैं जो है, जितनी भी हालात थे, जो भी चीज़ें मेरे साथ घट रही थी, उससे मैं बिल्कुल डिस्कनेक्ट हो चुकी थी। मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आता था, मैं क्या करूं, कैसे जीऊं, क्या करूं। तो मैं अपनी कहानी शुरू करूंगी। बहुत साल पहले से स्टार्ट होती है मेरी कहानी। चूंकि टाइम हमारे पास कम है तो मैं थोड़े में ही इसको बताना चाहूंगी। मैं जब 11 साल की थी तो मेरे पापा की तबीयत बहुत खराब हो गई, और वो सडनली बहुत लंबा बिस्तर पे पड़ गए। हम 5 भाई बहन और मैं सबसे बड़ी। अब क्या होगा घर में, कैसे जिएंगे हम लोग? तो परिवार और रिश्तेदारों ने बोलना शुरू कर दिया मम्मी को कि ऐसा है कि आप बच्चों को, 5 बच्चों को लेकर और बीमार पति को लेकर यहाँ पे मुश्किल होगा आपके लिए बम्बई में रहना, तो आप गांव चले जाएं। पर मेरी मम्मी हैं अभी भी, और बहुत स्ट्रांग, उस वक्त भी और आज भी। मम्मी ने कहा नहीं, अगर मैं बच्चों को लेकर गांव चली जाऊंगी तो फिर मेरे बच्चों का फ्यूचर बर्बाद हो जाएगा, डाक में चला जाएगा, तो मैं यहीं पे रहूंगी, मैनेज कर लूंगी मैं। तो हम लोगों की जिंदगी पापा के बीमारी के बाद बड़े मुश्किल दौर से शुरू हुई, और मम्मी किसी तरह से मैनेज कर रही थी, मैं घर बार देख रही थी, साथ में पढ़ाई भी कर रही थी। 11 ईयर्स मतलब कितना, 6-7 पे रही होंगी मैं उस वक्त। और सारे भाई बहन मुझसे छोटे, उनको भी देखना, मम्मी परेशान रहती थी तो मम्मी को ज़्यादा मतलब काम का बोझ ना पड़े घर का, तो घर को भी देखना, स्कूल भी जाना, सब चीज़ें मैं कर रही थी। और बीच में फिर मुझे ऐसा लगा कि घर का कामकाज तो ठीक है, क्यों ना मैं कुछ ऐसा करूं कि मम्मी को मॉनेटरी कुछ सपोर्ट दे सकूं। छोटी सी मैं और छोटा सा मेरा दिमाग, और मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं कुछ करूं। तो मैंने ट्यूशन्स लेने शुरू कर दिए। व्हेन आई वाज इन क्लास 7th आई स्टार्टेड टेकिंग ट्यूशन्स। तो फर्स्ट क्लास के बच्चों को, सेकंड क्लास के बच्चों को, और एक ट्यूशन के मुझे 50 रुपए मिलते थे। उस दौर पे 50 रुपए भी बहुत होता था। तो कभी एक ट्यूशन मिल गया, कभी 2 मिल गए, 2 से ज़्यादा मैं नहीं ले पाती थी क्योंकि मुझे दूसरे भी काम करने होते थे। पर वो जो 100-50 रुपए मैं अपनी मम्मी को देती थी, तो मुझे लगता था कि मैं बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही हूँ। कहीं न कहीं पे तो मैं मम्मी को फाइनेंशियली भी कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही हूँ। और मम्मी कुछ ना मना करती थी मुझको, और ना ही मुझे प्रोत्साहित करती थी कि करो। बस वो चुपचाप लेके रख लेती थी। तो मुझे लगता था शायद मम्मी को अच्छा लग रहा है तो मैं और मेहनत करूँगी। तो आप सोचिए, एक 12-13 साल की बच्ची पढ़ाई भी कर रही है स्कूल की, घर के काम भी कर रही है, स्कूल से आने के बाद 4 छोटे भाई बहनों को भी देख रही है और साथ साथ में ट्यूशन्स भी ले रही है। तो क्या हुआ ना, ये करते करते जिंदगी आगे बढ़ती रही और मुझ में जो है चीज़ों को अपने ऊपर लेना आ गया कि मुझे चीज़ें करनी है, मुझे मैनेज करना है, मुझे स्ट्रांग दिखना है ना। मैं कमज़ोर नहीं पड़ सकती हूँ क्योंकि मेरी मम्मी मुझ पे डिपेंडेंट है। तो अपने आप से मेरे में वो भावनाएं आ गई, स्ट्रगल को अपने ऊपर लेने की और कुछ भी हो जाए लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ करके दिखाने की। उस दौर से ही मैंने इस तरह का सोच शुरू कर दी। तो मैं अभी जब पीछे पलट के देखती हूँ तो मुझे लगता है मैंने उस वक्त जीना सीखा हो या नहीं सीखा हो, लेकिन सर्वाइवल करना तो ज़रूर सीख लिया था। जी रही थी कि नहीं मुझे नहीं पता, है ना। तो ये जो सर्वाइवल है इसने मुझे इतना मजबूर कर दिया कि मैं हर वक्त बस मैनेज करना है, मुझे ये भी देखना है, मुझे फैमिलीज़ के एक्सपेक्टेशंस भी देखने हैं। गांव से कोई आ जाएगा तो उनको भी देखना है, उनकी भी जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं मुझसे, एक बड़ी लड़की से घर की, वो भी मुझे देखनी है। तमामों चीज़ें करनी है, मुझे स्कूल में भी टॉप करना है, मुझे कल्चरल एक्टिविटीज़ में भी जाना है। ऐसे करते करते कॉलेज लाइफ तक मैं पहुँच गई। कॉलेज में भी मैंने स्कूल में जॉब ज्वाइन कर ली। तो स्कूल कॉलेज मेरा ख़त्म होता था दोपहर को, तो मैं स्कूल में पढ़ाने चली जाया करती थी। आई वॉज क्लास टीचर फॉर क्लास प्रेप। सो वो सब चीज़ें, फिर मैं SNDT की ही प्रोडक्ट हूँ, तो आई वॉज GS ऑफ माई कॉलेज। तो वहाँ पे भी बहुत सारे काम काज होते थे, ये करना वो करना, पर साथ साथ में घर भी देखना। तो मेरे अंदर ना वो इम्बाइब होता गया कि मुझे सब मैनेज करना है। आई एम स्ट्रांग, और लोग भी कहते थे तुम तो बहुत स्ट्रांग हो, तुम सब कुछ कर लोगी। और मुझे भी लगता था हाँ, मैं बहुत ही स्ट्रांग हूँ और मैं सब कुछ कर लूँगी। जो भी लोग मुझसे एक्सपेक्टेशंस रखते हैं मैं उन सबको पूरा करूँगी। पर ये सब करते करते शायद मैं खुद को भूल गई। मैं समझ नहीं पा रही थी कि मैं कहाँ जा रही हूँ। मैं सब कुछ कर रही हूँ पर मैं कहाँ हूँ। और एक वक्त ऐसा आया कि मैं बिल्कुल थक गई, दिल से दिमाग से। मुझे मतलब सुबह उठ के लगता था कि बस अब और नहीं, मैं अब और नहीं कर पाऊंगी, इतनी सारी चीज़ों को मैं मैनेज नहीं कर पाऊंगी, मुझसे नहीं हो रहा। और दोस्तों, यही एक ऐसा वक्त था जब मुझे लगा कि मुझे ये नहीं लगा कि मुझे मरना है, पर मुझे ये लगा कि मैं अब जी नहीं सकती, मुझे अब जीना ही नहीं है। किस तरह से जीऊं मैं। और वो वक्त, वो दौर ऐसा था जब मैंने खुद की जान लेने की कोशिश की कि मैं काबिल नहीं हूँ, मैं परफेक्ट नहीं हो पा रही हूँ, मैं लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशंस पे खरा नहीं उतर पा रही हूँ, मैं अपनी मम्मी को संभाल नहीं पा रही हूँ, कुछ भी नहीं कर पा रही हूँ। तो मुझे जीना नहीं है। और जब मैंने ये करने की सोची, कैसे करने, क्या किया मैंने, वो उस पे मैं नहीं जाऊंगी क्योंकि वो यहाँ पे मायने नहीं रखता। पर ये है कि मैंने भी करने की सोची, खुद को ख़त्म करने की। और दोस्तों, मैं बता दूं कि जब मैंने वो किया तो उस वक्त ऐसा नहीं कि मैं बहुत कमज़ोर थी, लाचार थी और इमोशनल थी, पर बस मुझे था कि मैं डिटैच हो चुकी थी। मुझे लगा कि ये दुनिया मेरे लिए है ही नहीं, क्योंकि मेरी किसी को परवाह ही नहीं है। सब मुझसे मांगते हैं पर मुझे कोई कुछ देता नहीं है। मैं बच गई। मैं बच गई, कैसे बची वो भी लंबी कहानी है, पर मैं बच गई। और ये बचना जो है शायद वो मेरे लिए बहुत ही काम का साबित हुआ, क्योंकि मैं जब बच गई ना तो मैं थोड़ी देर रुक गई, थम गई। जो मैं भाग रही थी, आपने बोला ना हम भागते दौड़ते रहते, तो मैं भी भाग रही थी, भागते दौड़ते सब कर रही थी। लेकिन जब मैं बच गई, मेरा जीवन जब बच गया, तो मैंने सोचना, वो वक्त ऐसा आया जब मैंने सोचना शुरू किया कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ। साथ साथ में मेरे अंदर थोड़ी सी गिल्ट फीलिंग भी थी कि मैंने जान लेने की कोशिश की। शर्म थी, संकोच था कि लोगों को मैं अब कैसे जाके खड़ी होंगी। मैंने मरना मतलब जीना इसलिए नहीं चाहा कि मैं लोगों को अपने तरफ अटेंशन दिलाना चाहती थी कि लोग मुझे देखो, बस मैं खत्म हो जाना चाहती थी, मुझे कुछ नहीं करना था। फिर जब ये दौर जो बचने वाला आया, मैंने सोचना शुरू किया कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ मेरे साथ। फिर मैंने देखा कि मैं वो सारी चीज़ें कर रही थी जो मेरी उम्र के लिए या मेरे उस पड़ाव के लिए बहुत सही नहीं था। मैं सब कुछ करना चाह रही थी जबकि वो ज़रूरी भी नहीं था, किसी ने मुझसे कहा नहीं था, पर मैंने फील करना। हम लोग की आदत क्या है ना इंसान की, हमें कोई कुछ कहता नहीं है करने के लिए, खास करके ये जिम्मेदारियां और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ और ये सब, या हम उनको समझें, हम अपने आप से ले लेते हैं उन चीज़ों को, हम अपने ऊपर कहते हैं आओ मेरे पास आओ, सबको हम बुलाते जाते हैं। हमें कोई ये नहीं कहता कि हमारी माँ बाप हमें नहीं कहते कि आप सबको खुश रखो, पर हमें ऐसा लगता है कि मुझसे सब खुश रहने चाहिए, तो मैं ऐसा क्या करूं। तो मैं भी वही कर रही थी, लेकिन जो मेरे बचने का जो स्टेज था उसने मुझे ये एहसास दिलाया कि पूजा थोड़ा ठहरो और रुको। धीरे धीरे मैंने गौर करना शुरू किया अपने आसपास की चीज़ों को, और सबसे पहले तो मैंने अपने आप को साझा किया किसी से। तो मेरी कॉलेज में एक मैम थी, उनसे मैंने कहा मुझे आपसे बात करनी है मैम, और वो मुझे घंटों उन्होंने पहले दिन दिया, और उसके बाद रेगुलर वो मुझसे बात करती थी, जो भी मेरी समस्याएं होती थी, घर में क्या चल रहा है, क्या चीज़ें हो रही हैं। क्योंकि मैं पहले काम कर रही थी और अब मैंने काम बंद कर दिया, तो पहले मम्मी ने ये तो नहीं कहा काम करो, पर जब मैंने काम करना बंद कर दिया तो मम्मी ने कहा तुमने काम करना बंद कर दिया, अब घर का सपोर्ट कम हो गया है फाइनेंशियल, तो मैं अब क्या करूं। क्योंकि मैं कॉलेज की जीएस भी थी तो मैं नहीं कर पा रही थी कामकाज। तो मैम ने मेरे कहा कि अब उन्होंने समझाया मुझे, धीरे धीरे मुझे भी बातें समझ में आई, और मैंने अपने अंदर से अपने आप को स्ट्रांग महसूस किया। तो जो अभी तक मैं बाहर से सोच रही थी कि मैं बहुत स्ट्रांग हूँ, वो स्ट्रेंथ मुझे उससे भी ज़्यादा जब मैंने खुद को जाना, खुद को महसूस किया कि मेरी लिमिटेशंस क्या हैं, मेरी कैपेबिलिटीज़ क्या हैं, उसके हिसाब से मुझे काम करना है, उसके हिसाब से मुझे लोगों से बातें करनी है। तो दोस्तों क्या होता है ना कि ये जो भी मिरेकल होता है बच जाने का, कि लोग किसी ने ट्राई किया अपनी ज़िंदगी को ख़त्म करने का और बच गए, तो ये 1 या 2 दिन में नहीं होता, ये एक प्रोसेस होता है, और हमें उस प्रोसेस को समझ के बात करनी होती है। सबसे पहले हमें किसी से अपने आप को शेयर करना होता है, क्योंकि जब तक हम शेयर नहीं करेंगे खुद को कि हमारे अंदर क्या चल रहा है, तब तक हम पहचानेंगे नहीं, तब तक हम खुद को नहीं समझेंगे, है ना। तो हमें एक सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत होती है, एक सहारे की ज़रूरत होती है, और वो सहारा हमें अपने आसपास अगर हम नज़र दौड़ाएंगे तो कोई भी हो सकता है। आपकी अगर बड़ी बहन छोटी बहन है वो हो सकती है, आपके पेरेंट्स हो सकते हैं, अगर आपको उनसे वो प्रॉब्लम है कि मैं उनसे पूरा खुलकर बात नहीं कर पाऊंगी, यू आर नॉट कंफर्टेबल, तो फिर आपके कॉलेज में आपकी क्लासमेट हो सकती है, आपकी मैम हो सकती हैं, हो सकता है वो कोई ऐसी प्रोफेसर जो आपको पढ़ाती नहीं है लेकिन फिर भी वो आपको अच्छी लगती हैं, तो आप उनसे जाके बात कर सकती हैं, है ना। तो ये चीज़ें हमें जो है देखना होता है, क्योंकि हम जो है एज अ स्टूडेंट हम सब चीज़ों को परफॉर्म नहीं कर सकते। सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि हमें खुद ये एक्सेप्ट करना होगा बीइंग इम्परफेक्ट। प्रॉब्लम वहां भी आती है बहुत बड़ी जब हम सोचते हैं कि हमें परफेक्ट होना है, आई एम परफेक्ट। होता है या नहीं होता है? मैं जो भी करूं सब परफेक्ट हो, मैं लिखूं तो इतनी अच्छी हैंड राइटिंग हो, परफेक्ट हो, मैम मुझे बोले कि हाँ ये लड़की बहुत परफेक्ट है ना। घर में सब जो भी मेरे रिश्तेदार हैं बोले कि फलां की लड़की तो कितनी परफेक्ट है। तो हम उस परफेक्शन के चलते अपने आप को नकारते रहते हैं। तो पहले आप इस चीज को एक्सेप्ट करिए, nobody is perfect, forget about nobody, I am not perfect and it is okay to be imperfect। बिल्कुल सही, मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि आप इम्परफेक्ट को अगर आप एक्सेप्ट करेंगी तो वो सही नहीं है, बिल्कुल ठीक है। आप जब समझेंगी, एक्सेप्ट करेंगी, तब आप अपने आप पे काम करना शुरू करेंगी। तो आपको लाइफ में कहीं ना कहीं जाकर, कहीं ना कहीं खड़े होकर सोचना है, समझना है, अपनी स्ट्रेंथ को देखना है, और मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ, क्या मुझसे हो सकता है, वो सारी चीज़ें देखनी है। और ये जो चीज़ होती है, हम अक्सर बोलते हैं कि मैं ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, मैं ट्राई कर रही हूँ, मुझसे नहीं हो पा रहा है। तो उससे दुखी नहीं होना, ट्राई करते रहना है, क्योंकि ट्राई नहीं करेंगे तो हम बढ़ेंगे कैसे, है ना? तो वो चीज़ें भी हमें अपने साथ में रखनी है। और अगर आप लोगों के आसपास कोई ऐसा आपको दिखे जो डिस्कनेक्ट महसूस कर रहा है, जिसको देख के लगे कि ये तो पहले बहुत हंसती थी, पर अब जो है बहुत अकेली फील करती है, मुझे बात नहीं करनी, मुझे अभी नहीं जाना, जो हमेशा एक्टिव रहती थी कॉलेज में, इस क्लास में, वो अब चुपचाप बैठी रहती है, तो उसको ज़रूर जाके पूछ लीजिए, तू ठीक तो है ना? होता है ना कई बार ऐसा आपके आसपास। तो ये जो पूछना होता है ना, भले आप उसके लिए कुछ कर पाए या ना कर पाए, पर उसको ज़रूर ये पूछिए कि तुम ठीक तो हो ना? तो इतने से वर्ड से उसको लगेगा कि मेरे साथ में कोई है, और शायद वो उसको खोलने का एक ज़रिया होगा कि वो अपनी बातों को आपके साथ शेयर करे, बताए कि क्या चल रहा है उसके अंदर। क्योंकि जब हम क्लास में होते हैं, हमारे असाइनमेंट का प्रेशर होता है, मेरी अटेंडेंस पूरी नहीं हुई उसका प्रेशर होता है, एग्ज़ाम आने वाली उसका प्रेशर होता है, कोई ना कोई प्रोग्राम चल रहे होते हैं उसका प्रेशर होता है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें दिमाग में चल रही होती हैं। और ऐसे टाइम पे अगर हमें कोई दिखता है कि जो बिल्कुल डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा है, उदास हो रहा है, तो उसको आप पूछिए ज़रूर कि क्या है, सब ठीक तो है ना? देखना ये कितना बड़ा मिराकल का काम करेगी उसके लिए। तो मैं अपनी बात को यहीं पे विराम दूंगी, क्योंकि मैं बहुत अरसे बाद अपनी जो ये वाली चीज़ थी मैंने कभी शेयर नहीं की, और आई एम फीलिंग इमोशनल नाउ। एंड आई मतलब आप लोगों को देखते हुए ना, मैं अब उस दौर में चली गई हूँ जब मेरे साथ ये सब घटित हो रहा था, और मैं उस दुनिया में पहुँच गई हूँ कि मैं क्या थी और मैंने क्या करने की कोशिश की और मैं कैसे आगे बढ़ी। सो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मैम।
If any student has any questions and they'd like to ask them, you can ask them now.
कुछ पूछना है आप लोगों को तो आप पूछ सकते हैं, मैं ठीक हूँ। यस, यस प्लीज। बहुत अच्छा, पता है अभी हमारे ये जो अब दौर है, आज का, बाद में सर भी आएंगे, इकबाल सर, वो भी बताएंगे, आज का दौर है कि
हेलो।
आपको ये मौके मिलते हैं कि आप बात कर सके, पूछ सके। हमारे दौरान तो ये सब था ही नहीं, है ना मैम? क्योंकि अगर हम दुखी हैं तो भी कोई जल्दी देखता नहीं था, कुछ नहीं करता था। आज तो हमें मौका मिला है कि ये सब ऐसे सेशंस होते हैं जहाँ पे हम अपनी बातों को खुलकर रख सकते हैं। किसी और के भी बारे में है तो वो भी आप पूछ सकती हैं, कुछ ऐसा फील होता है आपको तो वो भी आप बात कर सकती हैं, क्योंकि हम सब इसी दौर से गुजरे हुए हैं और आप लोग भी इसी दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। यस, नहीं पूछना या कुछ कहना है तो भी कह सकते हैं। अभी वो प्रोसेस हो रहा है मैम, दे आर प्रोसेसिंग देमसेल्व्स। Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. It's all because of my mentors, my ma'ams, and my principal, college principal. So they all took me in their care. And सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है, मैं फिर से इसको रिपीट करूंगी, थैंक यू मैम, कि मैंने जो है उनको जाके बोला, मुझे सुनो। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है ये बात, मुझे सुनो, मुझे कुछ कहना है। वो वाला गाना नहीं, मुझे कुछ कहना है, वो वाला नहीं, मुझे कुछ कहना है, मेरी बात सुनिए प्लीज, टाइम दीजिए। आपको कोई वो टाइम जरूर देंगे जब भी आप उनके पास जाओगे तो। और आप देखना आपकी लाइफ में कितने अच्छे चेंजेस हो जाएंगे जब आप ये चीज करेंगे तो, है ना? तो थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम। आई ओ दिस टू माई यूनिवर्सिटी एंड माई कॉलेज। बहुत अच्छी तरह। Yes. Yeah. Thank you for yeah, please.
I'd like to thank ma'am for sharing her experience. I'm sure that is a lot of emotional labor, and for you to do that for our students, thank you so much, ma'am. The students must have gained a lot out of your experience. To have the courage to come up and speak about things that we are going through requires a lot. So thank you once again, ma'am. Thank you. I'd now request Ms. Polemy to please introduce our next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to invite Iqbal sir on the stage. Yes, sir. We welcome sir with a grand applause. Sir, please have a seat. So it's a pleasure to welcome you all here today for the movie screening and the interaction on mental health and wellness organized by Dr. BMN College of Home Science. This conference, although I was not present for all these sessions, it brings together experts, academicians, and students to discuss emerging trends, share knowledge, and explore strategies for improving holistic health, including mental, emotional, and social well-being. Now, films like today that we're going to screen remind us that mental health is not just a topic to be discussed, but a lived experience that calls for empathy, understanding, and open conversation, which is very important. As Pooja ma'am has already told us, she's shared her experiences. I would now like to introduce, without ado, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests for today. First, we have Mr. Iqbal Rizvi, a renowned television director and a filmmaker over 3 decades of experience. An alumnus of the New York Film Academy and Lawrence School, Sanawar, he has directed more than 1,000 hours of content for leading platforms including Disney, Jio Hotstar, Zee TV, Sony, and Colors. Through his initiative, Visualizing Mental Health, he has created powerful films such as Restart, that we are going to see today, Roads Old and New, Unblood Brother, and Tanha Dil Tanha Safar. Sorry. All focused on awareness, resilience, and suicide prevention. Such an important topic. I would like to felicitate him and welcome him to the session, sir. Can we have a photo? We have also, we are waiting for one more member of the panel discussion. I think she'll be joining us a little late. Andrija. Now, before we start the screening of the movie, I would like to ask one question to sir. Yeah. Sir, how do you hope Restart will encourage students and teachers to start open conversations about mental health? And what questions should they ask themselves and each other after watching this movie?
So, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be at this lovely venue, the Dr. BMN College. Lovely, patient people sitting here. When पूजा मैम asked them कि कुछ सवाल पूछो तो सब चुप थे, अब उनसे चुप रहा नहीं जा रहा है ना? They say when you put one lady in a room, she's silent. You put two, there is chatter. You put 100, you can't be heard. Is it true? Yeah, good. So I have your attention. So this session, firstly, I'll begin by saying the value of such a session. Pardon me, I'm more vocal in English. Please bear with me on that. This session is a very, very important part of growing up for youngsters like you. Your college has taken this initiative to present this two-day convention for you, where you can learn, understand from people's experiences. You can ask them questions. You have many thoughts. Some of them will be voiced through us when we are speaking between today and tomorrow. Some questions you have, you should ask. Make most of this opportunity. This college has done a exemplary initiative to conduct this conference. This is for you students. This is for faculty. Like you know, mental health and wellness of mental health comes with no age group. It could affect anyone. It could be, telling someone that you're a youngster, it only happens to you, or you're old, it happens to you. It's nothing like that. So if I today have something and if I need to ask a question, I should not be shy of asking that. Just because I'm going to say I'm an elder, I'm old, I know life. No. So we all go through our emotions, and its wellness is very, very important. Like the initiative taken by this college, Mind Matters. And mind really, really matters. So I hope that you will ask questions post the session. And we'll also have Pooja ma'am back on stage and you will ask questions. Her story is one of, you have a personal example in front of you of someone who's gone to the depths of, mentally being down and then rising again. So it's a fantastic opportunity to ask her questions because she has lived through it. Now coming to Restart. Now why is the name Restart? Restart means restarting your life. And why is this film being made? So I'm a filmmaker for the last 3 decades, long before you all were born. At our age, like ma'am said, we didn't know whom to ask the questions. Mental health was a word that I didn't even know existed. It was about being depressed and sad. These were the words that we knew. Today, there's so much of awareness around it. There's so much of material available. But most of it is through talks. Most of it is through literature. How many of us really go through literature? How many of us retain literature? Hence, Restart. It has visual medium has a 30% more retaining capacity than any other form of communication. You all will agree. You all will all remember your lines. Many of you all have seen Dhurandhar. Yeah. You know how Akshay Khanna danced. If I ask someone to stand up and show the step, they'll know. So how does one remember that? That's through the visual medium. I'm going to ask 2 people to come later and do the Dhurandhar dance. A Faila, okay? Good. You just remember, I'll get back to you. So that's the power of the visual medium. So Restart talks about resilience. It talks about a person who loses someone very close to him in his life. And what does he go through? He goes through grief. He goes through guilt. His helplessness, but he can't undo the situation. And then acceptance. The 3 A's. Awareness. First, to be aware, what am I going through? Acceptance, ki I am going through it and I need to do something about it. And action, that he actually implements. It could be talking to someone close to you. It could be taking counseling. There's no harm in taking counseling. In fact, it is very, very useful and helpful to have a third party viewpoint where there is no biasness involved. So it's very critical. How many of us actually go and talk to our best friend and say, यार मैं तो depressed हूँ. अरे आज ये हो गया, मेरा पेपर खराब था. There are other topics that I can't mention. Your teachers are there.
Students come to me and
They come.
Yeah.
So that is also a form of counseling. It doesn't mean you have to go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. The first step is to talk to someone you're close to. So me being from the film industry, it's a very fragile industry, like you know. Aman knows the insecurities around it. There is no guarantee you wake up and there's work today. There's work tomorrow. You have to persevere. And me, when I lead a team, we are about at least 150 people on a set every day. I have to lead them. So I'm dealing with somebody who must have barely passed 10th standard to somebody who could probably have studied in the IIT. So we have to be the common link between a form of communication among the entire unit, as it's called. So there were many stories, many people would come, confide in me, talk to me, just share their thoughts, their insecurities. And from there I realized that there's so much people want to say, but they bottle it. And before that bottling turns into something drastic for you or for your loved ones, it's important we speak up. Hence, I'm not a capable person to talk about psychology, so I communicate through my films. For me, that is the language to reach out to each and everyone. And just remember, if a common person like me can speak about this, so can you all. Right? And it's very important that you all speak to your loved ones, speak to your friends, notice for small signs. Okay, why is she or he quiet today? Why are they quiet? Notice a perceptible change in their behavior. That's the first sign. Just ask, like ma'am said, kaise ho, what's happening? We all come from a very, I have enough time so I can go on, right? You guys are getting bored?
At all.
So we all come from in a patriarchal society, am I right? You'll agree, yeah, correct. So one of the most important things, we live in a world of communication, am I right? But we were ready to communicate on Instagram. Oh, I'm not feeling well today. Oh, please, I want to reach 10,000 followers. Oh, I want to make a reel and put it out there. Hashtag so and so, hashtag happiness, hashtag. Sorry? Mundane. Correct. So we know all the hashtags. But how many hashtags are we aware of while communicating with our loved ones? When was the last time you wrote hashtag father? Hashtag to the man, the first man in my life, my father. When was the last time you all had a conversation with your father? Beyond कि चाय रेडी है, खाना लग गया है, पापा फीस भरनी है. Am I right? When was the last time we had a conversation with our father, a real conversation? Dad, how are you today? How was your day? Dad, let me tell you a little bit about my day. Very, very important. Tomorrow you're going to go out, get married. You're going to go into a working sphere. You're going to work at corporate offices. You'll be dealing with many men. If we don't start the communication at home, how are we supposed to communicate in the outside world where not everyone is going to be compassionate to us? Am I right? So I will suggest dad, papa, अब्बू, अब्बा सबसे आज बात करो. चाय पिलाओ मत, चाय पिला के बैठ जाओ साथ में. They may feel awkward. That's fine. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, then they will also, what they ask you, what's up, what's happening in their own language. It's a start. Reason is that you all are all girls and ladies, so I'm talking to you from a parental perspective, from a father. I have 2 daughters myself. We have a fantastic communication. The channels are open both ways. So I implore you, I beg of you, ki please go and start that conversation. You know, nothing is ever built on fractured relationships. It's about healing them. These opportunities today present you that. Make the most of it. Don't be sitting here because it's compulsory. Make the most of it. Otherwise, what's the point? Am I right? So it's very, very important. Communication, to speak up. Restart talks about that. In fact, he says it the first time. Okay, how come I never knew? If only I had known. How would you know without any form of communication? So it's critical to speak, communicate at the real level with people close to you. It begins from there. How easy is it to communicate with your best friend? Okay, any 2 best friends, raise your hands. Who's the second best friend? Okay, then raise your hand. Now you're insisting them to raise their hands. What friendship is that where you have to raise your hands? Insisting. You all 3 are best friends? How long do you know each other? 3 years since you joined college? The first day when you came in, did you know she'll be your best friend? Did you know you'll be her best friend? You all come from different backgrounds. How did you make the effort to become friends and then best friends? Huh? So we can do it outside of here also, na? We can do it at home, right? जब 3 बेस्ट फ्रेंड 3 साल पहले एक दूसरे को जानते भी नहीं थे, now you're inseparable, है ना? Can you imagine you'll give your social media time to each other about texting and messaging? So this is an example. If friendships can be made out of nothing, then let's build on our relationships that are already existing. You know, whether it's sibling, whether it's parents. So this is a story of siblings, Restart, where he's caught up in 2 minds. He doesn't know he's a successful designer. He doesn't know what to do with his life. It's come to a standstill. And his sister coaxes him, guides him, ki speak up, take help if you need, go back to work. And he listens to her. If he had not listened, which is action, nothing would happen. Right? He would every day sit in self-pity and say, mere saath ye hua. We have to continue with our lives. That's critical. The aspects of Pooja ma'am's life that are not said, but she's a prime example of that. So this film talks about that. And what the most important things that it speaks about is if somebody takes a drastic act, like Pooja ma'am said, she tried something. Imagine if something had happened to Pooja ma'am. What would happen to her mother? What about her other siblings? What would they go through? They would be scarred for life. They would have to remember it and say, ki, why weren't we there? Society would ask you, Arey, you didn't notice the signs. You didn't speak to them. You should have been around. Shouldn't have left them alone. They're left to grapple with those questions. Right? So Restart talks about that. About him going through grief, guilt, helplessness. acceptance, and action. And eventually how he gets back. Those memories of what have happened stay with you, but you learn a way to cope with them. That's why Restart was made, so that people can see, kids can see, youth can interact and understand from a visual example of the importance of mental health and importance of our own actions. Right? So on that note, what should we do? Should we start? Huh? So on that note, we'll watch Restart. We will take questions on Restart in the movie after that. Hopefully it will be interactive. They're very busy there. We'll ask them to come on stage and answer questions for us. So I hope you enjoy the movie. It's 20 minutes. And we'll take questions post that. Thank you. Thank you. Please don't record the copyright issues to the film.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Did you all watch the movie? What is your take on the movie? What were the emotions that you felt? Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else?
So, like in the movie, the character is unable to pick her sister's call, right? And he keeps regretting that a lot. And many a times it happens a lot. Like we're sitting in a group with our friends and we tend to like, "Acha, mummy ka phone hai. I'll call her later." or like, okay, fine, I'll tell them later. I think it's important that we sit with our family, like Sir mentioned, once for simple things that we do, कि दिन का एक meal साथ में कर लेते हैं, or let's have food together, or let's speak about how bad or how good my day was. And I think that is what is very important. So thank you, sir, for sharing that and putting that forward again. As I was watching the movie, it reminded me of my sister. How little things, for example, ye nahi khana hai, nahi Maggie, fighting on it, or the popcorn scene as well. So that was very well captured, is what I would like to say. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yes, you very elaborately explained the actor's perspective of how that relates to our daily life. Anybody else?
Ma'am, one more thing. The grief about someone passing away is very common. Like, you never know, the person sitting beside you might pass away tomorrow. So the same thing happened with my cousin, I think, last 2 months back. And whatever was shown here, he is going through, and we are supporting him. Ki okay, we understand your father passed away due to certain things, but he is going through the same thing, and we are in support of him. I'll surely tell him to watch this. Like, this movie, it touched me a lot about it, and I think we really have to reflect and support all those people who are going through these. We never know that the burden might be too deep.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And you are there for your cousin. That shows a lot to as a support system. And I'm sure the film will reach through them. Yes. We can take it. Yes. Okay. So my question to you is the film.
Thank you for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And like the comments are saying, the message went through. This is the power of the visual medium. It gets us to have conversations we are not ready to speak about. That is the initiative undertaken by the college today to have me here to present the film so that it can resonate with all who are watching it. Thanks.
So, sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to colleges and students on using films like Restart as a tool for mental health education and suicide prevention?
The advice is being implemented. I'm here today. We're watching the film. You all have created this initiative. You have people here sitting, watching, and they take back messages from the film back with them. And they've said they will implement having a meal or at least some time spent with family because it's absolutely critical to do that. So that is the message, that more and more films like these reach out to the youth, to faculty, so that we can have a continuous and a combined dialogue around the well-being of mental health, which is a very vast subject. It's a taboo subject. The idea is to break the stigmas, and today we have made the effort towards that.
Thank you so much, sir. Another question is that while handling such a sensitive topic, how did you balance storytelling and responsibility to ensure survivors and those currently struggling feeling seen and supported?
Yeah, so this was a big challenge when we made the film. If ideally, if I went by the web series way and OTT platforms, the film would have ended open-ended. And the act would have been probably glorified. And we would have left it for everybody to interpret what should we do. So when I started, when we started writing this film and when we wanted to convey this message, the first thing that came to my mind was not to leave the audience confused, not leave it to interpretation. We needed a positive message. So we were hoping to say something through the film beyond just talking about it. And it was very imperative that we keep a positive ending so that we show people the way. what would be the way we thought about it. It took me about 6 months to write this film. We were thinking, what should we do? Then we said, let's take the route of the counselor, because most places there are counselors available. And to make people realize that it's not stigmatic to speak to counselors or some mentors or people like Pooja ma'am who are there to reach out. So it's very, very important that the film portrayed that message and to make the relatability much more and to end the film with a good note, because the subject itself is very hard and very difficult to talk about. So at the other end, on the flip side, I said, okay, let's say if I'm showing this movie to someone and they don't want to understand the message of mental health, what do I do? So I said, let's make it entertaining enough so that they can at least feel they watched a movie for 20 minutes, if nothing else. So that was the idea behind Restart, and that's how Restart was born.
Thank you so much, sir. If the audience has any questions, I would like to open the floor for that.
Now we'll all go silent. We have already spoken enough in between, no? Now ask something. Okay, ask something about the movie, if nothing else. Yeah, there. The backbenchers are speaking today. What about the three best friends?
Hello, sir. Actually, I wanted to ask, that was a real or true story?
So let me tell you one thing. It's a very often asked question to me. Can I speak from the podium? Okay. तो मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना. So अब पूजा मैम से पूछा नहीं है, मुझसे पूछ रहे हैं. So let me tell you something. This is based on many true stories. It's not an isolated one story. It's a story across the globe, across India, across Asia, across the world. It's a story that resonates with many families, many people who have gone through this. Pooja ma'am will elaborate later on this. You know, let me tell you a statistic, and it's a very grim statistic. When I started to make this film, I had to decide who would be the main actors and protagonists, who did I want to portray. And I came across this statistic which was there in the film, that the age group of 15 to 26, the rate of committing suicide has doubled in the last 5 years. So it was very, very critical we make a statement on that. And every 24 seconds, there's an attempt of taking one's own life, is the latest statistics. And it's very, very scary. 24 seconds. What is human life coming to? So this is based on many, many global stories. In fact, when we premiered this film in Australia, in Sydney, it's in Hindi. They only related to the film through the subtitles and the music, and they were so impacted by it because there were many people there who said that their families have gone through this. And then I realized that this is a household story, but on a global level. That's what Restart tries to convey. That's what Restart represents, all those who are hurting, who have been through it. May they find their strength and peace. Any other questions?
Sir, what were the challenges you faced while making this movie?
The challenges were, firstly, how do I convey this story? yet make it entertaining, and yet not dilute the message. Try to not sensationalize but sensitize the subject. So these were the challenges I faced. So our storytelling, that's why it took a very long time, that how do we uh, give justice and importance to all these aspects that I said. Secondly, Rahul is first a fashion designer. I made him into an actor. I wanted to cast real people. Adrija, of course, is a seasoned actor because I needed someone in contrast. Let me tell you, the doctor in the film is actually a doctor. She's not an actor. She's the first time she's faced the screen. And that's why it comes true. What she says, it comes from the heart, what she says. So it was a challenge to make non-actors act and to make actors feel it real. There were moments in the film when I was shooting, like when you saw Rahul was reading that letter, he actually started crying. And I had to stop my shoot for at least 1 hour till he recovered and we could continue shooting. So these are the challenges we faced. We face when we were editing, what to keep, what not to keep, what to say. But mainly the challenges lay in telling the story on an emotional level, but keeping it real and getting non-actors to act. That was one of the challenges. Any other questions? Yeah. So the fourth out of the three best friends is asking a question.
So yeah, sir, the movie was really great and we were impacted by the message. So, but I just wanted to know what had happened with Priyal, like in the movie, because as you told, this is inspired by many stories in India. But would we get a gist on what would have happened with Priyal that day?
You'll have-
Because that was the question going on, क्या हुआ? चलो last में दिखा देंगे, but दिखाया ही नहीं. So that was a question left in the mind.
Good one. So we'll keep that for season 2.
Sure,
That's
sir.
the hook point, no?
Yes, sir. Awaited,
Next
sir.
year, if I come with Restart 2, then you'll know what happened to Priyal.
Sure, sir.
Since you weren't interested, what happened to everybody around Priyal?
Thank you, sir.
There's so many people out here and only 3 questions have been asked. No more questions? How many of you have already posted on Insta at a mental health conference? Hashtag mental health matters. Let's create awareness. Let's be there for each other. Huh? Any more questions?
I like the film. Hello?
Thank you.
Yeah, it was good. Most of us like it.
most of us.
But the point where I felt like I know it was just a 20 minutes film, but like watching that, I felt the recovery, or I don't know, like how he went, like he was really on a
The changeover.
downfall, and then yeah, the restart happened. But I don't think that after you decide to restart your life, it is that linear. And when we are watching that, it feels like ha itna linearly hona chahiye, but when we go through it, it is not. So it, you know, most of the time it we question ourselves कि हमारा progress हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है. So that was, I guess, थोड़ा सा मिसिंग आई फेल्ट फ्रॉम माई साइड, बिकॉज आई वुड हैव लाइक्ड इट अगर वो थोड़ा ये भी दिखाते कि स्ट्रगल थोड़ा, लाइक हाउ ही इज गोइंग थ्रू.
Correct. So valid point. When you try and make a short film and we get into the technicalities of spending time and showing, then this 20-minute becomes 30 minutes. The idea was to convey and start a dialogue. If I was to make a 6-part series on this, then 2 episodes would be on his healing. That's why if you saw the movie Gandhi, which was on independence, in 3.5 hours, he's told a 43-year-old story, right? Otherwise, he would have taken another 1.5 years to show the movie. So the process sometimes, the idea was to convey, you got the gist that this is the path, this is the healing. Healing naturally takes longer. In these cases, they have gone on for over a year. I agree with you on that. But this is storytelling. Idea is to convey and communicate. To show you the path, to show you the method and the message. And of course, I'll keep it in mind. Restart 2, I'll show you a personal screening for 2.5 hours. Thank you for that question, but I'll keep it in mind next time. Any more questions? I think people are getting restless. They want to go and have tea. Yes? Wow, how vocal are they? So no more questions? Say no at least. Say something, no? Pooja ma'am wants to speak. We'll have her back. And
Just-
she'll tell you something very, very important.
Yeah, so you asked just now. Yeah.
My question is for Pooja ma'am only. एक्चुअली आई वांटेड टू आस्क कि जब जैसे आपने बोला कि आपको किसी को तो भी शेयर करना चाहिए, लेकिन कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि सामने वाला पीपल या फिर पर्सन ऐसे थिंक करता है कि इसको खाली अटेंशन चाहिए.
बिल्कुल आपने सही पॉइंट निकाला है कि सामने वाले को लगता है कि इसे अटेंशन चाहिए, पर आपको लगता है कि सामने वाले को क्या लगता है उससे बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ेगा. क्योंकि अगर मैं ये सोचूं कि सामने वाला मेरे बारे में क्या सोचेगा, तब तो मैं कभी कुछ बोल ही नहीं पाऊंगी, पहली बात. दूसरी बात, मैं उन जगहों पे जाऊंगी बात करने के लिए, क्योंकि यू आर नॉट सपोज टू जस्ट गो एंड टॉक टू समवन. Okay, fine, I'm feeling low, I'm feeling very lonely, I'm depressed, so I'll come and I'll start talking to him. No, I'll have to have some connection. ओके कोई पास्ट या कुछ भी ज़रा सा भी कुछ जहाँ पे मुझे दिखे कि सामने वाले को अगर मैं जाके बोलूँगी तो वो मुझे जज नहीं करेगा. सो वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट कि उससे जाके बात करें जहाँ पे वो जज नहीं करेगा मुझे, मेरी बातों को समझेगा और मुझे कुछ वो एडवाइस नहीं देगा. बिकॉज यहाँ पे बात होती है एडवाइस देने की. अभी इसका जवाब मेरे दूसरे जो उनका जवाब दूंगी उसमें शामिल है. तो आपने पूछा था कि ये किसी रियल उस पे है. 2 साल पहले मेरी बहन ने अपनी जिंदगी खत्म कर ली, छोटी सी बात पे, क्योंकि उसके बेटे का कहीं पे अफेयर था. और मेरी सगी बहन ने, और उसने जो फ़ोन नहीं उठाया ना, मेरे साथ भी यही हुआ, क्योंकि मैं जा रही थी कोल्हापुर ट्रेनिंग के लिए. मेरा फ़ोन का बैटरी डिस्चार्ज होने वाला था और मैंने उससे थोड़ी बात की. मैंने कहा इम्पोर्टेंट है क्या? उसने कहा नहीं, बस मुझे पूछना था कहाँ तक पहुँची. मैंने कहा बस मैं भी थोड़ी देर में पहुँचूंगी, पहुँच के मैं चार्ज करके तुझे कॉल करती हूँ. और जो है मैं भूल तो नहीं गई, पर मैं सो गई, थक गई थी ड्राइव करके, सो गई. दूसरे दिन सुबह उठी, अपना ट्रेनिंग जो भी काम था वो ख़त्म किया मैंने, और शाम को जब लौट रही थी तो मेरे भाई का फ़ोन आया दैट शी इज़ नो मोर. तो ये जो गिल्ट है, यस वो मांग रही है शायद, तो ये जो गिल्ट है ना, ये जो उसमें दिखाया है गिल्ट, दैट या शी वांट्स टू से समथिंग फर्स्ट.
Ma'am, actually, what you mentioned before in your previous lecture, I was relating a lot, so I couldn't speak, I couldn't ask.
Yeah, please.
You mentioned, I think, nobody कोई कहता नहीं है हमसे, but हम खुद पे ले लेते हैं.
हाँ.
But ऐसा भी होता है कि हमें feel कराया जाता है.
बिल्कुल.
तो that was like,
बिल्कुल,
I want to
बिल्कुल.
contradict that point.
नहीं, later on I said कि when I was working, my mother initially never said to work.
Yeah.
I started working, but when I became GS of my college, and because of not having much time, I left the job and I concentrated on my activities of the general secretary and studies. My mom had issues कि इसने job छोड़ दिया. तो वो चीज़ भी आई थी कि पहले मुझे किसी ने कहा नहीं, मैं करती रही, पर जब बाद में मैंने छोड़ दिया तो फिर मुझे आया. एक्चुअली वो जो मैंने अपने आप को, अपना जीवन जीने की जो चाहत मेरी इसीलिए ख़त्म हुई थी कि पहले जब आपने कहा नहीं, मैं करती गई अपनी इच्छा से, और अब जब मैं कुछ और करना चाहती हूँ तो आप चाहती हैं कि मैं काम करूं, और जो कि ये मेरा क्रूशियल 1 साल है, क्योंकि जीएस में दोबारा नहीं बनती ना, तो दैट वाज द थिंग,
ओके मैम।
है ना। तो शायद दूसरा वाला आपने मिस कर दिया था कि पहले मुझे नहीं कहा गया, लेकिन बाद में जब कहा गया तो फिर मैं तैयार नहीं थी उसको करने के लिए।
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, I think many would relate to me that elder daughter trauma
Yes.
is a lot now
Yes,
nowadays.
yes.
लोग जान भी रहे, but still, I feel there is some awareness, but फिर भी कोई नहीं समझता।
बिल्कुल, तो हमें वही तो करना है, ये जो अवेयरनेस सर की मूवी और भी जो हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, मैम ने ये किया कि हमें ये अवेयरनेस फैलानी है कि मैं बड़ी हूँ, ठीक है, लेकिन पहले मैं खुद को तो देखूं। जब मैं खुद को ही नहीं देख पाऊंगी तो मैं फैमिली को और दुनिया को और बाकी लोगों को क्या देखूंगी। तो मुझे पहले खुद को रुकना होगा, खुद को समझना होगा, खुद को देखना होगा, और उसके बाद ही मैं बाकी की चीजें करूंगी। सो आई नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड माई कैपेबिलिटी, I need to understand where, I stand. And for that, I need someone to talk to. Open myself. Ma'am, iska na ek mere paas module hai, self realization and this. Anytime if you want, I'll come. It is full of activity based. We'll do that. It will help. Okay. Yeah. I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
you.
Even one more thing I would like to ask. और whatever you said is true, but हमें ये भी बोल के कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट किया जाता है कि हमारी जगह पे अगर लड़का होता तो कुछ और बात होती।
ठीक है, आप बहुत सही बोल रहे हो। इज ओवर, योर क्वेश्चन इज ओवर। और ओके, सो यहाँ पे ये होता है कि आज मैं आपको सिर्फ इसका जवाब इसमें दूंगी कि मेरी मम्मी, नाउ आई एम 53, past couple of years my mother has started telling, we are 5 now, we are 4 because my sister is no more, so 3 sisters and 2 brothers, I'm the eldest. So ये जो लड़का नहीं हो, ये वाला, अब पता है मेरी मम्मी क्या बोलती है, मैं बहुत फख्र महसूस करती हूँ कि तुम मेरी बेटी हो, और अगले जन्म में मैं चाहूंगी कि मैं औरत बनूं और तुम ही मेरी कोख से जन्म लो। दिस इज द आंसर। तो हमें उस वक्त जवाब नहीं देना है कि लड़का नहीं हो, वो वक्त जवाब देगा। आप अपने आप को स्ट्रांग रख के काम करते रहो, ठीक, राइट। ओके, सो कमिंग बैक टू दिस थिंग, तो दैट हैपेंड कि अपने आप को गिल्ट, 2 साल हो गए इस चीज को। बाद में मैं सर से मिली और हमने काफी सारा बात किया, उसको निकलते निकलते अब मैं निकल कर आई हूँ। पर इनिशियल 1 ईयर तो बिल्कुल होश नहीं रहता था कि कुछ करे, हमेशा यही गिल्ट सताता था, काश मैंने उससे उस रात को बात कर ली होती तो वो आज जिंदा होती, है ना। बहुत मुश्किल होता है इसको एक्सेप्ट करना, और एक्सेप्ट अब हमने कर लिया है कि वो जहाँ भी है खुश है, अच्छी है, देख रही है, मैं अच्छे से रहूंगी तो वो खुश होगी, क्योंकि वो काफी, शी वाज क्वाइट सपोर्टिव टू मी, एंड जस्ट विदिन 4 months her son also went because he was feeling guilty of his mother's demise, just 21 years old. तो आप सोचो, एक फैमिली में 2 लोग चले जाएं, और आज हम ये करके, तो टाइम लगता है, आपने बोला ना टाइम लगता है, बहुत टाइम लगता है, बहुत बहुत। लेकिन वो टाइम हम चुपचाप बैठ के अगर बैठे रहेंगे तो फिर कुछ ना कुछ फिर हम भी गलत कर देंगे। हमें बोलना है, अगेन एंड अगेन सर विल ऑल्सो अग्री कि आई नीड टू स्पीक, ओपन अप योर सेल्फ, कीप टॉकिंग, कीप आस्किंग। और पता है मैं अब क्या मजेदार बात बताऊंगी, मैं अब क्या करती हूँ, कभी मुझे कुछ होता है तो मैं फोन करती हूँ जिससे भी मुझे बात करनी है, और मैं बोलती हूँ मेरी बात सुनो, मुझे भाषण मत देना, कसम से। आई टेल माई फ्रेंड्स, आई वॉन्ट यू टू लिसन टू मी, मेरी बात सुनो, बाद में जब मैं नॉर्मल हो जाऊंगी तब मुझे बताना क्या करना। इसीलिए मैंने अपना स्पीच भी इसे शुरू किया कि मैं ज्ञान देने नहीं आई हूँ, वी नीड टू टॉक, कॉमन, जस्ट कन्वर्सेशन, converse as much as possible if you are feeling depressed and deprived of certain things. Thank you. I hope I am clear for both the questions. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, I have one question. So, as you said ki we need to talk to someone. So, didn't you know before ki your sister was going through something like this?
I said ki I was going for my work.
Yeah.
So she spoke with me. We have been talking to her. Okay, I had been telling her to come over to me. She stayed in Naigaon, I stayed in Thane. So I was busy. I told her to come, and every time I used to give her this psychological talk or communication or all those things. I told her, your son will be all right. You just give him some time.
Yes.
छोड़ दो उसको अपने हाल पे, थोड़ा वक्त दे दो, और बस मैं आज लौट कर आ रही हूँ, कल लौट कर आऊंगी और परसों हम आते हैं और बैठ के बात करते हैं. She couldn't wait for that one night.
Ma'am, because like I don't want to name, but I know a lot of people in my class who are going through the same thing कि उनके parents agree नहीं होते कि they are in a relationship or something. So like what should they do in that situation? I mean, everybody wants a confirmation from their parents before getting into anything.
Any relationship.
Yeah, right.
Yes, yes.
So what could they do? How can they help themselves out?
Okay. So here, see, first of all, at this age, having relationship, they need to first realize, understand, discuss within their heart that right now what is important, being in relationship or finishing my studies. So importance has to be created. Now, this just within a minute, I'll not be able to fully justify your answering your question, but I would suggest that, like, whoever they are comfortable with, the senior people, not the same age group, क्योंकि same age group में बात करेंगे तो वही वो जाके अरे कर ले, ठीक है, भाग जाए, ये कर ले, वो कर ले, पर वो कुछ काम नहीं आता. ठीक है, तो they have to discuss this with some teachers, and believe me, it is my experience कि टीचर्स बहुत हेल्प करते हैं, बहुत बहुत मीन्स बहुत ही ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करते हैं. यू नीड टू ओपनली डिस्कस and go to that teacher who will not criticize you.
Yes, ma'am.
You need to find someone who will not criticize you, who will not say अरे यार अभी तुम पढ़ने की उम्र है, अभी रिलेशनशिप में क्यों पढ़ रहे हो. नहीं, ऐसे के पास जाओ जो आपको सब, क्योंकि इतना तो पता चल जाता है कौन सी मैम कैसे होंगी. मैं इन मैम को देख रही हूँ, इन मैम, आप लोग कितने लकी हो. तो कोई भी जाके उनसे बात करो, डिस्कस करो. और फिलहाल ये मेरा अपना व्यू है कि इस वक्त हमें पढ़ाई पे ज्यादा ध्यान देने की जरूरत है, ना कि रिलेशनशिप पे, क्योंकि हमारी पढ़ाई अच्छी होगी, हम कुछ हो जाएंगे तो रिलेशनशिप अपने आप अपने हाथ में आ जाएगा.
Thank you, ma'am.
मोस्ट वेलकम. थैंक यू. थैंक यू. अभी काफी ने सबको ओपन कर दिया.
Ma'am,
Any more questions? Yeah.
sorry.
खुलने लग गए बच्चे.
I think personally भी नहीं, ये सबका रहेगा कि ये जो अवेयरनेस है ना, ये हमें ज़्यादा है. Like we use social media, we are into everything and we know these things. But ये सेशन ना पेरेंट्स के लिए रहना चाहिए. Like seriously ये पेरेंट्स के लिए रहना चाहिए. And I request कॉलेज कि कॉलेज में पेरेंट्स को इनवाइट करो और ये सेशन करो.
We will request Fatima ma'am to kindly.
Thank you.
फातिमा मैम के पास कितने लोग गए हैं अभी तक? Many of you, even छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम में तो भी गए हैं? Okay. Okay. That's good to see that you are opening up and going to the counselor. और अपना ये जो आज का स्क्रीनिंग था मूवी का, I think we've achieved the success. It's there, and it's time to reflect, girls. Time to reflect upon our lives, right? Also, that you have to seek help when you need. Conversations are so important, right? And by concluding this program, I really thank Iqbal sir, Pooja madam, Aman sir, everyone to spend their valuable time here with us, sharing such a beautiful message and gracing this occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Students, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for your enthusiastic participation. I formally like to close day 1 of the conference, and I hope to see a lot of you on day 2 of the conference tomorrow. Thank you all for participating. Thank you so much for our guests, to our guests for addressing the audience. We'll quickly take a group picture. Is that fine? We'll take a selfie, sir. Everybody will come. Yeah. है ना? सर नीचे जाना है. Have to give your attendance again. Your certificates will be then emailed to those email IDs. Okay? किधर गया?